Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The rolling sea of clouds churned, and all phenomena crumbled. The so-called imaginary belt was never part of proper history to begin with. It was a rootless dream, a fleeting illusion. Precisely because of this, when the foundation of its existence was erased, this illusory world had only one fate, to collapse and dissolve under the washing tide of history's correction. Xia Ya sat atop the highest point of the holy city, on the black iron throne. Beneath him, the chalk-white city of Camelot, the sacred city, was disintegrating in a surge of mana. First to go was the outer wall, then the buildings that had already been reduced to ruins by the nuclear blast within the city, and then the royal palace, which had survived the explosion earlier thanks to Isadella's presence. The collapse surged upward, from the foundation stones of the palace to its upper levels. And finally, the tide of destruction reached the top of the royal palace, reaching the outer edge of the throne at the world's end. Xia Ya simply watched quietly as shattered bricks, dust, smoke, and chunks of pale stone disintegrated around him. In the massive floor-length silver mirror beside the throne, the reflection of the youth appeared. His black robe with crimson clouds was still pierced by a gaping wound through the chest, left unhealed. His handsome face was pale, and even those once bright eyes had dimmed somewhat. The effect of the Watcher's dagger had indeed kept him from dying for a time, but it merely left him with a sliver of life. The wound left by the holy sword remained on his body, and every limb and bone throbbed with weakness. The prolonged overdrive while piloting the Black Knight mecha had also nearly drained his mental energy dry. His senses were numb, his soul exhausted, as though he might pass out at any moment. Truly, what a sorry sight. This is the price of pretending to be a grand hero even after losing immortality. Xia Ya looked at the weakened figure in the mirror on the throne and couldn't help but smile a little. If little AI saw me like this, she'd probably feel bad to death. Forcing himself to such a state didn't match Xia Ya's usual style. But this was a path Xia Ya had chosen himself. Ever since re-entering the historical echo of Iskania, he had already made up his mind. If it's a road I chose, then no matter how absurd, I'll see it to the end. Never thought your teachings, teacher, would end up being useful at a time like this. Recalling the words of his golden elf teacher, Xia Ya shook his head with a wry smile. The next moment, his mind stirred. With a flicker of warped space, streaks of emerald light filled with vitality surrounded Xia Ya. They were instantly absorbed into his body. These were the many healing potions he'd stored in his dimensional pouch, now used all at once, sparing no cost. And with the alchemical medicine stimulating his nerves, Xia Ya bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. His dried-up spirit was jolted back to life. He slumped against the throne, slowly lifting his hand. In the next moment, ethereal lights shimmered as pale silver starlight began to gather above Xia Ya's head. A few breaths later, that silver glow solidified, forming in midair a crown of pure silver thorns. This crown of thorns was the manifestation of the imaginary Belt King's authority stolen from Isadella via the thief's gloves. And Xia Ya simply let that silver crown descend slowly onto his head. The authority fused with Xia Ya's soul. Almost at the same moment, his black eyes lit up with dazzling starlight. His last bit of spiritual energy burned brightly, commanding the very authority that ruled the imaginary belt. Within the throne room, continuously eroded by historical correction, the space suddenly convulsed violently. An unprecedented, blinding radiance of starlight lit up the sky at the world's end. Then, Your Highness. Within that brilliance so bright it could swallow the whole world, Xia Ya whispered softly toward a certain girl down along the river of time, now too distant to see clearly. Let me do one last thing for you. To rewrite that twisted, broken history, and restore it to how it was meant to be. And also, Xia Ya's lips moved. His final words drifted downstream through the river of time, heard only by the two of them. The river of time roared, churned, surged. All the erroneous tributaries were cut off, buried, and in their place, new streams aligned with the grand arc of history opened up. And around the once severed and blocked off imaginary belt, everything was now being rewritten personally by its new master. Isadella closed her eyes, letting her figure float in the tide of history, feeling the traces and marks she'd once left in the past, now slowly replaced by what her heart truly wished for. In the first year of the holy calendar, amid a sea of celebration, the Freista Empire was founded in the holy city of Camelot. Yet at the same time, the ever-victorious Night King who had led all of Iskania out of darkness and chaos, who had purged the abyssal monsters and the false King Vortigern, chose, at the moment of the empire's founding, to pass the imperial crown to her kin. She herself declined all offers of accompaniment from the Round Table knights and palace guards. Alone, she returned to the border village where she had once drawn the sword in the stone and taken her first steps on the path of kingship. Isadella wandered the wilds alone for a long time. Eventually, she rested against a humble tree, embracing that golden sword, and slowly closed her eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and gentle warmth. Just like the first time she and Xia Ya had met at the coronation ceremony. This time, let me sleep a little longer. The fall of the Night King sent shockwaves through the entire western continent. No one knew why such a young ruler who had unified the realm and ascended to the highest throne would make such a choice. Her lifespan should have stretched for another 200 or 300 years. Yet she gave up the imperial throne, gave up the applause and glory that lay within easy reach, gave up everything a human could ever possess in the mortal world. But only Isabella herself understood that it was only after she let go of the title of Night King that she truly found redemption. Of course, the public's shock and confusion would fade over time. A new king was chosen from the old King Uther's bloodline, one with both talent and strength. The Round Table Knights were granted fiefdoms, the 8 oath houses were founded. Round Table Knights clashed with nobles. The rise and fall of the sword-bearers. The ebb and flow of imperial authority continued in cycles. The Freista Empire continued to surge forward, unstoppable in its growth. The wheel of history rolled on relentlessly, unmoved by any individual's will. And the legend of the first Night King and of Gaius was, under the quiet orchestration of the 8 oath houses, gradually forgotten with the passage of time, until it became little more than a tale sung by bards, fleeting, untouchable, and impossible to trace. 1,000 years passed. The past was buried beneath the weight of time. Holy calendar year 903, month of sprouting, day 4. Freista Empire, imperial capital, Camelot. Within the manor house of a secluded estate, a silver-haired princess slowly opened her eyes. In her hand, the golden holy sword glowed with a sharp and majestic radiance. Your Highness Isabella, you've finally awakened. A respectful voice came from within the shadows, slightly hurried. You were unresponsive for a long time. I grew concerned and disobeyed your orders to check on you. You are. Isabella's gaze remained fixed on the light of the holy sword. That fleeting, seared into the soul memory was slowly returning to her mind. She looked into the shadows for a long while, then finally digging through the depths of memory she found the name of her trusted aide. Fran. It's me, Your Highness. The voice from the shadows carried a note of surprise. I'm fine. You may go. As you command, Your Highness. The attendant named Fran withdrew quietly. Isabella, however, continued to watch the flickering candlelight on the desk before her. She had been through so much. But regardless, she had now ascended to the rank of throne, and the full mystery of the holy sword had been unlocked. With such power in her grasp, she now truly had the strength to become the Empress of the Empire, to bring peace across the land. All of her original goals had already been accomplished. But a faint light shimmered in the crimson eyes of the second princess. In her ears still echoed the final words of the boy seated upon that illusory throne. Forgive me for acting without your consent, Your Highness. I am your sword-bearer, and this was the only way I could think of to save my sovereign. And though we must part ways for now, please, give me a little time, so that we may meet again, in this present timeline, in that true history. And when that day comes, it will be the continuation of the dream between the king and her knight. The continuation of our dream. Isabella repeated the phrase quietly. In that case, let me wait for your return here. To wait for the day when that story between the knight and the king is written anew. To make you, my husband, the prince consort of this empire. The holy sword in her hand dissolved into specks of pale golden light, gently fading away. And Isabella simply sat there in silence, letting that quiet warmth in her heart gradually fill every corner of her soul. Until the day, you become the only male lead in my story. Sacred calendar year 903, month of blossoms, day 4. Golden Plains, city of knowledge Camelot. Inside the hotel room, the central fireplace was roaring with flames. The firewood inside crackled and popped as it burned, the waves of warmth dispelling the lingering chill of early spring. However, in a sudden moment, the blazing fire abruptly froze. The white-haired witch sitting on the sofa snapped her eyes open. A silvery glow flickered in Sylvia's beautiful argent eyes. A dense twilight surged around her, halting everything. The drifting breeze, the transmission of warmth in the air all ceased. Around her, a phantom river of time condensed and spiraled upward. Usually calm, the river now raged like a furious torrent, violently roaring and churning. Brother Xia Ya, he did it. With her throne tier status, Sylvia could clearly sense it. That imaginary belt, once towering and unshakable between the end of the Third Era and the beginning of the Fourth, was now collapsing. And its master, the princess she had met several times, was already flowing back downstream, returning to the correct history under the Holy Sword's protection. To defy the momentum of history and create an imaginary belt, yet still return unscathed from the river of time. How did Brother Xia Ya manage it all? Even Sylvia, with her knowledge and vision as the tower master of the White Chalk Tower, had never heard or seen such a feat. No, this could only be described as a miracle, unique in all of existence. Yet in this moment, Sylvia had no mind to ponder how Xia Ya achieved this miracle. She merely stood silently at the lower reaches of the river of time, gazing upstream, waiting for Xia Ya, as they had agreed before setting out, to return safely, guided by his bond with the Holy Lance, and with herself to follow the path and be received. But 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. What responded to Sylvia was still only the deafening, frenzied, and chaotic current of time. The figure she longed to see remained absent. And her heart, with every passing second, sank further and grew colder. Countless thoughts and fragments surged through Sylvia's mind once more. Xia Ya's resolute eyes before departure. Words that weren't like a cheer of encouragement, but rather more like a final comfort. And that strange exchange between Alara and Xia Ya before he stepped into the historical echo. So the possibility Sylvia never wanted to face began to take shape, heavier and heavier in the heart of the Argent Witch. Brother Xia Ya never planned to come back from the start. Sylvia suddenly turned to look at Alara beside her. Disordered golden script shimmered into view in the air. And you knew from the beginning? Then why didn't you stop him? Across from her, the blonde girl blinked her sky-blue eyes, just about to respond. But in the next instant, a pale piece of stationery suddenly erupted with a brilliant glow of magic. On the once blank sheet, lines of jet-black handwriting began to appear. Both Sylvia and Alara instantly recognized the writing. There was no mistaking it was Xia Ya's own handwriting. It was a Magitech mechanism Xia Ya had specially set. It would only activate at a specific time, revealing its hidden message to Sylvia and Alara. Sylvia's argent eyes narrowed sharply. Her pale fingers trembled slightly, as twilight light surged around them. In the next moment, the letter silently appeared in Sylvia's hand. The soft glow of the magic lamp lit up the page, making every word stand out clearly. Sylvia used mana to project the contents of the letter into midair. My dear Sylvia, and little AI, I believe by the time you read this letter, everything about the imaginary belt of Icegania from 1,000 years ago has already been resolved, and Her Highness has safely returned. But I didn't return with her from the historical echo, like I promised. I'm sorry. I did lie to you both. Her Highness was too deeply trapped in that erroneous history. Burdened with 1,000 years of sin, there was no way to bring her back without paying a price. At this point, Sylvia's pale fingers trembled slightly. In that moment, a certain guess surged into her heart. Yeah, that's right. I think by now maybe not little AI but someone as clever as you, Sylbaby, must have figured out what I did. Using an ancient holy relic, I stole the identity and authority of the ruler of the imaginary belt not as the princess, but as the Crimson Empress. And with it, all the twisted cause and effect that distorted history. Haha. Bearing the sins and evil of this world alone, a lonely king watching over his land from the throne, until the day everything is wiped away by the force of correction. The emperor guards the gates, the king dies for his land, perishes with his nation. Sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? But please, don't be sad. Don't panic. Yes, I stayed behind in the imaginary belt to save Her Highness, and yes, I'm now burdened with those twisted historical sins but killing me? The force of correction isn't strong enough for that. Especially you, little AI please, no matter what, don't do anything dumb like hurting yourself or following me in death. You know me better than anyone. I'm the guy who dreams of becoming the harem king. My great goal isn't fulfilled yet, how could I just drop dead here? Reading this, Sylvia couldn't help but glance at Alara beside her. But the blonde girl remained silent. She just stared up at the floating letter, her delicate face cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. Sylvia, little AI, you've probably always wondered why I can enter the historical echo, right? Honestly, I've always been curious too. But anyway, I really am different. I've tried many times. No matter how I mess with the course of history, the correction force doesn't seem to affect me. Of course, just because I won't get crushed into dust by the force of correction, doesn't mean the violent temporal currents of a collapsing imaginary belt won't completely consume me. But I've got a way. The writing on the letter paused here briefly. Remember that annoying cup and the Golden Dawn invitation. Although I still don't know what Golden Dawn's true intention was in inviting me, they did me a huge favor. That world, separate from history, is a special realm. I can use it as a reference point, so I won't lose my way in the river of time. But that also means I'll be drifting alone in the temporal chaos for a very long time, until the storm dies down and I can find my way home. Time doesn't flow the same in reality as it does in history. In the real world, I think you won't have to wait long. Maybe just a few days, maybe a few weeks, or months. But for me, the time I'll experience might be years, or even decades. Wandering alone through the river of time for years, maybe even tens of years, it probably won't feel great. But maybe that's not entirely a bad thing. Maybe it's my way of atoning. At this point, the strokes of the writing softened slightly. Sylvia, my dear Sylbaby, I've always felt guilty toward you. Because of a single careless comment I made back then, you buried yourself in the White Chalk Tower. You waited for me in that dark, lightless tomb, enduring loneliness and suffering for 500 years. Just thinking about it hurts my heart. I've always felt like I wasn't worthy of your love. So I want to experience that feeling for myself, even if the time I'll spend doesn't compare to a tenth of the loneliness you once endured. But I hope, when I return from the end of time, I'll finally be able to hold you in my arms, without guilt, without hesitation. Then, I'll declare to the whole world that you're my lover and also my fiancé. The black ink came to an end, and the pale letter slowly faded, shattering into glimmering fragments that scattered into the air. Xia Ya, brother, Sylvia murmured, gazing at the letter's final, heartfelt words. Her argent eyes shimmered, unable to hold back the glimmer of emotion. Even if you hadn't done this, I wouldn't have minded. The witch's whisper drifted away with the wind, unheard by anyone. But in the next moment, a sudden brilliance of holy lance light filled the room, startling Sylvia into turning around. And then, she saw it. Around the blonde girl standing behind her, the river of time, which had nearly vanished into illusion, surged back to life. Alara. Miss Alara. Sylvia blinked in confusion, staring at her. I knew Xia Ya was lying to me. I knew from the start. Alara's figure was slowly fading, yet for the first time, a gentle smile bloomed on her cold, doll-like face. That's just the kind of guy he is. Always hiding his thoughts and secrets, always choosing to act strong instead of letting others worry. He's always been like this. And this time's no different. In her sky-blue eyes, a trace of unconcealable heartache appeared. I know him too well. Even if he looks calm and composed on the surface, like he has everything under control, he's terrified of being alone. That's why, even at great risk, he saved me in Silon. Why he took in Surin when he had nowhere to go. With Xia Ya's abilities, he never needed our strength. Or money. Or some sort of return on investment. What he really wanted was just companionship. That's why Aelira had never let go of her regret over Surin's decision to leave. When he found out I didn't get on the steam train to the White Tower, even if he complained about it, I know deep down he was overjoyed. If there's no one beside him, he'd probably get so lonely he'd want to cry, maybe even fall apart. So, in her cool voice came a kind of steely resolve that made Sylvia's heart tremble. I have to go be with her. The holy sword held by Second Imperial Princess Isadella had allowed her to travel through time to Iscania 1,000 years ago. Then naturally, the Holy Lance equal in rank to the sword, and forever etched into history by Cain's influence could do the same. In the next moment, Aelira's figure completely faded away. In the grand suite of the luxury hotel, only the stunned Argent Witch remained. Upstream of the river of time within the imaginary belt, Xia Ya sat upon the black iron throne. The endless unraveling caused by the force of correction finally halted as it reached the boundary of the throne. And then, it dissolved. Vanished. Leaving only the grand throne itself, suspended alone above the roaring tide of time. Drifting endlessly amidst the turbulent currents, directionless. Master, based on estimates, the turbulence caused by this imaginary belt's collapse will last about 3 months in real-world time. That translates to roughly 9 to 10 years of perceived time within the imaginary belt. Yui's voice echoed in Xia Ya's mind, relayed through the fifth soul pact. 10 years, huh? Xia Ya sat on the black iron throne, glancing around the empty space of the throne domain, a bitter smile on his face. It had all felt so cool and poetic when he said goodbye in style. But now, facing the reality alone, only he knew the true weight. If I'd known, I would have had Yui copy a whole stash of SM*T novels to kill time. Leaning weakly against the throne, he looked up at the metal ceiling above. This empty, silent throne domain was now his entire world for the next 10 years. On the bright side, this was bonus time outside of reality. Used properly, it might be enough to raise his mental energy to the legendary tier or beyond. Then maybe, even in front of Sylvia and her highness, he wouldn't have to worry about being the one on bottom anymore. But, looking around at the barren, silent world before him, and feeling how silver, shiny, crimson, and the rest of his summoned beasts were forced into sleep by the chaotic time flow in the soul-packed space, a trace of unshakable loneliness crept into Xia Ya's heart. He had long grown used to the noise. More than that, he had grown used to the presence of that girl by his side. It was like raising a cat. You didn't think much of it while it was around. But the moment it was gone, when you came home and didn't hear its soft meows greeting you, that sudden emptiness would hit you like a tidal wave. And then, in the next moment, he saw it. A sudden flash of light ignited within the dark and silent river of history. It was a pure silver knight's lance, carrying its master, piercing through the current of time. Amidst the chaos of the temporal torrent, a silver-white lance cleaved through the waves, cutting upstream. And then, just before the imaginary belt fully collapsed, it reached the throne domain. Moments later, Xia Ya heard approaching footsteps, and a faint scent of sandalwood he had missed dearly. Golden strands of hair danced in the dim light. I'm here, Xia Ya, with a voice as sweet as heaven itself. Two soft, boneless hands gently wrapped around Xia Ya's waist. Just like we promised back then. Neither death, nor even time itself, can tear us apart. Sacred calendar year 903, month of summer blossoms, day 13. Fresta Empire border, northern icefields, at the foot of the Three Sages Snow Mountains. This snowy expanse had once belonged to Silon. But now, in the desolate ruins of the towns, only a few wild beasts roamed, becoming the last traces of life in the wreckage. Boom! A thunderous storm suddenly rolled in, sweeping across the ice fields and lifting a flurry of snowflakes into the sky. A massive crowned griffin descended, its pitch-black wings blotting out the sun. The majesty radiating from its body made every beast nearby drop to the ground in submission. The beasts that could survive in the polar regions were mostly extraordinary creatures, and among them, beast kings of 5th and even 6th ring weren't uncommon. But before this awe-inspiring crowned griffin, even imperial tier beast kings seemed no different from ants. This was a 7th ring legendary tier crowned griffin, equivalent to a legendary beast master among humans, perhaps even rarer. After all, most legendary beast masters contracted pets were merely at the peak of imperial tier, only able to match a legendary creature thanks to the amplification of their 7 soul pacts. In the next moment, a graceful silhouette leapt down effortlessly from the massive griffin's back. Go find your own food nearby. Many of the beasts around here once took part in the beast tide that destroyed Silon. That criminal may already be dead, but the fall of Silon had much to do with those beast kings. No need to show mercy. Isadella patted the massive griffin's head and spoke softly. Upon hearing her command, this creature powerful enough to be revered as a totem in the lost domain nodded obediently like a kitten, then spread its wings and took off again. As Isadella's contracted summoned beast, this crowned griffin had personally endured the 1,000 years within the imaginary belt, only ascending to legendary tier through that long passage of time. So it knew well why its master had come to the ruins of Silon. All of it was for that man, the one her master had defied history and the world itself to bring back. So at a time like this, it knew better than to stay and ruin the mood. With a flap of its wings, the griffin swiftly disappeared into the snow-filled sky. Isadella stood atop the ruins of Silon, gazing quietly at the landscape with her crimson eyes. Her silver hair fluttered in the freezing northern wind, as did the long black and red military cloak lined with a golden embroidered black eagle emblem. Yet the second imperial princess stood still as stone. So this is the city that gave birth to and raised you. Her soft whisper faded into the wind, unheard. And so, she began walking step by step through the deserted ruins. From the center of the ruins, where the Earl of Winter's manor had burned to a charred metal skeleton, to the outskirts, where empty homes and shops stood in silence. Eventually, Isadella left Silon behind. A few miles into the snowy outskirts, she stopped at a secluded spruce forest. There, deep within the woods, stood a modest wooden cabin, simple and unadorned. Because it lay outside Silon's city limits, it had survived the Great Fire and the Beast Tide massacre that followed. It remained completely intact. This is Xia Ya's home back in Silon. Isadella stood outside the cabin, gazing over the quaint structure as she asked softly, "Yes, this is the place." Southern Inspector Firan, who had silently followed behind while dismissing her black-scaled wyvern, responded respectfully. Due to Silon's destruction, many records are difficult to verify, but using time-type summoned beasts and holy relics, we were able to reconstruct parts of Silon's past. Xia Ya was adopted at a young age by an old hunter from the ice fields. As she spoke, Firan gestured toward the cabin. This cabin belonged to that old hunter. After he passed away, it remained Xia Ya's home all the way until Silon's fall. It's where he spent his entire childhood. After her respectful explanation, Firan cast a puzzled glance at the princess. Since the month of blossoms, Her Highness had become a different person. From then until the current month of summer blossoms, a full 3 months had passed. Whenever she had free time, Isadella would seek traces of that boy's past. From the now empty estate in the Black Lily district of the imperial capital, to the years he'd spent training at the arcane city of Lokia, to the ruins of Silon itself. Yet that boy, who had shone so brightly at the recent banquet, becoming the center of attention across the western continent, had vanished without a trace along with the girl later revealed to be the only daughter of the Earl of Winter. Their last known location was a hotel in Lokia. There, Isadella had held a private meeting with another banquet guest, the one who had slain Earl Gudryan, the tower master of the White Chalk Tower, the Argent Witch. What they discussed remained a mystery. But afterward, the second imperial princess abandoned her massive pile of military and political duties, and set out on a journey to trace Xia Ya's footsteps. In this time of national unrest and imperial succession, such a reckless move by the leading heir to the throne had sparked anger from imperial nobles and even the royal clan elders. But at the imperial council, Isadella shut down all objections with a single, calm statement. Xia Ya. He is the future prince of the empire, and also, the one I love. When I take the throne, he will be my king consort. No one else will do. Such a bold and direct declaration of her chosen consort. It wasn't hard to imagine the uproar it caused across the western continent. In fact, it was a statement that could shape the empire's fate for decades to come. And for Firan, who had once served the White Tower, followed both the princess and the Argent Witch, the implications were even more painful. Because if she was right, the tower master of her maternal family, the White Chalk Tower, clearly had feelings for Xia Ya as well. And it wasn't just one-sided affection. It was a full-on pursuit. So the princess's bold public declaration? It was an open declaration of war, a love rivals challenge aimed squarely at the Argent Witch. The Empire and the White Tower had only just started building an alliance. The tower even opened a branch tower in the capital. But Her Highness's actions were practically tossing both factions into a fire pit. If things went south and the White Tower and Empire actually split, one side would be her current employer, the other her maternal family. Just imagining the scenario made Firen's head feel like it was going to explode. And also, Xia Ya. Firen silently repeated that name once more in her mind, the same name she'd whispered to herself countless times over the past 6 months. Forget about Her Excellency the Tower Master. How did Her Highness the Princess get involved with him, too? Just 3 months ago, Firen had seen it clearly. The relationship between Isadella and Xia Ya was merely one of mutual respect, swordbearer and trusted companion. It hadn't even shown the first signs of romantic interest. So how the hell had it escalated from no emotional sparks to full-blown love, even to the point of declaring him her future consort? To make a princess of the Empire, a legendary tier powerhouse, the future empress, speak such decisive words. Just how deep must that love run? On the other side, Isadella paid no attention to Firen's inner soap opera. After the imaginary belt had been corrected by the true history, even legendary tier beings could only faintly sense distortions in the river of time. Only those at the throne tier or demigod level could retain full memory of the vanished timeline. Isadella, of course, knew her actions would draw criticism from nobles and elders alike. But she didn't care. If she did, she wouldn't have once betrayed the entire round table just to create the imaginary belt. And with her current standing, She had long earned the right to ignore public opinion and do whatever she pleased. She gently reached out and pushed open the wooden door in front of her. The hunter's cabin creaked open. Isabella didn't allow Firen to follow. She stepped in alone, quietly observing everything within. The room wasn't large, but it wasn't cramped either. It held a single bed, a wooden table with a simple hourglass and a melted candle, and every surface was covered in a thick layer of dust. Against the wall stood a wooden bookshelf, filled with introductory tomes on arcane arts, magi tech, and beastmaster knowledge. Such books would be common in a place like Lokia, but in this backwater city of Ceylon, they were rare. Aside from noble family collections, only traveling merchants could have brought them in. It was clear that gathering these books had been no easy task for Xia Ya. Isabella inspected them one by one. Each was well worn, some nearly falling apart. And in every book, blank spaces had been filled with rows of detailed notes in a strong, upright script. In the Magitech volumes, she found sketches and blueprints of constructs. Rough, unfinished drawings, but she could still recognize designs resembling the black mech Xia Ya had used in Iskania's final battle, and prototypes of those alchemical bombs that detonated like miniature stars. Opposite the table was a window. Through it, she could see the spruce forest, and beyond that, the distant peaks of the Three Sages' snow mountains piercing the sky. Isabella imagined Xia Ya as a young child. A small boy wrapped in thick furs, carrying a fish he'd caught from the frozen lake, running home excitedly to cook soup with the old hunter. She imagined Xia Ya after the old hunter passed. A half-grown kid with a short bow on his back and a snow ferret trailing him, trading his hunted game with passing merchants for a few tattered beginner tomes and some writing tools. She imagined Xia Ya as a teen, a black-haired, dark-eyed boy hunched over in candlelight, drawing dreams of machines and constellations with a worn-down feather pen on yellowed parchment. Spring warmth, summer days, autumn sun, winter nights. 1 year, 2 years. He had grown up in this simple hunter's cabin, until the day he stood before her. Isabella reached out with a pale hand and lit the candle. In her crimson eyes, the flame flickered. How lucky, she murmured. Lucky that she had invited him to be her sword-bearer that day. Lucky that the day she pulled the sword in the stone, they had met again under different identities. Lucky that the 1,000 years spent waiting in the imaginary belt hadn't ended in delusion, but led to a miracle made real. Isabella remained in the quiet little cabin for a long, long time, until the sun had set and cold moonlight spilled once again onto the snowy plain. She had lived in palaces 1,000 times more luxurious than this cabin, but none had ever made her linger like this. Buzz buzz. A sound came from outside. The Magitech communicator was buzzing. Isabella snuffed out the candle. With a wave of her mental energy, she swept the entire room clean of dust. Only after doing so did she finally walk out and gently close the wooden door behind her. She looked up slightly, turning her gaze to Firen, who had just answered the call. The warmth she had shown inside the cabin vanished, replaced by icy solemnity. What is it? Secret intel from the southern border, near the Lost Domain. Firen answered respectfully. Recently, beast tide activity has increased drastically, and it seems several major cult groups have begun mobilizing their followers. Additionally, reports from the newly rebuilt Swordbearer Order in the capital suggest that the other oathbound families and high nobles, the ones who quieted down after the Borgia family fell and Gudryan died, have started reconnecting with the Lost Domain and especially the cults. It seems they're plotting something. A flicker of hesitation passed through Firen's eyes. After a pause, she added, "It may be out of line for someone like me to speak ill of the current emperor, but everyone in the empire knows your highness's father, his majesty, is growing weaker by the day. The succession ceremony is already imminent. I believe these disturbances are part of a plan to take advantage of the transition." She looked at Isabella. "Your highness, even though the empire and the White Tower are now allies, the nobles aren't fools. If they still dare to harbor treasonous thoughts even after the Borgia family was made an example of, they must have new backing. And that kind of backing couldn't have come from any one cult or fallen kingdom. After all, just a few months ago at the banquet, Tower Master Sylvia displayed her throne-tier power in person. There's only one force that could push them into such desperate boldness. One force powerful enough that they'd dare defy even the throne. It's the abyss itself, isn't it?" Isabella's cold voice rang out through the silent spruce forest. Firen had never stepped into the legendary tier, and naturally, she had no awareness of what had taken place within the river of time. But Isabella knew full well those true gods born of the abyss could not possibly be unaware of what had transpired in that overwritten history. A king of the imaginary belt returning intact. Even in the eyes of true gods, that was nothing short of an unfathomable miracle. Especially considering she possessed the holy sword, and had once led a coalition that slew countless abyssal beasts 1,000 years ago. Even the abyssal ancient god, Crimson Moon, had fallen within that imaginary belt. At this point, it was inevitable both she and Xia Ya had already entered the abyss's line of sight. And Xia Ya, in particular. Not only had he slain Crimson Moon, he had wiped out its concept and star chalice along with it, to the point where even resurrection in the star realm was impossible. To the abyss, this was a hatred carved into their very being. Every true god born of the abyss would without doubt want to destroy this freak capable of utterly erasing a deity. This was a hatred that would not die, would not rest. It would not fade with the passage of 1,000 years, because no abyssal god would ever want to see the day Xia Ya came knocking to finish the job. So, since they can't find him, they're choosing to strike at me instead. They assume that, as a king who bore the sins of the imaginary belt, my strength must have been greatly diminished by correction force. That I may still appear to hold a throne tier standing, but I'm just a hollow shell. And that the holy sword, having been crushed under the burden of anchoring the belt, can no longer display its full power. A chill flashed through Isabella's crimson eyes. She reached out slightly. Golden specks of light shimmered in the air, converging, and then, solidified into a golden longsword. Perhaps, under normal circumstances, things would have turned out just as the abyss had hoped. But because of a certain boy's effort, their schemes were destined to crumble into nothing. Isabella's gaze turned toward the distant Three Sages' snow mountains. But that look seemed to pierce through mountain ranges and cloud layers, reaching into a world beyond form. Though all of the western continent believed Xia Ya had vanished for good in the past 3 months, whether lost in a dimensional rift, or quietly murdered by some cult, most considered him dead. But Isabella still believed. She believed that black-haired, dark-eyed boy was still somewhere in the multiverse, quietly waiting for their reunion. That faith may have seemed irrational, baseless, but she held to it with unwavering conviction. This time, she would not repeat the mistake of founding a heroic spirit hall, or creating a new imaginary belt, just to try resurrecting the dead. Back then, before parting, that boy had made her a promise. To continue the story of king and knight in the real world. To be the male lead in her tale. So she would trust him without conditions. Because that boy was someone who honored his promises. Even when she was trapped in the past, 1,000 years ago, he had stepped across time itself to save her from the abyss. And this time, he would not break his word. In that case, let me deal with all those who wish you harm before you return. Let me welcome you back, with the blood of abyssal ancient gods. The silver-haired princess's murmur scattered on the icy winds of the north, unheard by all. And let me declare to the entire western continent. You are my husband. You are the empress's beloved. What entered her vision was a sea of boundless black. At its farthest edge, faint illusory stars shimmered, casting beams of dazzling starlight. It looked like an illusory sea of stars. This place was the so-called Star Realm, also known as the world's outer layer. The most hidden, most expansive domain of the multiverse, where all mysteries converged. No matter how powerful legend, throne, demigod, or even true god, once they entered the depths of the Star Realm, they would vanish like a pebble tossed into the sea. Unless they bore a Star Realm mark, they could never be found again. Who knew how many ancient beings, long thought fallen, missing, or dead, were now hiding in the depths of the Star Realm? Then, all at once, those dim stars flickered. Starlight shattered. First appeared a pair of high heels, fashioned from crystal. Then a flowing gothic black dress, followed by a crown made of deep crimson rare metal that rested against a pale white neck. With only one eye open, the golden elf stood calmly in the starlit void, gazing across the eternally undisturbed ripples of the Star Realm. The next moment, her long-closed left eye opened. Within her crimson gold pupils, a flicker of blue flame quietly danced. And then, the temporal imprints of the Star Realm began to flow. A phantom river of time reflected into her left eye, silent and unseen. She stared, allowing the illusion of time to stream through her vision. After a long while, the golden elf girl let out a faint sigh. He said he'd be the male lead who makes my heart race. But just how many people are you planning to be the male lead for, huh? Her icy voice rippled across the illusory star sea. 10 years. 10 years. For some reason, her normally cold murmur carried a rare, biting tone, almost gnashing. But soon, this golden elf sorceress, known by the title of the Eternal Page, quietly extended her hand. One pale finger pointed gently outward. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations rippled open, and in mere moments, they tore into countless razor-sharp space fractures. Through those pitch-black cracks, could be seen the shadowy outline of an empty palace, lost in slum. The pitch-black cracks intersected and unfolded within the illusory sea of stars. For anyone not naturally attuned to spatial laws, each of those rifts could easily maim a legendary tier powerhouse. But that radiant golden figure moved through the lightning-charged darkness with ease. Countless bolts of devouring thunder exploded around her, but not a single spark could touch her. At last, the golden elf arrived before the massive palace gate. Creak. The bronze door slowly opened. Click, click. Hathaway's crystal heels echoed as she stepped into the expansive palace hall. But the hall wasn't the cold, empty tomb she'd imagined. Quite the opposite. Light suffused the chamber, and vibrant life bloomed within. Hathaway looked up to see a luminous star glowing from the palace's vaulted ceiling, casting a soft, gentle brilliance. She raised a hand. Warm light spilled from the star above, falling onto her palm like sunlight. Compared to the real sun she remembered, this one was far smaller. But the composition of that light, its warmth, and structure, was unmistakably the same. He created a new sun in his own world. The golden elf studied the morning star above. She sensed the magical engine and alchemical matrices behind it, a self-contained furnace replicating daylight itself. A subtle smile appeared on her frosty face. Looks like those 10 years weren't completely wasted. She turned the corner, and her eyes widened at the sight before her. Rolling green fields under dazzling sunlight, majestic snow-capped mountains in the distance. The sound of flowing water, a shimmering lake beyond a meadow, forests even farther out. Nestled by the lake was a simple yet elegant lakeside manor. The scent of blooming flowers drifted on the breeze. Hathaway turned her head to see a field of snow-white blossoms, swaying gently beside the lake. With all the knowledge she'd absorbed from the grand library of the Black Tower, Hathaway instantly recognized the flower. Frost Whisper blooms, a rare species that only grew near the icy lands of northern Ceylon. Beside the field stood a small wooden sign, etched in pale golden letters. The Frost Whisper Field of Alara and Xia Ya. The golden elf stared at the plaque for a long while, then let out a soft laugh. She walked along a narrow, inconspicuous path that wound through the peaceful meadow, until she reached the villa by the lake. Pushing open the door, she entered the spacious living room. The fireplace wasn't lit, but neatly stacked firewood filled the air with a faint, comforting scent. "Teacher, you arrived even earlier than I expected." A warm, clear voice echoed through the room. Across the long table, a black-haired, dark-eyed youth stood up to greet his mentor. Hathaway lowered her golden gaze and studied the boy, her only student. His hair had grown a little, the lines of his face had softened slightly. But aside from that, Xia Ya looked almost exactly as she remembered him, still the same handsome youth. Yet within her spiritual perception, something had changed. Gone was the reckless confidence of a 16 or 17-year-old bursting with ambition and raw talent. Especially his eyes, those dark, inky eyes no longer radiated sharpness, but instead held a profound depth. Like the still, silent night sky, Xia Ya walked over to a cabinet and retrieved a tea set made of ceramic. "Which tea would you like, teacher? Alara and I planted, harvested, dried, and cured all of them ourselves." Hathaway glanced at the selection. These were teas that didn't exist anywhere in the Western continent. Even with her vast experience, she couldn't judge their quality. So she simply nodded. "Anything is fine. Teacher, you know anything is actually the hardest choice to work with, right?" Xia Ya sighed in mock exasperation and chose a tin of red tea. With the precision of a seasoned tea master, he used the Phoenix 3 nods technique to brew 2 cups. Hathaway raised the steaming cup and took a sip. "I thought you'd be spending these years like some ascetic, meditating in darkness." She looked out the window at the verdant hills, the crystal lake, the near heavenly tranquility. "But this is less training in solitude and more like a vacation resort." "Well," Xia Ya replied, sipping his own tea with a soft smile. "If I were here alone, I probably would have ended up just like you said, bored, depressed, wasting away in this palace outside of history." He paused. "But I had Alara with me. This place wasn't always like this. At first, it was just a cold metal palace. But she used the storm anchor of the Holy Lands, her authority as anchor of the world, to cut pieces of drifting worlds from the surrounding void and fuse them into the leftover imaginary belt. Together, over the course of 10 years, we expanded that tiny space into the little world you see now." He gently placed his teacup on the table and gazed around the room, eyes full of warmth. "This villa is modeled after our old home in the Black Lily district." Alara's nostalgic like that. She even replicated the furniture and room layouts down to the smallest detail. Hathaway had already noticed. The entire villa radiated the essence of daily life. Matching sets of cups and utensils. Photos of a black-haired boy and a blonde-haired girl. And on the sofa, fluffy plush bears tagged, Xia Ya and Alara's teddy bears. "So, where's your little girlfriend?" Her gaze, as she asked the question, was locked firmly on Xia Ya. "She's in seclusion," Xia Ya pointed upward. "She's at the final step of awakening the Holy Lance. Once it's complete, her lance will reach the same divine rank as the Holy Sword, a true spear of storms, anchor of the world at its edge." Hathaway instantly understood the deeper implication. A fully awakened holy sword had allowed Isadella to cross the divide from legend to throne. Naturally, a holy lance of equal standing could do the same. To wield a fully liberated divine weapon required not just a bond but power. Anyone who could master a fully awakened holy lance would be standing at the very pinnacle of the legendary path, only a breath away from the throne. "Never thought I'd see the day where my judgment was that far off the mark." Hathaway couldn't help but think back to the moment she and Xia Ya first met. That timid little girl who used to clutch Xia Ya's sleeve and follow closely behind him. Hathaway's knowledge and perspective far surpassed that of the six-ring mage from the White Tower who once took notice of Alara at the train station. In Hathaway's eyes, if Xia Ya's talent was like a raw, unpolished gem, one that would inevitably shine with brilliance even without her guidance, then Alara's aptitude could only be described as unremarkable. Maybe, if she spent several decades, even a full century of effort, she might possibly step into the realm of legendary. And sure, possessing the potential to reach legendary was already extremely rare from a mortal's perspective, enough to make any major power invest heavily to nurture it. But for someone like Hathaway, who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless legends in her long life, most didn't even deserve to have their names remembered. Yet Alara, she was the first to break Hathaway's expectations. With such average talent, she accomplished feats that even pure-blood dragons and high elves, the so-called golden races, could scarcely dream of. This wasn't something you could casually chalk up to luck just because she happened to contract with the Holy Lance. That same Holy Lance had appeared several times in history, but no one had ever reached this level. Or perhaps it was better to say, to be recognized by the Holy Lance, to earn its complete unsealing. That in itself was a miracle and a monumental feat. The reason that little girl exceeded my expectations. The thought had barely formed in Hathaway's mind when she gave a small, knowing smile and shook her head. The answer was far too simple, so obvious she didn't even need to think about it. From the moment she first laid eyes on Alara beneath the Black Tower, Hathaway had seen it clearly. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl's entire world held only one person. Her life, her very existence was for him. Even if it's just walking in your footsteps, that alone is enough to achieve miracles no one else ever could. So then, what about you? From the day she took Xia Ya as her final disciple and began his systematic training in arcane arts and beast mastery, to the moment he single-handedly defeated the weakened Crimson Moon in Iscania, less than 10 years had passed. And now, another 10 years. Hathaway's gaze turned deep, resting on Xia Ya's face for a long time. I was actually worried you'd waste these 10 years and fall behind in your studies. But now it seems this teacher of yours was just worrying over nothing. She set her empty teacup down on the table and gave a faint smile. I think you're qualified to take the last seat among the 8-page mages of the Black Tower. Her delicate, pale finger flicked lightly. Thousands of data streams coalesced into a spectral river, swirling around her fingertip. Teacher, that's a bit hurtful. Xia Ya also smiled. As far as I know, the qualifications for joining the 8 pages are nothing more than reaching the legendary tier. And I was already title ranked before entering the imaginary belt 10 years ago. Are you saying I've only just now touched the threshold of legendary after all that time? Of course not. Hathaway gently shook her head. I'm not talking about the current 8 pages of the 4th era. I meant the original 8 pages, from when the Black Tower was first founded. She toyed with the swirling data stream for a moment, then tossed it over to him. Here. This is intel compiled by that organization under Augustina. I verified it with the flame of the goddess of magic, should be pretty accurate. Xia Ya casually waved a hand and accepted the info stream his teacher Chan tossed his way. He activated it with a pulse of spiritual power, quickly digesting the contents. It was a summary of recent events on the Western continent over the past 3 months. And unsurprisingly, the Shadow Council's intel was top-notch on par with, or even surpassing, the Imperial military's intelligence division. It even filled in gaps the Empire missed. Things like Isadella's public declaration of her future king consort in Parliament, or the sudden movements of major cults in the Lost Realms. Even top-level meetings between cult leaders, along with unsettling fragments of intel leaking from the abyss itself. And everything, all of it, pointed toward a single moment. The changing of the throne in the Freysta Empire. The old king's abdication, the coronation of a new monarch. So, want me to relay a message to those 2 little girlfriends of yours in the White Tower and the Empire? My physical form can't appear in the material world, but a star realm projection would be easy. The golden elf gave him a faint, teasing glance as she spoke. No need. Aylara's about to break through, I need to stay here with her. Xia Ya shook his head, gathering the tea set and carrying it over to the sink. The final seal on the Holy Lands isn't easy to undo, but if we convert it to real-world time, it'll definitely finish before things explode in the Empire. And of course, I won't just be sitting around waiting. His voice was quiet, almost absent-minded. Over these 10 years beyond his peaceful life with Aylara and their occasional breakthroughs, Xia Ya had also taken complete control of the Golden Dawn's affiliated world. Now, he could truly be called the master of that realm shrouded in black mist. And the next Golden Dawn gathering was just around the corner. Hathaway gave a small nod. She stood and turned to leave. With every step, her golden form grew more transparent. Just as she was about to completely fade from the embers of the imaginary belt and return to the astral realm, she suddenly paused. She turned back ever so slightly. Sweeping out her spiritual perception as eternal page of the Black Tower, she thoroughly scanned this Eden-like little world. From the soil to the lake, the manor, and even all the minor sub-realms fused into the palace, she checked them all. It wasn't until she confirmed that there were no discarded pacifiers, baby clothes, or any other suspicious daily items, that Hathaway finally let out a breath of relief. But then, in one of those minor sub-realms clearly used for storage of discarded items, she saw it. Rows upon rows, over 1,000 empty safety potions, neatly lined up. Her footsteps faltered, and the golden elf vanished from the remnants of the imaginary belt, returning staggering back to the astral realm. Teacher, what happened to her? Xia Ya stared in the direction the golden elf had left, a hint of confusion quietly rising in his heart. Over the past 10 years, Xia Ya felt like he had turned into a bit of a sports student in his past life, constantly accumulating, building up layer by layer. So after all this time, even Xia Ya himself wasn't quite sure how far he'd come. After all, in the ashes of the imaginary belt, there was nothing he could really use to gauge his strength. His only sparring partner was little Ai. The problem was, that was his little wife. Their sparring was strictly limited to that. Neither Xia Ya nor Aylara could ever really go all out against each other. If Aylara were ever asked to unleash the Holy Lance on Xia Ya, she'd rather aim it at herself. But from the looks of it, there's still a bit of a gap between me and teacher. Xia Ya turned on the tap at the sink, cleaning the tea set he had just used to entertain his dear teacher, then carefully sorted and placed each item back onto the shelf. He knew clearly that what had just descended into the imaginary belt was merely Hathaway's Star Realm avatar. But even so, he still couldn't see through her. This golden elf, far older than anyone from the 8 pages of the Black Tower, who bore the name Eternal, the weight behind her presence was far more mysterious than lofty titles like Throne or Golden Calamity. Still, this wasn't unexpected. Xia Ya had always had a clear grasp of his own talents. With his exceptional mental power, the insight and experience of a transmigrator, and the help of the system, he was without doubt a top-tier existence in the Western continent. But if he wanted to completely surpass his own teacher with just 10 years of effort, that was a bit unrealistic. After all, talent wasn't something Hathaway lacked. She was a high elf of the golden race. and from what he could piece together so far, his teacher was probably an ancient relic from the First Era. Just how many years old, even thinking about it felt kind of disrespectful. Still, how could someone like her almost trip when stepping out the door? That would be unthinkable for any legend. Looks like I still gotta work hard for the future of our family's younger generation. Xia Ya shook his head with a sigh. He walked upstairs, following the staircase to the second floor. He arrived at the closed door of the meditation room, then gently pushed it open and stepped in. Inside the spacious training room, a girl sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Soft sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a glow on her light golden hair, making it shimmer like glazed crystal. The resplendent knight's lance hovered in midair, radiating silvery light. The moment Xia Ya opened the door, the lance instinctively turned and aimed straight at him, a fierce aura bursting forth. But the very next second, sensing Xia Ya's presence, that sharp intent vanished. The lance tip drooped slightly. Xia Ya smiled and walked to Aelira's side, then sat down cross-legged beside her. He interlocked his fingers with her soft, delicate hand. Just like Xia Ya, Aelira hadn't changed much over the past 10 years. The contract with the Holy Lands didn't seem to have had much effect. Though her figure had improved a bit from her earlier washboard flat days, at most she'd reached a modest twin peaks in the distance level. Even though little Ai had planted an entire mountain of papaya fields and diligently drank papaya milk 3 times a day for 10 years, it was all in vain. So, it had become her obsession. Her insecurity about her figure made her double down at night to make up for it. Which also meant that Xia Ya had enjoyed a decade of blissful nights. Teacher outfit, maid outfit, nurse outfit, they rotated through all kinds of themes. Good thing, anticipating all possibilities, Xia Ya had saved a huge batch of alchemical potion recipes in Yui's database, along with a stash of magically preserved plant and herb seeds. Otherwise, the few alchemical potions he'd brought with him wouldn't have lasted these 10 years. Teacher just stopped by. The historical turbulence around the imaginary belt fragment is starting to stabilize. In a few days, we'll be able to leave this place. Xia Ya held the girl's hand, feeling the warmth in his fingers, and spoke softly by Aelira's ear. He felt her delicate hand squeeze his just a little tighter, and smiled again. Don't worry. Until you've unlocked the final restraint on the Holy Lance, I'll stay with you. I won't leave Eden. He reached out with his other hand to gently stroke her soft golden hair, twisting it playfully between his fingers before letting it fall. He knew little Ai, deep in meditation, couldn't respond. But she could hear him. Since we came in together, of course we'll go out together too. Hearing his words, the hand gripping his finally relaxed a little. I left your food and water in the insulated box outside the door. Whenever you finish meditating, you can eat anytime. I'll be meditating for a bit too, but I've instructed Yui to keep an eye on Eden. If anything happens, she'll notify me through the Soul Pact immediately. Having said all this, Xia Ya gently patted the golden-haired girl's head, then stood up to leave. But just as he started walking toward the training room door, he felt a tug at his clothes. The miniature Holy Lance had, at some point, turned around and hooked onto the hem of his robe. Seeing the little lance clinging to him so reluctantly, Xia Ya couldn't help but smile. Got it. He bent down and pulled the soft figure before him into his arms. Then, he kissed her lips. 10 minutes of intimacy later, Xia Ya reappeared in the washroom. Yep, this is my true forever home. He glanced around at the familiar tiles and ceiling with a wry smile. Only this time, he wasn't heading to a historical echo but to the coordinates listed on the invitation from the Golden Dawn. A place much like the imaginary belt he was in, now detached from time and space, existing even beyond history, a world of black fog. With a flick of his mind, a pocket watch appeared in his palm. Xia Ya studied the hands of the watch, silently calculating the time node it corresponded to. Then, he heard several ethereal, indistinct voices of prayer echoing in his ears. His mind stirred. He was just about to take action, when something made him pause. Within the mental construct forming in his ocean of consciousness, Xia Ya distinctly sensed a familiar presence. Surin, Western Continent, capital of the Holy Theocracy. Summer Blossom Capital, Furen, Holy Court of Dawn. The black-haired Saintess of Dawn sat calmly in her room, absent-mindedly toying with a small doll in one hand while writing something with a pen in the other. The magic lamp cast a gentle glow, illuminating the documents before her. What was written on them, quite prominently, were the disciplinary actions decided by the highest ranks of the Church of Dawn toward the former gods chosen of Dawn. Hystalia Borgia. Terminate the alliance with the Borgia family and revoke Hystalia's status as gods chosen, downgrading her to an ordinary church member. That alone, that's not nearly enough. A cold gleam flickered in Surin's eyes. Someone's trying to play the noble partner act, using the ignorance is innocence card to look magnanimous. But I'm different. Because I'm just that kind of petty and vengeful bad woman. Her slender wrist gave a slight twist, and she erased the verdict just rendered on the parchment. The Saintess of Dawn wasn't just the outward symbol of the church to the world, she was also a candidate for the next high priestess. Even though she hadn't yet officially taken the title, her current status alone granted her authority within the Holy Court of Furen, second only to the High Priest and a few cardinals. Even a final decision made by the top-ranking tribunal could still be influenced by her. Expel her from the church entirely, but if I just do that, she'll simply fall out of our sphere of influence. With her own strength and the remnants of the Borgia family's power, Hystalia could still live quite comfortably. The Saintess's pen paused briefly before she began rewriting. Keep her within the church, but as punishment, reassign her to the outskirts of the desolate mountains. She'll serve as a low-ranking priest in a newly established branch chapel in one of the mining towns. After all, I'm not a devil or anything. She let out a light laugh. Being a priest in a mining town is tough, sure, but at least she'll maintain her connection to the church. There's even a slim chance she could regain her God's chosen status. Whether it's for the sake of reviving her family or some other reason, I'm sure Miss Hystelia won't refuse. Ding. Next to the desk, a crystal resembling a warning beacon suddenly began to flash. Surin's hand stilled. She snapped her fingers. The next moment, the sound of gears and mechanical devices echoed in sequence. The doll that looked like a young boy, the pillows, even the books lining her shelves, every last one engraved with a certain someone's name, were swiftly hidden away by the mechanisms. They vanished into storage-grade subdimensions and subspace pockets, leaving only the most pristine, holy appearance. Sanctified, neat, filled with silver statues, crosses, and holy water, just what a devout follower's quarters should look like. Only after all this did Surin tidy up her clothes. It was then that soft footsteps echoed down the corridor. Surin opened the door. Outside stood an elderly woman in richly embroidered church vestments, her hair snow white, cloaked in a deep red robe. Cardinal Oriel. Unlike other cardinals stationed across the various nations aligned with order, responsible for managing regional affairs of the church, Oriel was one of the cardinals who remained within the holy court itself, highly respected, immensely powerful. Cardinal Oriel, I didn't expect to run into you the moment I stepped out. A bright, cheerful smile lit up Surin's face. Are you on duty at the court today? If you'd told me you were coming, I would have gone to find you directly. I'm not on duty. I came to see you today for something far more important. As Oriel looked upon Surin, a trace of approval passed over the elder's weathered face. She gazed at the saintess with a probing expression. A ring on her finger glowed, and a pale golden barrier silently shimmered into being. Surin's eyes shifted slightly. She recognized it instantly as a divine spell barrier meant to block sound and movement, prevent eavesdropping, and restrict information flow. She herself was a big fan of these tools. She'd even used them back in the arcane city of Lokia when meeting Xia Ya in secret to sneak in some naughty snacks. Except the ones she used were activated via magi tech, whereas Oriel's were powered by divine spells. Once the barrier was in place, Oriel finally looked back at Surin. You've passed the trial to join the Golden Dawn. I'm here today to guide you to participate in our secret gathering. I passed the trial. Surin feigned surprise tinged with delight. Right on cue. I thought someone like me would have to start out as a probationary member at most. That's usually the case. Oriel looked down at the girl before her and said calmly, after all, the Golden Dawn's secret gatherings have always adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. Those qualified to truly become part of the Golden Dawn are, without exception, seasoned legends or beings who have already stepped onto the path of godhood. With your current strength, only after a long evaluation period and reaching true legend tier would you have had a shot. But Surin, you're fortunate. Oriel offered a gentle smile. Because of your unique status as the Saintess of Dawn. And also, your past relationship with Xia Ya a few years ago. We've decided to make an exception for you. The moment she heard the name Xia Ya, Surin subtly pinched the soft flesh of her palm with her index finger. But on the surface, the Saintess only showed a puzzled expression, along with a faint trace of disdain. I did have some history with him back then, but now we're worlds apart. There won't be any more contact. Besides, he's clearly involved with that witch from the White Tower and who knows how many other women. He's probably long forgotten I even exist. And the most important part, according to rumors across the Western continent, Xia Ya is already dead, isn't he? Oriel had been observing Surin closely the entire time. Only now did she give a small nod. That's merely a rumor among the public. But as members of the Golden Dawn, we naturally know that he is, in fact, still alive. After all, he was personally chosen by the 8th deity. The 8th deity? As the Saintess of Dawn, Surin was well aware that the doctrines and sacred texts of the Church of Dawn had always recognized only 7 true gods. Which was precisely why, the moment Oriel spoke, she became intensely curious about what the other woman knew. Not because of the 8th this or that, but because it seemed to involve Xia Ya directly. But then, drip. The chime of a clock interrupted Oriel's statement. The elderly woman raised her wrist to check the time and did not continue the previous topic. Instead, she looked directly at Surin. It's almost time. Let me guide you to the Golden Dawn's secret gathering. Remember, your identity as the Saintess of Dawn holds little weight in front of those beings. Speak less. Listen more. If any attendee asks you a question, answer it truthfully. As soon as Oriel finished speaking, she lightly waved the scepter in her hand. In the next instant, Surin felt a wave of black mist envelop her vision. When she opened her eyes again, what lay before her was an ancient, bronze-long table. And atop that mist-shrouded bronze table, she seemed to glimpse a throne woven from golden branches. Atop the branch-formed throne, a figure flickered in and out of view. But the moment Surin blinked, the throne and the figure upon it vanished behind the black mist, as if it had never been there at all, like a fleeting hallucination. Above the black mist, Xia Ya shifted his body slightly, adjusting into a more comfortable sitting posture. Behind him, those pale golden tree branches also swayed and extended with his thoughts, transforming from the shape of a throne into that of a lounge chair. This strange world made of black mist was a unique place. Xia Ya called it above the black mist. It was unlike the subdimensions and auxiliary planes he was familiar with, or had even personally modified. Above the black mist resembled the ashes of the imaginary belt that he and little AI had turned into their Eden, separated from history, with an independently flowing time-space continuum. And during those 10 years in Eden, apart from his daily meditation, cultivation, and nighttime cuddling with little AI, most of Xia Ya's time was spent exploring and asserting control over this above the black mist. If he had to use one word to describe the current state of this place, it would be plush toy. Now that I think about it, does this make me a homewrecker? If I'm not wrong, this place should be the very site Golden Dawn uses for its secret gatherings. Those folks probably never expected that sending me an invite back then would result in me completely taking over their home turf. There was an inexplicable thrill to it. So Xia Ya reclined comfortably on his makeshift lounge chair, casting out his mental energy to observe the countless illusory starlight projections taking shape below. This one's alright, probably around 3/4 of a futogen. That one's not great. Maybe half a futogen. Whoa, this one's spirit strength is like 2 futogens that should already be at the threshold of demigod or throne tier, right? Oh, this one's spirit power is unreadable, and there's a divine presence. Is this the boss? Hidden in the depths of the black mist, Xia Ya critiqued the arriving starlight entities one by one. From his current perspective, Futogen, the vile king of Icegania from a millennium ago, had likely reached the pinnacle of legendary tier, standing right at the threshold of the throne. In other words, the so-called legendary 9th turn peak full circle great completion realm. So using Futogen as a unit of power made it easy to gauge others' spiritual strength. Anyone clearly stronger than Futogen had probably already stepped into the throne boundary, or even onto the path of godhood. That is to say, they were throne tier or demigod. Anyone weaker was roughly at the level of a veteran legendary. Xia Ya had just finished judging them all when he paused, noticing one of the spiritual projections carrying a familiar aura. Quasi-legendary. The aura coming from Surin's starlight body was far stronger than Xia Ya had expected. If he didn't count the 10 extra years in the imaginary belt, this girl had practically clawed her way up to catch up with him and Alara through sheer willpower within the Holy Court. That was seriously impressive, considering how many cheats Xia Ya and Alara had relied on to power up. Surin had no access to historical echoes, nor did she have a contract with a Holy Lance like Little Ai. Even with the full backing of the Holy Court, getting this far this fast couldn't be chalked up to resources alone. While Xia Ya continued peeking from above the black mist, he saw the one whose starlight strength he couldn't read clear their throats softly below at the bronze long table. That person took the seat at the head of the table, looked around, and finally began to speak. Let us begin the secret gathering. A dozen hazy silhouettes, cloaked in black mist, seated themselves at the bronze long table. As planned, Golden Dawn will welcome 2 new members today. The figure at the head of the table spoke slowly. What's the current condition of the previous envoy? They looked down the table. Not good, someone replied. He was given a death command through word of power by the Argent Witch and was stripped of all life force. Though we barely kept him alive using a relic of the goddess of life, that word of power is still active. No healing potion or summoned beast skill has any effect. To fully recover, we'll have to wait until that death command fades, which will take at least 5 more months. The leader nodded slightly. A shame. It seems Xia Ya Igat, and that Argent Witch by his side, have no intention of accepting our invitation. Of course, given what we now know, perhaps that isn't such a bad thing. Even we didn't anticipate he'd stir up this much chaos. He not only brought back the second imperial princess who was supposed to perish along with the imaginary belt, but also managed to completely kill Crimson Moon, making himself the Abyss's sworn enemy. The leader swept their gaze around the bronze table. After a long pause, they spoke again. I imagine many of you have already received intel. The entire lost domain is stirring, ready to make a move during the upcoming succession crisis in the Fresta Empire. When the Abyss and the cults clash with the Empire, no matter who wins, the Western continent will be thrown into chaos. And that means, the opportunity we've waited for is finally at hand. The 4th era is drawing to a close. Soon, the age of untouchable legends will come to an end. The long-dead mythic creatures slumbering in the star realm will awaken, angels and saints will once again walk the mortal world, just like in the first era. And what we must do, is take advantage of this moment of turmoil, to bring back the 8th Dawn deity, the Great One, the Golden King Rhine. With that declaration from the leader-like figure, a wave of murmurs and gasps swept through the room. Though most members of the Golden Dawn more or less understood the group's grand ambition, hearing it stated so bluntly still caused quite a stir. Whispers broke out across the black mist. Even Xia Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. This figure, who seemed to be the head of the Golden Dawn, hadn't said much, but the weight of their words was enormous. The Golden King Rhine. Anyone from the Western continent, from throne-tier powerhouses and legends to the most common of commoners, knew that name. The founder of the sacred calendar. The face engraved on every single Rhine gold coin across the continent. He was supposedly the 8th Dawn deity, outside of the traditionally recognized 7 true gods? This piece of news didn't exactly catch Xia Ya off guard. After all, for someone powerful enough to usher in a new era, it wasn't surprising if they had truly stepped onto the path of godhood, even reaching the level of a true god. It was just that he'd assumed the Golden King would have chosen the path of the throne, and being referred to now as the 8th god clearly meant he had forsaken his human form. But what truly caught Xia Ya's attention was the news of the Golden King's return. TCH. Ancient gods slumbering in the star realm are waking up, the abyss is about to erupt, the holy spear and holy sword are being unsealed one after another. They're really trying to stir up a storm. Not a single peaceful day left, huh? Xia Ya couldn't help sighing. Everything pointed to one outcome: blow up the fourth era and open the fifth. And by the looks of it, this time's escalation wasn't even comparable to the catastrophe at the end of the third era. Sure, the end of the third era had its fair share of chaos with countless legends and demigods emerging, saints walking the land, but the number of true god resurrections had been relatively limited. Only Crimson Moon had personally descended, and even then, half crippled, his courage shattered, barely daring to fight, more like a demigod at best. Of course, the Great One's return will take time. It cannot be completed quickly. That's why the Western continent must fall into chaos. That second imperial princess has been acknowledged by the Holy Sword, and with her strength already breaching the boundary of the throne, once her coronation is complete, the empire's rule will become unshakably solid. So Isabella von Frestberg. If she's a being that should have been erased by historical correction, then it's best she stays buried forever. On the bronze long table, the leader spoke a chilling decree. No one voiced any objections. From ancient times to the present, the purpose of Golden Dawn had always been to safeguard the correct flow of history. And what was correct? That, naturally, was for them to decide. Those cultists appear to be preparing relics and a divine descent ritual, intending to interfere with the imperial succession through the descent of an evil god. But divine descent rituals are extremely flashy. If performed in another city, once the god descends and walks the world, it'll surely attract attention from other order-aligned forces, especially the Church of Dawn. During the coronation ceremony, the imperial capital will be on full lockdown. Smuggling in a large number of cultists won't be easy. After a while, a hoarse voice rose from beside the table. It came from someone obviously embedded within the lost domain, likely deeply connected to the cults, possibly even one of their leaders. As for the Church of Dawn, I'll handle it. The Holy Court will be holding a bishop council during that time. Most of the cardinal-level legends will attend. Within 12 hours, no church legends will interfere in imperial affairs. A withered female voice echoed. It belonged to the same starlight projection that had entered alongside Surin. Xia Ya, hidden above the black mist, looked toward her. Her spiritual power barely reached half a futogen. Not impressive. But judging by her words, she clearly held a high position in the church. No one else would have access to the precise timing of a bishop council. Likely a high-ranking cardinal. I can handle the lockdown in the imperial capital. But the divine descent ritual and the relic to house the divine faith, those must be carried out by me. In return, once it's done, I want an unclaimed shard of divinity or a fragment of authority as payment. Moments later, another elderly voice joined in. Wow, what kind of secret organization is this? Might as well rename it Traitor Central. Xia Ya remained hidden in the black mist, having Yue frantically record the spiritual data of every speaker through their soul pact. Starlight projections were vague, making it difficult to pinpoint their real-world identities, but by recording their traits, Xia Ya could identify them later in face-to-face encounters. The major order-aligned factions of the Western continent had clearly been infiltrated like sieves. Not just the Church of Dawn with its turncoat cardinals, even the Empire had its share of compromised powerhouses. You know the saying, if you see one cockroach in your room, there are probably 100 more living with you. By that logic, the Noble Alliance was probably crawling with traitors too. Haha, never thought you'd finally come around, old man. No longer stuck obsessing over that so-called throne boundary, finally ready to step into the divine realm. The one from the lost domain chuckled in his raspy tone, clearly recognizing the last speaker. Don't worry, unclaimed shards of divinity and fragments of authority are rare, but we've accumulated some over the past 1,000 years. It's just a simple trade. The person who'd offered to handle the imperial capital's lockdown said no more, only nodded calmly. The relic for channeling faith can be sent to me through the black mist. Discussion continued around the bronze long table for quite some time before finally dying down. Xia Ya didn't miss a single word. He recorded everything. The more he heard, the more disturbed he felt. Orchestrating divine descent, assassinating key figures, infiltrating nations, manipulating wars. And yet, to these Golden Dawn members, it was all as casual as having lunch. Clearly, this wasn't their first time. Soon after, starlight projections began withdrawing from the black mist and returning to the material world. Thanks to the separate time flow here, all of these Golden Dawn members would appear to have been absent for only a fleeting moment. No one would notice a thing. Soon, only 3 remained in the black mist besides the observing Xia Ya, the leader, Surin, and the cardinal who'd come with her, a traitor within the Church of Dawn. Oriel. And this one, if I'm not mistaken, must be the current Saintess of Dawn. Seeing only the 3 of them left at the table, the leader finally nodded. He gave Oriel just a glance before fixing his gaze on Surin. According to my intel, Xia Ya, who made such a splash at the Borgia family banquet 6 months ago, had a past connection with you. He once took you in. Leader, that was many years ago. That Xia Ya is an incorrigible flirt, entangled with several women. He completely ignored Surin. They've long gone their separate ways. Hearing the leader's question, Oriel quickly jumped in to explain. But in the next moment, the figure at the head of the table raised a hand ever so slightly and Oriel fell silent, not daring to say another word. No need. He looked down at Surin, who had been quietly sitting there since the start of the Golden Dawn's secret gathering, never once speaking. His tone was gentle. He did, after all, take you in once. Whether you still hold feelings for him, or have already let go, the organization won't make things difficult for you. In fact, my intention isn't to harm Xia Ya in any way. On the contrary, Golden Dawn only brings him benefits, nothing bad at all. I intend to offer him a great opportunity. A chance to rise in one leap, to ascend the throne directly, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods or even surpass them. His voice carried a strange charisma, so calm and refined it made even Xia Ya feel like a spring breeze was brushing past. The invitation I sent him previously truly came from the heart. But unfortunately, Xia Ya is far too cautious and didn't accept it. He turned to Surin, speaking sincerely. That's why I invited you to join Golden Dawn. I hope to use you to express our goodwill toward him. Even though he mysteriously vanished for 3 months, I know he's still alive somewhere in this world. Since your farewell in Lokia 5 years ago, has Xia Ya ever contacted you again? If so, how did he reach out? Surin seemed to sense the sincerity in the leader's words. A subtle trace of interest crept into her voice as she answered. She blinked gently, her voice soft and timid. Actually, I've kept in touch with Xia Ya over the years. Oh, and how did you stay in contact? The leader's voice followed promptly. Through the 7 gods. Surin's words held a sense of solemnity and holiness, perfectly matching the image of a saintess of dawn. Every day when I pray, I offer letters written for him to the 7 gods of dawn, asking them to deliver them to Xia Ya. As a saintess, my prayers have always been heard by the 7 gods, but I've never received a reply from Xia Ya. Clearly, he's too busy being distracted by the flowers of the empire to remember me. As she spoke, Surin's expression showed a mix of grievance and indignation. But soon after, she blinked curiously and looked toward the far end of the bronze long table, at the figure shrouded in black mist. Still, if the leader and your eminence Oriel both say that Golden Dawn was founded by the 8th god of dawn, then surely, the Great One could simply ask the 7 gods directly, couldn't he? The moment Surin said this, whether it was Oriel or the black-misted leader, their figures visibly froze for a second. Meanwhile, high above in the black mist, Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle. Classic Surin. At first, seeing her appear at a Golden Dawn gathering had made his heart sink a little. He was genuinely worried the girl had betrayed him, secretly aligning herself with an underground group like Golden Dawn. After all, unlike Erila, he hadn't known Surin for as long. Erila was like a blank canvas, pure and easy to understand. After so many years living side by side, the trust between them couldn't be shaken by time or even death. But Surin was different. She was sharp, so sharp, in fact, that even the grand blueprints Xia Ya conceived with his otherworldly perspective were easily understood and even improved upon by her. Whether it was Yui's creation, or the development of the Black Knight, Solar Furnace, or Heaven's Wrath device, none of it would have progressed nearly as fast without her. Surin was a genius, in engineering and in every other field. But that also meant she was harder to read, this bold, forward girl who'd often teased him through magical transmissions. Was her heart sincere? But now, he realized he might have overthought it. Because the Surin he knew was certainly not this solemn, innocent, borderline naive saintess of dawn. Seriously asking why the 8th god doesn't just go and ask the 7 gods. Faith was the very sustenance and lifeblood of gods. You don't just share that. It's 1 priest per god. No god's going to let some new myth-born deity poach their believers. If this Golden King Rhine, whom Golden Dawn was so set on reviving, really was as noble and righteous as their leader claimed, then Golden Dawn wouldn't have to hide in the shadows. They wouldn't have to hold their meetings in secret or carry out their plans in whispers. Why not just announce it in broad daylight in the Church of Dawn, declare the 8th god's presence, and openly split the faith pie? Clearly, no matter how glorious Rhine may have once been, he was now something that couldn't stand in the light. Especially not in the presence of the 7 gods of dawn. Sure, the holy calendar and the church itself were founded by Rhine, but hey, when your subordinate does well, it's the leader's achievement. You give them a certificate, maybe name them Employee of the Month. But try climbing onto the leader's throne or snatching up their worshippers. You're getting smacked down. Both Oriel and the leader were clearly caught off guard by Surin's question. A moment later, the leader coughed lightly and responded, when the opportunity arises, I will naturally seek the Great One's guidance. He looked again at the dignified and pious Surin, unwilling to give up. So he truly hasn't reached out to you at all in recent years? Not once? Xia Ya is just a fickle, unfaithful scumbag, always chasing new lovers and forgetting the old ones. With Her Eminence the Silver Witch and the Imperial Princess now at his side, he's long forgotten about me, the peasant girl from Lokia. Surin shook her head firmly. If you don't believe me, leader, you're welcome to ask the 7 gods. In the end, with Surin spouting witnessed by the 7 gods on one hand, and why doesn't the Great One just ask them himself on the other? Both Oriel and the leader could only sigh in resignation. They had no choice but to drop the topic. The starlight projections above the bronze table gradually dispersed. Only Xia Ya remained, lounging lazily on his reclining chair woven from golden branches. Fickle scumbag? I prefer to think of it as loving everyone equally. This is pure love, thank you very much. He couldn't help laughing to himself as he recalled Surin's final words. I just wonder what got her involved in Golden Dawn in the first place. Was it because of Oriel? Well, no matter what. Once Erila completes her breakthrough and we return to the material world, I'll clear out every hidden danger and lingering threat. Then I can finally march right into the Church of Dawn and propose properly. And if they say no, then I'll take her by force. Just as Xia Ya was about to exit the black mist and return to Eden in the remnants of the fantasy belt, the black mist before him suddenly surged, rising and falling. In his ears, a hazy, illusory prayer echoed. O lofty and mysterious black mist, you are the clouds above the world, the eternal kingdom beyond time, and the fog beyond the laws. As the witness to fair exchange, please deliver this token to the hidden coordinates in the capital of the Fresta Empire in the material world. So basically, Golden Dawn is using this black mist to deliver packages. And now I've intercepted the delivery right at the transfer station. Xia Ya's thoughts flicked, and in an instant, he fully understood his current situation. The faint, illusory prayers in his ears gradually faded away. Only emptiness remained. From the churning black mist, a hazy point of light slowly emerged. Then, it condensed into something solid and tangible. It was a pale skull. The skull was enormous and grotesque, appearing in the void before Xia Ya and nearly taking up his entire field of vision. This wasn't the size or structure of any normal human or humanoid creature's skeleton. Atop the bone-white surface, two twisted horns curved at eerie angles. Between its teeth, faint traces of black cinders remained, evoking the image of its former owner gnawing magma and devouring flames while alive. Immortal skull of the Nameless King. Category: Pollutant Extraordinary Material. Tier: 8th. Attributes: Fire Darkness Curse. Description: This is the skull of a former flame giant king, who was defeated in the divine war against the Ash Lord over the dominion of flame. His head became the Ash Lord's most glorious trophy. Later, this skull was gifted by the Ash Lord to his followers, becoming the supreme holy relic of the Ash cult and the vessel of its faith. Only the Pope of the Ash cult is permitted to possess or touch it. According to Ash cult legend, when the hollow eyes of this relic are reignited with black fire, the Ash Lord will return from ancient history and descend upon the world once more. To carry out a certain plan that may overturn the Western continent, this relic was sent by the Ash cult Pope, and has now ended up before you. Oh ho, the Ash cult again. Last time it was a left finger bone, and now you've brought me the whole skull. Seated on his golden recliner, Xia Ya raised his brows at the pale skull and the glowing blue screen of information that appeared in his mind. Old acquaintances by now, and the kind that bring you wealth. He still remembered back when he was too weak to even reach 3rd ring level. It was the Ash cult fanatics who attacked St. Roland Academy, and from that chaos, he obtained the polluted left finger bone that helped Yin complete her self-created skill Amaterasu. It also happened to be the moment Xia Ya first shone brightly in the imperial capital, catching the eye of the second princess and setting the foundation for their first bond. Later on, whether it was the final battle of the historical echoes in the Kangting kingdom or the Borgias family banquet, Amaterasu proved invaluable to him. Without that tier 6 polluted left finger bone as its fire source, Amaterasu could never have become so powerful. Of course, as versions updated and enemies became more terrifying, legendary, demigod, and even hints of true gods, the old Amaterasu had started to feel a bit outdated. Even little Snow Ferret had been sidelined, demoted to storage duty, occasionally popping out to toss at Tsukuyomi for fun. But now, that was a different story. Come to think of it, didn't I once pin the death of Dusk's avatar on the Ash cult? And didn't that result in them getting hunted down by Dusk's people for like, centuries? Hope the god's doing okay. Xia Ya sincerely offered a silent blessing to the Ash Lord in his heart. He really hadn't planned on leeching this poor evil god forever. After all, the Ash Lord had helped him a ton delivering pollution materials, acting as a matchmaker for him and Isadella. The man had put in work. But now that even the cult's high priest personally delivered a new relic, it'd be rude not to accept it. As this thought passed, Xia Ya's mental command stirred the air. A faint silver glow lit up in the black mist. The little snow ferret appeared in Xia Ya's arms. At first, it was still groggy, lazily rubbing its head against his chest. After a good long snuggle, it finally opened its eyes, those clear red gemstone-like eyes. Due to the chaotic, turbulent nature of time in the fragmented fantasy belt, which ran differently from the material plane, not everyone could stay active. Xia Ya could survive with his affinity for time and space granted by the hourglass of time. Erla had her Holy Lance contract. But Yin and Shanshan were different. Their souls couldn't adapt to the warped time-space flow, so most of these past years, aside from Yui, a mechanical life form unaffected by such things, Yin and the others had spent their time asleep in the soul-packed space, only occasionally waking when breakthroughs allowed. Now that the temporal storm was stabilizing and the river of history was returning to order, Yin and the others were slowly adapting but still quite drowsy. Then suddenly, the moment Yin sensed the aura of the pale skull in front of Xia Ya, her ruby-like eyes flew wide open. Ying ying ying, master, is this for me? Still playing the part of a whimpering cutie, her fluffy snow-white tail had already lovingly wrapped around Xia Ya's neck. In her heart, Yin felt like crying tears of joy. It had been so long, truly so long since she'd been in this familiar, cherished spot, whether as Xia Ya's main pet cuddled up in his arms, or enjoying the pampering only a beloved daughter could get. With Yui's arrival, Yin had been feeling the pressure big time. I mean, come on. Black Knight mechs? Orbital kinetic weapons? Nuclear strikes? What chance did a little snow ferret with fire spells stand in a head-on fight? She'd been reduced to a sidekick, barely even getting to cast Tsukuyomi here and there. But now, her master had come through. Even though he never said much, he clearly still cared. Yin could feel it clearly. The pale skull before her shared the exact same source as her fire seed for Amaterasu, which meant this was perfect timing. Just when she thought she was about to be power crept out of the meta and become a relic of the past, a power-up patch arrived. This was what it meant to be the Master's one and only official pet, the true daughter of destiny. Childhood companions always win? She gazed at that pale skull, eyes burning with excitement. Look at you, getting all worked up. Xia Ya smiled and finally gave her a long overdue head rub, resting her fluffy white tail gently on his shoulder. Though Yin had spent most of the last 10 years sleeping, their soul-pact bond remained strong. As Xia Ya's spiritual power advanced, Yin and the others naturally reaped the benefits as well. To put it plainly, Yin literally leveled up in her sleep. With your current rank, Yin, it's still a bit of a stretch to absorb an 8th tier pollutant directly, Xia Ya said softly. 7th tier meant legendary. And 8th tier, that was the realm of thrones and demigods. Of course, just because something was 8th tier didn't mean it wielded true demigod combat power. It just meant that some aspect of it had reached that threshold. That thing is the Ash cult's supreme holy relic used to house the entire cult's faith over the past millennium. It stores enough power to summon the Ash Lord himself. If you try to absorb it raw, it could scramble your soul and turn you into a little fire-spitting ferret. He patted Yin on the head, soothing the little snow ferret's growing excitement. Ying ying ying, got it. Ying ying, ying, master, I really want to get stronger. Yin wagged her tail and snuggled obediently back into Xia Ya's arms. She'd just been groggy from sleeping too long. Now fully awake and sensing the overwhelming aura from the Ash King's skull, she was well aware of the risks and rewards involved. Don't worry, Xia Ya said, his gaze locking onto the pale skull still smoldering faintly with black cinders. Handling this pollutant isn't really a big deal for me anymore. Pollutants from evil gods were a death sentence for most supernatural beings on the western continent. But not for Xia Ya. When it came to handling pollutants, he was a seasoned veteran. Hell, he could probably say nobody knows pollutants better than me and get nothing but nods. Ever since getting his first one, that polluted relic of the Dusk Old God from Onlinus, Xia Ya had dealt with all kinds of them. Back then, he was weak. Just a sliver of an evil god's aura would put him on high alert. He had to seal pollutants inside mithril boxes just to handle them safely. Now, after 10 years inside the fragmented Eden, things were completely different. If this were the Ash Lord himself in full form, that'd be another story. But an 8th tier pollutant? That wasn't even enough to stir the waters in front of present-day Xia Ya. He placed his hand on the pale skull. In the next instant, the white light radiating from the immortal skull of the nameless king dimmed. Then, countless specks of black cinder burst forth from it, rapidly crawling up Xia Ya's arm and covering his entire body. In his soul, a storm of twisted thoughts instantly erupted. Flickering illusions filled his mind. A world of endless fire, where the air shimmered with heat so intense it warped reality. Even the sky was cloaked in black flames, a hellish elemental plane of fire. From a lake of erupting magma, a tiny fire elemental was born. It swam through the lava, growing stronger day by day. As it gained power, other fire creatures gathered around it. Eventually, it began waging war against rival tribes, killing their leaders and devouring their elemental cores. Thousands of years passed. That once weak flame grew into a fire elemental lord, then a hellfire monarch. And finally the flame giant king, sovereign of the entire elemental plane. Under the guidance of planar laws and the faith of all flame beings, it even condensed divinity and began walking the path of godhood, wielding conflagration as its divine right. But that wasn't enough. It didn't want to be just a local god king. It tore open dimensional rifts, seeking even greater evolution. And just as it was about to reach full godhood, a divine war broke out in the rift between dimensions and the abyss. The Flame King's ambitions and years of effort were crushed in an instant. The throne and grail it had built up for millennia were all stolen by a being named Ash, an intruder from the abyss. Even the elemental plane that once worshipped it turned its back, becoming part of the Ash Lord's legion of followers. I will have vengeance. Vengeance. Vengeance against Ash. Vengeance against the plane that betrayed me. Burn every last one of Ash's cultists. Rip that thief off the throne. Let all the abyss be reduced to cinders in my fury. In a heartbeat. Madness. Despair. Corruption. Rage. A torrent of negative emotions surged through Xia Ya's mind along with an ancient guttural language, the tongue of the primordial giants. If you translated it, it'd probably say something like, one night a madman sharpened his blade, the imperial stars fell, and Mars rose high. Along with the fury came the full memory of the skull's original owner, the fallen Ash King. A being who had nearly ascended to true godhood. A being with thousands of years of memory. In the face of such overwhelming memory, mere decades or centuries of human experience were nothing but a drop in the ocean. It could easily drown a person's sense of self. They say true gods never truly die, and now I see why. Even gods that fell eras ago left backup plans inside their own remains. If I hadn't gone through those 10 years in Eden, I might have really been consumed. My identity wiped out. I'd be nothing but a puppet carrying the Ash King's will. Xia Ya shook his head. If he were really swallowed up by the Ash King's memories, he'd no longer be Xia Ya, but rather a resurrected elemental monarch wearing his skin, a vessel for an ancient god's rebirth. Too bad. He chuckled, then mentally equipped his radiant golden title, God's Lair. This kind of corruption? This kind of soul invasion? It's not even a tenth of what my main wife and princess wife have survived. At that moment, Hundreds of dim stars within his spiritual sea fragments of the sands of time began to resonate. Dazzling starlight erupted across his mental world like a constellation lighting up the void. All the chaotic whispers, all the fragments of ancient memory were disintegrated by the light, wiped clean in an instant. The black cinders on Xia Ya's skin slowly faded. You already lost. You lost back in that divine war thousands of years ago. With what little power you have left, you're not even qualified to fight over my body, let alone avenge yourself against the Ash Lord. But I can give you a chance. A chance to get revenge on the abyssal thief who stole your godhood and seduced your worshippers. Xia Ya's spiritual form stood in a sea of stars, his voice calm as he spoke into the vast silence. I know this skull is your last card, your final hope for resurrection. You must have left behind a hidden backdoor one the Ash Lord is unaware of. For example, a way to hijack the faith power stored in this relic without alerting the Ash Lord's true body in the star realm. Hand that backdoor over to me. His tone didn't waver. In return, I'll make you a promise. If I get the chance, I'll drag the Ash Lord down here for you. Let him keep you company. You should know I'm not bluffing. As his words fell, the once frenzied whispers, the black cinders, and all the scattered memory fragments slowly fell silent. That was the will of the Flame Giant King, still lingering inside his own skull. Just now, in their brief spiritual confrontation, the once god-bound Giant King was left stunned. This man was clearly just a human, not even on the path to divinity. Yet his soul was more tenacious, more terrifying than any demigod the Flame King had ever faced. The king's strength had been eroded over thousands of years. Against Xia Ya, it couldn't even shake his soul, let alone possess him or hijack his body. And more importantly, the Flame King had sensed something in Xia Ya, something chilling, suffocating. A mark that made him instinctively recoil. The mark of a godslayer. To any mythical being who chose the path of godhood, that mark meant one thing: death. Eternal opposition. The fear of a natural predator. Xia Ya wasn't bluffing. This terrifying human, he had really slain a god. Finally, after a long silence, a voice crackled through Xia Ya's mind like fire devouring dry wood. Since it is a promise made by a godslayer, then I will trust in it. The Flame King's shadow cast one last look at Xia Ya's calm face. Then, the mad black flames receded, gathering and fading, until they vanished. Where they had been, a faint ethereal rift began to form, a hidden passage the Flame King had left inside his skull. A secret path that could bypass the Ash Lord's perception and let someone siphon away the faith stored in this holy relic for themselves. By opening it, the Flame King paid the ultimate price. His final wisp of consciousness dissipated completely. It wasn't because he had some saintly belief in Xia Ya's character. Godslayer or not, character had little meaning in divine realms. Even gods lied and betrayed. Hell, there was an actual god of deception. But this was simply the only choice left to him. His remnant soul had been dwindling for centuries. If Xia Ya hadn't triggered it by touching the skull, it would have dispersed on its own in a few hundred more years. Meanwhile, the Ash Lord's power only grew, fed by more followers and greater faith. Deep down, the Flame King knew revenge was nothing more than a hollow obsession. And since he had no hope of returning himself, he might as well give this weapon to Xia Ya. After all, anyone who bears the mark of a godslayer is destined to clash with beings like the Ash Lord. Whether Xia Ya succeeded or not didn't matter. At least it would disgust his old enemy. Watching the faith of 1,000 years fall into someone else's hands, that alone made it worth it. Smart choice. Seeing the remnant will finally scatter, Xia Ya arched a brow. The skull was still a relic crafted by the Ash Lord himself, a vessel for faith. If it weren't for the Flame King's help, trying to tamper with it without being noticed would have been annoying. He gave the little snow ferret a pat. The skull's safe now. Go ahead and absorb the black flame. Yin flicked her fluffy tail, eyes gleaming like rubies. 3 blood-red tomo spiraled into view within her eyes, rotating gently. From the skull, wisps of dim black fire began to float out, drawn toward her gaze. They flowed into the tomo, feeding her unique skill Amaterasu with a powerful new core. Xia Ya, meanwhile, let his awareness slip into the phantom rift the Flame King had left behind. What lay beyond was a world of total darkness. A single, shadowy flame floated at the center, the heart of this faith realm. This skull, remade by the Ash Lord, housed more than just a scrap of his divinity. It contained a sliver of his divine kingdom. And that flickering flame? It was the Ash Lord's divine sense, bound into the relic. Over the years, the Ash cult had rampaged across the land, kidnapping and sacrificing victims. They offered pure souls in fire rituals, feeding them to this very flame. Their final destination? Right here, inside this shattered divine realm. And the moment Xia Ya's spirit entered, the flame trembled with joy. To it, this new arrival was just another sacrifice. A soul offered by its faithful. The black flame surged forward, eager to engulf Xia Ya's spirit and claim it for the Ash Kingdom. But it stopped. The black fire froze midair, confused. In the star realm, a being's soul projection is called a stellar spirit. Its strength varies based on life form and soul power. Usually, stellar spirits are subconscious, barely controllable. Only legendary beings, with fully formed spiritual seas, can exert any real control. That's why only they can wander the star realm freely. But now, before the Ash Lord's flame could even start the conversion ritual, Xia Ya's stellar spirit, a golden little humanoid, charged at it head-on. A pure, mutual pounce. Something was wrong. Even with incomplete awareness, the divine sense instinctively knew this wasn't right. It had no time to react, because a moment later, Xia Ya's golden figure dived headfirst into the black flame. Within the world of faith, that fragment of the divine kingdom suddenly surged violently. Endless black flames erupted, as if to engulf the entire world. And the little golden figure formed by Xia Ya's star-spirit body stood calmly amidst the roaring sea of fire. Then, with a kind smile, he reached out his hand toward the wisp of divine will belonging to the Lord of Ashes. At this very moment, if one were to summarize what was happening inside the world of faith, it would probably be good, listen, let me take a look. No. Removes glasses, releases the seal. Let me take a look. At first, when it sensed Xia Ya's star-spirit body invading, that wisp of the Lord of Ashes divine will instinctively tried to corrupt and devour the intruder, assimilating it into its fragment of the divine kingdom. Then, sure enough, it met a tragic end. Only after being mercilessly pounded into the ground by Xia Ya over and over again, thoroughly realizing that this little golden figure was an invincible existence, did that divine will finally think of escaping. If nothing else, it had to at least report the mutation happening in this supreme relic of the material plane to its true body slumbering in the distant star realm. However, it was already far too late. Because of the backup plan triggered by the Giant King's remnant will, the entire world of faith inside the skull had been tightly sealed off by Xia Ya, not leaving even the slightest chance for any information to escape. A few breaths later, the little golden figure formed by Xia Ya's star-spirit body reached out and dragged back the last trace of black flame that had tried to flee from the Giant King's skull. So this is the faith energy the Ashen Order spent over 1,000 years gathering, burning who knows how many cities and countless lives in the fire sacrament to collect. He extinguished the final remnant of autonomous consciousness within the Lord of Ashes' divine will. In the next moment, Xia Ya's thoughts stirred. The black flames within that fragment of the divine kingdom began to slowly fade. Countless dim shadows began to rise, surging upward, then dispersing beyond that illusory rift and into the vast spirit realm. As they dissipated, Xia Ya sensed faint, almost imperceptible feelings of gratitude being conveyed to him. These were the souls of those sacrificed by the Ashen Order's fire sacrament, trapped and corrupted inside this supreme relic, suffering day and night in the torment of black flame, unable to disperse due to the nature of the divine kingdom fragment. If not for Xia Ya helping them find release, they might have continued suffering in this black flame purgatory perhaps for 100 years, perhaps 1,000, or maybe even until the end of time. And as the souls of the sacrificed scattered through that rift, returning to the spiritual sea of the spirit realm, that illusory rift also suddenly widened significantly. With the divine will lost, the faith energy within the Giant King's skull was no longer restrained or controlled, and it began leaking continuously through the rift. At the current rate of flow, it would likely be completely depleted in a few weeks. After watching the vengeful souls fade away, Xia Ya narrowed his eyes slightly at the divine kingdom fragment now filled only with pure faith energy. He could sense the immense power being nurtured within it. With both the Giant King's backup will and the Lord of Ashes divine will obliterated, Xia Ya, in theory, now held the highest authority over this Giant King skull. If he wanted to, he could absorb all of the faith energy within. After all, this was the faith gathered over a millennium by a true god's cult, and it was meant to be the foundation for the Lord of Ashes to re-establish his divine kingdom when he returned from the distant star realm. If all this faith energy were injected into an average low-tier transcendent at the first or second ring, it would be enough to push them to the level of a seasoned legendary, just one step away from completing their life's metamorphosis and becoming a so-called mythical being. If Xia Ya absorbed it all, he could foresee himself stepping up yet another level, progressing far along the path of the divine domain. But this kind of power stitched together from countless believers and sacrificial victims was not something Xia Ya would ever use to enhance himself. Who knew if part of this faith energy had been offered up by some crusty dude scratching his feet? The thought of using that on himself was disgusting. Still, before this power vanished entirely, borrowing it temporarily might not be a bad idea. After all, this skull wasn't just the Ashen Order and Lord of Ashes treasure, it was also tied to a massive conspiracy targeting the imperial capital. Your Highness, oh your Highness, you caused such a ruckus before, just to resurrect me. So this time, let me give you a big surprise too. Xia Ya thought for a moment and left behind a spiritual imprint within the skull. Ying ying ying, Master. Ying ying, ying. I evolved. The joyous chirps of the little snow ferret called Xia Ya's consciousness back from the world inside the Giant King's skull to reality. Snow ferret, you evolved into what? Xia Ya looked up and saw that the dark black flame once visible in the ferret's eyes had vanished. The three blood-red tomo slowly faded, leaving only those ruby-like beast eyes. And Xia Ya's gaze fell upon the little snow ferret's forehead, on the translucent blue screen that had just emerged. Name, Silver. Species, pending name, newborn legendary species. Soul Pact status, first Soul Pact, Master Servant Contract, Xia Ya Got. Combat level, 70, 7th tier. Species tier, legendary tier, 7th tier. Pet skills, Amaterasu, legendary skill, Tsukuyomi, legendary skill. Legendary tier on PAR with Transcendent. This was the stage the little snow ferret had reached after its latest breakthrough. In the Western continent, especially within the Lost Domains, legendary tier Lost Beast Kings weren't actually that rare, each ruled over a corner of a forgotten land. However, legendary tier summoned beasts who had signed a soul pact with a beast master were extremely rare, far more so than even legendary beast masters. After all, humans and summoned beasts had vastly different lifespans. Even legendary beast masters usually only lived for a few centuries at most, whereas many high-tier species of summoned beasts considered several hundred years merely their adolescence or growth phase. As for fully matured monarch tier or imperial tier beasts, they were often already beast kings, proud, dignified beings who would never stoop to sign a soul pact with a human beast master. And for the sake of soul pact compatibility, synchronicity, and loyalty, human beast masters generally prefer to bond with pets still in egg form or the juvenile stage. This also led to the fact that the vast majority of legendary beast masters had contracted beasts that were only at peak 6th tier. The path to legendary, the threshold of legend whether for humans or beasts, was like a chasm. Countless geniuses and once promising legendary seeds had been halted at this stage, never able to advance another step. Even those pure-blooded dragons who had long since faded into legend, existing only in the songs of wandering bards, found this step anything but easy. And though she'd spent most of the past decade in deep slumber, thanks to the feedback from her soul pact with Xia Ya, and this opportunity to devour Black Flame, Silver had managed to take that most difficult step. The mark of a legendary beast master was the condensation of a spiritual sea, and for a legendary tier summoned beast, the mark was the transcendence of its life essence. It transcended its original species, and every cell of its flesh and blood body underwent a leap. Because of this, any summoned beast that broke through to the legendary tier could be considered a completely new species, what people called a legendary species. The limitations of previous species rankings vanished like smoke, and they all stood once more at the same starting line. I heard from my teacher and Sylvia that legendary tier beasts go through a biological leap, with dramatic changes to their physical form being quite common. Silver, how come you don't look like you've changed at all? Xia Ya, holding the little snow ferret in his arms, asked with curiosity. Other than its fur becoming even softer and whiter, and its ruby-like eyes looking a bit deeper, its outward appearance hadn't changed at all. Still the same adorable creature that could melt the hearts of women aged 6 to 6,000. Combined with Xia Ya's passive trait Pretty Boy X, the two of them were walking heartthrobs on legs. This was completely different from what he'd come to expect from legendary species evolution. By all logic, even a lowly skeleton soldier, upon breaking through to the legendary tier, would naturally evolve into something like a skeleton emperor or king of the undead. Ying. Master, I think this form is more deceptive and better for catching enemies off guard. Ying. If I looked super fierce and intimidating, people would be on alert, and my illusions and sneak attacks wouldn't work. So that's why. Xia Ya nodded in satisfaction. Makes sense. No wonder you're my first soul pact beast, you've inherited my true schemer spirit. Indeed, Xia Ya had always seen himself as a strategist who planned ahead and controlled the battlefield. As for those occasions when he personally stepped onto the battlefield, piloting the Black Knight mech and throwing hands with people. Haven't you heard of blunt fist dialectics? While stroking the fur of the ferret in his arms, Xia Ya stared at the glowing blue panel in deep thought once again. A newly born, unnamed legendary species. Snow ferret was just the name of Silver's original species. Breaking through to the legendary tier was equivalent to an evolution, becoming a one-of-a-kind legendary species on the entire western continent. Naturally, the name Snow Ferret no longer fit Silver's current status. In other words, it was once again time for Xia Ya's favorite activity, naming things. Silver blinked her ruby eyes obediently from Xia Ya's arms. What she had said earlier about not changing her physical form was only part of the truth. She hadn't told the whole story. The real reason Silver didn't want to evolve into a more powerful nine-tailed fox or a majestic and dashing silver moon wolf king was because, while those forms might look cool, none of them worked as cuddle pillows. Given that she specialized in illusion arts and didn't rely on physical combat, sharp fangs and claws didn't matter to her. Compared to those flashy, over-the-top edgelord designs, she preferred something that would let her stay comfortably in Xia Ya's arms. That elegant white cat with full Empress energy, already confirmed to be Sylvia's all thanks to a certain Holy Grail leak, and that Argent witch clearly felt too awkward to keep openly acting affectionate under a disguise. So Silver had reclaimed her rightful position as Xia Ya's cuddle pillow. Other than Crimson, there were no rivals left in the race to be the Master's snuggle buddy. It was time to reclaim everything that once belonged to her. However, the Master said he wanted to name her new legendary species. The little snow ferret nervously poked her head out, looking at her Master's thoughtful side profile. Her previously joyful mood took a sudden nosedive. As the first summoned beast to follow Xia Ya since the days of Silent, Silver remembered all too clearly his horrifying naming skills. He was the type who, despite being utterly terrible at it, was weirdly enthusiastic about naming things. If she hadn't put her foot down back then threatening to destroy the house, even, she wouldn't be called Silver right now, but probably something like Lil Whitey or Pretty Ferret. Don't be fooled by Xia Ya's current thinking man posture. Silver had very little faith in her Master's final choice of name. I've got it. Xia Ya's eyes lit up, a spark of brilliance flashing through them. It was as if countless ideas had collided in his mind, erupting into sparks of genius. With a thought, a new line of text appeared on the translucent blue panel. Species name, Realm.Snow Ferret, legendary species. Feeling the name transmitted through the soul pact, the little snow ferret was momentarily stunned. Ying. Meow meow meow. Realm Snow Ferret. The full name is Limit-Breaking Snow Ferret. Xia Ya patiently explained to his main beast, Silver, think about it. Now that I've been branded a godslayer, and my teacher clearly doesn't get along with the ancient gods either, there's no way we're going to follow the path of igniting divine fire and becoming a god through faith. We'll have to aim for the throne path instead. So this Realm.Snow Ferret name. It's my heartfelt expectation for you. I hope that after becoming a legendary species, you don't grow arrogant or complacent, but push forward with even more determination. Strive to break past the throne tier barrier and become a throne tier summoned beast. He gave Silver's little head a rub. Once you reach the throne tier and gain power rivaling mythical beings and demigods, then we'll rename your species from Limit-Breaking Snow Ferret to God.Snow Ferret. To rise from the humble form of a snow ferret, stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, and slay the divine. What do you think? Cool, right? Ying, ying, is that so? Silver gave a weak little chirp from Xia Ya's arms, her fluffy white tail loosely wrapping around his wrist. She had a sneaking suspicion that her master was pulling some serious bull's tea, but she had no proof. And Xia Ya didn't dwell on it too long, either. Come up with a name, slap it on. This was Xia Ya's way of the ninja. What? Your own pet says your names get worse every time? Then all I can say is, a genius is half a step ahead of the times. A madman is one full step ahead. With the lofty aesthetics of a transmigrator, his refined tastes found no kindred spirit in the Western continent, which still lingered in a medieval civilization. Perhaps this, too, was a sorrow unique to transmigrators. His gaze fell upon the swirling black mist, and the pale white skull of the giant king in his hand. Xia Ya hadn't forgotten. Over in the imperial capital, there was still a certain traitor comrade waiting eagerly for his delivery of a corrupted object. If the Ashen Order sent out the relic, but the imperial capital side never received it, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Judging by how openly both sides plotted during the secret gathering of Golden Dawn, it was clear they both knew each other's real-world identities. That secret gathering only occurred once every few months, and if the other party sensed something off and initiated communication in the material plane to change the grand conspiracy they had previously agreed upon, that would throw everything beyond Xia Ya's control and make it impossible for him to continue observing from the shadows. So, a few minutes later, when Xia Ya once again sensed that illusory voice of prayer completely different from before, echoing from a certain hidden coordinate within the imperial capital on the material plane, he picked up the Ashen Order's supreme relic in his hand, the giant king's skull, now enhanced with special ingredients. Then, he tossed it straight toward that coordinate in the material plane. The black mist surged and swallowed the giant king's skull whole. Material plane, Western continent, Fresta Empire, outer district of the imperial capital. Inside an abandoned civilian house in the commoners' area, a tall and withered figure completely shrouded in a black robe moved through the decaying rooms, arranging ritual components. Jars and vials of unknown liquids, the remains of unidentifiable creatures, glittering magical gems, and a bizarre arcane formation pattern. High and mysterious black mist. You are the clouds that overlook the world, the eternal nation outside of time, and the mist beyond all laws. Please, as the witness to a fair exchange, bring to me the transcendent item from beyond the star realm, the promised good of this fair trade. The black-robed figure stared into the silver mirror before him, uttering a prayer in a voice dry and aged. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Only when the old black-robed figure began to grow impatient did the silver mirror suddenly shudder. A pitch-black, illusory mist silently began to seep out from within the mirror. Then, it engulfed the entire room he was in. It's finally here. A gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes. He continued to wait patiently. A long while later, the mist dissipated. The silver mirror had, at some point, silently shattered. In its place lay a pale white skull, wreathed in black flame. The instant he laid eyes on that skull, the old man's expression grew heavy. He could sense the towering and profound aura surrounding the skull, an awe-inspiring presence as if from beyond the stars. It was indeed a relic of a true god. Even the faintest of its external aura was enough to instill fear in someone like him, a peak among legends. But at the same time, a searing desire ignited deep within the black-robed old man's heart. As long as he completed the trade with the Ashen Order's Grand Pontiff, he would be granted a wisp of unclaimed divinity and a star chalice fragment. Then, using that, he could ignite divine fire and ascend the long stair to godhood, the path to becoming a god. Given time, he too could become a mighty being like the one who had once owned this ashen relic skull, a being that stood above all mortals, even above the stars. Of course, the cost of this deal would not be light. Those madmen of the Ashen Order might be insane, but they weren't fools. Unclaimed divinity and star chalice fragments were immensely tempting to any mythical being. He had no ties to the Ashen Order or the Lord of Ashes, so why would they simply give it to him for free? This gift had long since been marked with a hidden price. If the Lost Domain's cultists succeeded in their plot to overthrow the Empire, it would mean the complete collapse of the Empire. Everything he had built over the years within the Empire would be gone. Not to mention, as the saying goes, the first to stick out gets shot. If the Empire fell and the evil god descended, such massive upheaval would spark unrest across the Western continent. Whether it was the Church of Dawn, the Noble Alliance, or the Three Mage Towers, they would all have to step forward and give an answer on behalf of the Order faction. But the cultists had long since abandoned any fear. They were barefoot and had nothing to lose. Their sins were many and their grudges long-standing. When the time came, they could just retreat to the lost domain and wouldn't care if another crime was added to their name. However, as the instigator of the empire's fall and a traitor, he would become a prime example, a named fugitive on bounty notices across the continent. Especially the Church of Dawn, they would stop at nothing to kill a summoner of an evil god. At that point, he would likely be forced to flee into the lost domain, where even the cultists would take the chance to squeeze him dry. The black-robed elder was no fool. At the Golden Dawn's secret gathering, he had already anticipated all of this. Yet he still chose to propose the trade. Because as a legendary power, his lifespan was already nearing its limit, and the boundary of the throne tier was still impossibly far. So far, he hadn't even glimpsed the hope of reaching it. And he did not want to die. For any legendary with dwindling life, the desire to survive was the most intense and blazing. As long as he used the unclaimed divinity and star chalice fragment obtained through this trade to ignite his divine fire, he could breathe new life into his already decaying human body and become a true mythical being. Of course, doing so meant giving up many things. But compared to the desire to live, those ideals of loyalty, justice, and the sense of duty instilled since childhood all seemed utterly trivial. He had once fought blood-soaked battles in his youth, expanding the Empire's borders in wars against the Lost Domain, fearless of death. But as his body aged and his spirit corroded, he had finally arrived at this point. The flicker of nostalgia passed through his hollow, aged eyes then vanished. Come in. Follow the procedure I told you. Pray to the relic. Ask for the steps needed to prepare the descent ritual. The black-robed elder gestured outside. Soon after, a black-clad death-sworn entered the room, bowed to the elder, asked no questions, and directly knelt before the black flame skull to begin his illusory prayer. Having taken root in the imperial capital for so many years, the old man had naturally raised a batch of loyal followers known only to him. Of course, they were the kind that had consumed secret elixirs. The kind that would die without the antidote. Just like the one Norton had made Xia Ya take during the historical echo. Watching through the mental imprint embedded in the giant king's skull above the black mist, Xia Ya couldn't help but sigh. One Norton falls, but 10,000 others rise. After all, this was still a living evil god-corrupted object. Even with the strength of a legendary, the old man dared not come into direct contact for long, lest his mind be subtly infected by the corruption and he become a follower of Ash. With a loyal subordinate whose life and death he controlled, there was no reason to risk exposure himself. The prayer to the giant king's skull ended quickly. Before long, the Deathsworn returned. But his face wore an expression of confusion and hesitation. Lord. The black-robed elder frowned at his subordinate's unsteady demeanor and urged, speak. What kind of behavior is this, stammering like that? The Deathsworn hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped closer and whispered something into the old man's ear. He hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by the elder's stern glare. Nonsense? After following me for so long, how can you fail at such a simple task? The Deathsworn hesitantly defended himself. But, that's really what the relic's divine oracle instructed. Absurd, the black-robed elder snorted coldly. Tell me whose relic is this? It belongs to the Lord of Ashes. Because he had to recite the prayer, the trusted subordinate naturally also knew the true name of the entity being worshipped. Exactly. You know it's that same Lord of Ashes who loves to burn down cities with sacrificial fire, whose followers wave around crappy scythes pretending to be knockoff Grim Reapers, and who scream burn, burn, burn every time they see a couple. The black-robed elder was so angry he laughed. He had completely lost faith in his subordinate. Despite the risk of directly contacting a corrupted object, he decided to do it himself. The black-robed elder bowed toward the pale white skull and recited the prayer his subordinate had previously used. Then, with a respectful tone, he spoke. O Supreme, Great Lord of Ashes, as an ally of your faithful, I beseech you to grant the grace of divine descent, and to inform us of the preparation steps required for the descent ritual. As he prayed, the pale skull's two hollow eye sockets suddenly lit up with black flame, like ghostly fire. Immediately after, lines of pale golden text appeared in the air above the abandoned room. The black-robed elder looked up. 1 finely dice 1,000 gin of lean beef into mince. Cook until 1/3 done. Not a speck of fat should remain. 2 finely dice 1,000 gin of fatty beef into mince. Cook until half done. Not a speck of lean should remain. 3 finely dice 1,000 gin of beef cartilage into mince. Cook until 70% done. Not a speck of meat should remain. 4 finely dice 1,000 gin of beef ribs. Black flames flickered. As the pale golden script fully formed in midair, the expression on the black-robed elder's face froze along with it. As a legendary powerhouse of the Fresta Empire, even though he hadn't had deep dealings with cults in the past, he still had the insight befitting a legend. And the Ashen Order? It was nothing but a pile of sticky dog *T obsessed with burning, setting fire, and destroying, despised by all. And now, what the Ashen Order was secretly preparing through him was the ritual for divine descent. According to his expectations, the Lord of Ashes descent ritual would most likely require the sacrificial burning of hundreds, if not thousands. Might even demand a whole street, or even half the district's population as burial offerings. He had already made preparations mobilizing his loyal Deathsworn, gathering prisoners and slaves from black markets and secret auctions across the land to serve as sacrifices for the ritual. But now, those pale golden lines of text in the air were crystal clear. Not a single mistake or misreading possible. Buzz. The hum of a monocrystal echoed through the empty room. A ring on the black-robed elder's finger radiated a clear magical glow, dispersing throughout the chamber. It was a high-grade alchemical artifact, engraved with enchantments specifically to dispel illusions and enchantments. Yet even after more than 10 seconds had passed and the anti-illusion glow faded, the text above the giant king's skull remained unchanged. Makes sense, I suppose. The black-robed elder took a deep breath, sinking into thought. After all, this is about a divine descent, something that could determine the fate of the empire, even reshape the distribution of faith across the entire western continent after the upheaval. The Lord of Ashes is, after all, a true god. It's one thing to let his followers run around screaming burn 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 like lunatics on a normal day, but when it comes to something this important, surely he'd take it seriously. Try to make the ritual more subtle, to avoid being discovered and interfering with the plan. As for these ritual requirements, they may seem simple, but at least they're still related to the authority of flame. After all, the power used to draw down the divine descent still came from that relic skull. And the ritual itself? Its main purpose was just to serve as a trigger. As long as the intent was there, it was enough. The Ashen Order had burned countless souls over the centuries. They probably didn't need the few hundred sacrifices he had prepared anyway. With that in mind, the black-robed elder seized the inspiration in his heart. My lord. The loyal subordinate nearby saw the elder lost in thought and leaned in, speaking hesitantly, only to see the black-robed elder wave his hand. What are you dawdling for? Go follow the Lord of Ashes' instructions. Follow his instructions? You mean we're really going to buy beef and dice it into mince? The subordinate asked in disbelief. What else? This is the divine oracle descended from the Ashen Order's supreme relic. You think it's fake? The elder shot his subordinate a cold glance. He himself had doubted it at first. This unexpected ritual prep was certainly beyond what he had imagined. But whether it was the method of delivering the relic or the terrifying aura from that pale skull, all of it proved its rank and authenticity. Activate the entire network. Fulfill the ritual requirements to perfection, especially the heat control. Make sure to hire professional fire element beastmasters to handle it. The final product must be flawless, especially the doneness levels. Not even a hint of deviation. Also, everything must be done in complete secrecy. If the military department or the Order Bureau's hounds get wind of anything, the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course. The subordinate nodded. Both he and the elder knew this was a business that could cost your head. He raised his head and memorized each line of ritual requirements written in that pale golden text in the air. Just before leaving, the subordinate suddenly paused at the doorway and hesitated. My lord, what about all those sacrificial victims we previously gathered through various underground channels? Wipe their memories, then send them back. The black-robed elder thought for a moment, then replied. Though the empire was vast, the sudden disappearance of hundreds or thousands of people might still alert the Order Bureau, the military department, or even the newly established sword-bearers. Now that those sacrifices were no longer needed, it was best to return them exactly as they were. Remember, buy the highest quality beef. Hire the best chefs. Yes, sir. And so, a few days later, famous chefs from all across the western continent, along with several fire element specialist 5th and 6th ring beastmasters, were invited to the imperial capital under various pretexts. Under banners like Chef Symposium or Fire Attribute Summoned Beast Exchange Forum. The official claim was that they were there to participate in culinary competitions and cooking technique seminars. And behind the scenes, they really were cooking beef. Ashes of the imaginary belt, Eden. Whoa, they're really going all out, huh? Xia Ya lounged on the sofa in the living room of the spacious villa in Eden, grilling skewers as he observed the imperial capital from afar through the mental imprint he'd left on the giant king's skull. Even he hadn't expected the legendary turncoat in the capital to be so diligent in carrying out the casually issued commands from his imprint. The guy had even gone the extra mile to create a whole culinary expo and chef networking event just to throw people off. Even the seminar theme was beef. They were just one step away from holding a full-blown shokyuji no beef. At this point, I think I've actually contributed to enriching the Empire's culinary wasteland, right? Hopefully, Her Highness the Imperial Princess will remember my good intentions and reward me more generously when the time comes. Xia Ya muttered to himself while pulling a few sizzling skewers from the fading black flames, ignoring the aggrieved look from Little Snow Ferret. Over the past few days, as the chaotic currents of the River of Time began to stabilize, not just Yin, but Shiny and Crimson had also gradually awakened from the temporal disruption. And so, Eden, which had fallen into a bit of quiet with little AI in seclusion, had once again become lively. The news that Yin had successfully advanced to the legendary tier and even established a brand new legendary species, the Limit Breaker Snow Ferret, instantly made Shiny and Crimson envious. Everyone had been asleep for the past 10 years, so why was Big Sis the only one who managed a breakthrough? They wanted to become Limit Breaker Sealed Stone Monkey and Limit Breaker Silver Spirit too. With the looming crisis of Big Sis about to permanently monopolize the cuddle spot next to their master, both Shiny and Crimson doubled their training intensity with renewed determination. But of course, there's a reason why the legendary tier is known as an insurmountable barrier. It's not so easy to break through. Opportunities like Yin's, absorbing a supreme cult relic, were incredibly rare. If one relied solely on training, then advancing to the legendary tier could only be achieved through long-term accumulation over time. And 10 years, while not short, was still nothing when compared to the lifespan of legendary tier summoned beasts, which often spanned over 1,000 years. While every one of Xia Ya's summoned beasts was desperate to reach the legendary tier, afraid of being left behind, only Yui remained as calm as ever. After all, being the latest addition to the team, she was still enjoying all the perks of being the newbie. With the advantages of the Black Knight mech and solar furnace, her position was completely secure. So, while Yin was dragged into use as a meat roasting tool, and the other two were hard at work training, only Yui condensed herself into the form of a tiny fairy using her liquid metal, landing lightly on Xia Ya's shoulder and swinging her legs with nothing better to do. Master, the chaos in the river of time has mostly calmed down. There are still minor temporal fluctuations, but with your current tier, it should be safe to travel. Xia Ya stared at the skewer sizzling over the black flame. Finally, it's time. If that's the case, then once little AI finishes her seclusion, we can return to the material plane. Return to the material plane, does that mean I'll get to see Mom again? In her tiny fairy form, Yui blinked her mercury-forged eyes while fluttering her wings lightly. The mom she referred to was, of course, the Saintess of Dawn Surin. After all, her creation was half thanks to Xia Ya and the other half due to Surin's skill as a mechanist. Xia Ya only provided the concept and blueprints, he wasn't specialized in the mechanical arts. Without the Saintess' help, many of his designs would never have become reality. But Surin's current situation is a little complicated. She's gotten involved with Golden Dawn, though it seems it wasn't by force. Looks like she willingly chose to get involved, though I don't know what her reasons are. She couldn't be trying to milk that secret organization dry like I am, could she? Xia Ya took a bite of the skewer grilled with Amaterasu by Yin and fell into thought. Even though they were close, Surin and little AI were very different. Surin had always been clever and decisive. Just like back when she parted with Xia Ya in Lokia. He had no idea she would end up going to Forenza in the Holy Theocracy and eventually pass all of the church's trials to become the Saintess of Dawn. In that sense, her personality wasn't all that different from his own, which made the Saintess of Dawn feel like a mirror version of Xia Ya, always veiled in a layer of mist he couldn't quite see through. But regardless, as the Saintess of Dawn, her safety is absolutely guaranteed within the Holy Court. And when it comes to the Golden Dawn secret gatherings held above the black mist, I'm keeping an eye on her myself. So her safety should be fine too. Xia Ya finished off the skewer in his hand and frowned slightly. A little overcooked. Understood. Adjusting the cooking time in the recipe reduced by 5 to 10 seconds according to master's preference. Yui's crisp voice rang beside his ear. So thoughtful. You really are my perfect little cotton jacket. Xia Ya patted the little fairy form Yui on the head. He had no choice. From a transmigrator's perspective, not just the Empire, but the entire Western continent was an utter wasteland when it came to food. So to satisfy his picky stomach, Xia Ya could only do things himself. Whether it was cooking on his own, promoting his hometown's cuisine in the capital, or even getting little AI to learn how to cook, it was all out of necessity. But just as he finished praising Yui, Xia Ya instantly regretted it. Because the next moment, he heard the soft footsteps coming down from the second floor, gradually approaching, accompanied by the familiar, faint scent of sandalwood that had been with him day and night for the past 10 years, now etched deep into his soul. You said, back when you saved me in Ceylon, that you wanted me to be your beautiful girl, your sweet little cotton jacket. But looking at things now, you've got a few too many little cotton jackets, don't you, Xia Ya? A pleasant voice whispered in his ear. And then, a soft, warm body sat down next to him on the sofa. Arla leaned her head against Xia Ya's shoulder, her sandalwood-scented golden hair brushing against his neck, bringing with it a ticklish warmth. Xia Ya felt her soft hands gently massaging his temples. It's been so many years, and little AI, you're still like this. Even jealous of a mechanical pet. Xia Ya teased as he pinched the golden-haired girl's soft cheek. Still that same lovely texture, just like back when they were in Ceylon together. 10 years had passed. But aside from being a little more relaxed, AI's personality hadn't changed a bit. Her face flushed slightly from Xia Ya's teasing. But she didn't push him away. Instead, she leaned closer into his arms on her own. Feeling the soft warmth in his embrace, Xia Ya felt a heat rise within. His fingers twitched, just about to act. But then he spotted two little heads peeking over the back of the sofa. Yin and Yui, having paused their work, were now staring at him with gleaming eyes. This is grown-up business. What are little kids doing here, nosing around? He waved a hand, and Yui immediately turned obediently back into her undying metal form. Together with Yin, she returned to the soul-packed space. Even so, inside the soul-packed space, the two pets were still chirping away. The stock market that had been frozen for 10 years was now open again with the return of all the pets. And at this moment, Yin was unquestionably in the lead. No helping it. In the simulation market Yui had created using her powerful computing ability, stocks like Sylvia, the second imperial princess, master, and Surin, her own mom, were all showing chaotic trends. Up and down, anyone could take the lead. But the Arla stock, ever since she and Xia Ya entered the ashes of the imaginary belt and started living together in Eden, had been in a bull market for 10 straight years. As of now, she had completely outpaced the others by a massive margin. Mommy, you'd better work hard. Inside the soul-packed space, watching Yin smugly wag her tail, Yui muttered under her breath. No helping it. As someone who had gone all in on the Surin stock, She had no choice but to lower her tail to the leader of the Xia Ya camp, Yin. But, as long as there's no marriage yet, there's still a chance. Team Surin never gives up. With all the pets having returned to the soul-packed space, Xia Ya's hands grew restless again, sliding up along the golden-haired girl's waist. Still just as flat and solid as ever 10 years without a single change. So this is the legendary, deeply rooted, steel-bored genetics, stronger than dragon bloodlines. Xia Ya sighed inwardly. Arla didn't resist his little gesture. Instead, she nestled even closer into his embrace. I wasn't jealous because of Yui. It's because of Surin. She spoke softly while leaning into Xia Ya's arms, her breath warm and slightly damp against his skin. When we return to the material plane, you're going to see them, aren't you? Not just Surin, but also Sylvia, Her Highness the Princess, all of them. You're planning to get involved in the cult's conspiracy to overthrow the Empire, and use that as your opportunity to return, right? Xia Ya nodded. When are those cultists planning to act? He thought for a moment. Tomorrow evening in material plane time. Based on Eden's now stabilized time flow, that's about a week from now. He didn't deny it because it was something he was definitely going to do. After 10 years apart, to say he didn't miss Zibao, Surin, Isadella, and the others, would be a blatant lie. And he didn't bother lying, because in front of this golden-haired girl who knew him inside and out, lies were meaningless. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have crossed 1,000 years of history to come into the imaginary belt. To spend 10 whole years in Eden by his side. I knew it. Arla let out a soft sigh. The more I get to know you, Xia Ya, the more I understand how hard it is to have you all to myself. But, she paused for a moment. At least for now, at least right now. We haven't returned to the material plane yet. We're still in Eden. She stared into Xia Ya's eyes from an incredibly close distance, her sky-blue eyes locking onto his, and spoke slowly, word by word. So, Xia Ya, in this final month, I'm going to leave a mark in your heart that belongs to me and me alone. Imperial capital, inner district, royal palace. The twilight glow filtered through the glass windows, casting fragmented rainbow-colored reflections across the marble floors between the grand halls. In front of a wide silver mirror, Isadella gazed at her reflection. Her black and red military dress uniform was embroidered with the emblem of the Black Eagle in golden thread, exuding both dignity and opulence. Her platinum blonde hair, a waterfall cascading down her back, shimmered in hues of pure silver, the unique symbol of the Fresta Empire's royal bloodline, unchanged through the ages. Your Highness, you've really changed a lot over the past few months. Dearest, dressed in a court gown, stood demurely behind Isadella, holding a luxurious hair ribbon in her hand. With graceful fingers, Dearest gathered the loose silver hair, tying it up neatly. As one of Isadella's secret subordinates, Dearest was no stranger to her superior. But ever since Xia Ya went missing in the City of Knowledge 3 months ago, she'd noticed that the second imperial princess she served had changed quite a bit. Though she remained imposing and regal in public, once the others had left, she would often gaze off into the distance, lost in thought. Snap. The ribbon made a crisp sound as it was fastened, pulling the cascading silver hair into a high ponytail, revealing Isadella's swan-like, snow-white neck. Dearest glanced at the princess in the mirror. For a royal succession ceremony, this look might be a little too simple. I remember the royal household has dedicated attendants and stylists for noble ceremonies. Since it's such an important event, why not leave it to the professionals? No need. The cool voice echoed through the vast palace hall, cutting off Dearest's mid-suggestion. The silver-haired princess continued staring at her reflection. If I let some other guy help me get ready and he accidentally touched me during the process, that guy might not say anything out loud, but I bet he'd be a little upset inside. And I don't want him to be upset. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Isadella's lips. She was remembering that moment in a now-erased timeline, how the black-haired, dark-eyed boy sat on the black iron throne and bid her farewell. Hearing those words, Dearest blinked slowly. She recalled what the second imperial princess had declared during the council meeting about her future husband. Your Highness, you're talking about Xia Ya, right? Isadella nodded without hesitation. Of course. I mean, what can I do? He's such a possessive, greedy guy. He wouldn't even let me have a crush on one of his secret identities. Even if it meant crossing 1,000 years, he'd come back just to rip the mask off himself. And well, I just love him that much. Listening to Her Highness speak so openly and honestly, Dearest's eyes shimmered faintly with emotion. As the one who had brought Xia Ya and Isadella together, Dearest had witnessed nearly all of their interactions in the current world and even taken part in many of them. That's why the princess's transformation surprised her. She wasn't a legendary tier being, so she had no way of knowing what had happened in the shadows 3 months ago. But it must have been something unforgettable. Something that had taken 2 allies bound by mutual trust and turned their bond into a love that would never fade. Still, Dearest lowered her head quickly, quietly fastening the buttons of Isadella's uniform to conceal the emotion in her eyes. She chuckled softly. If Xia Ya's really that petty, maybe it's not just other guys. He might even get jealous of me being this close to you. Her playful words were meant to mask the ripple in her heart. But in the next moment, that cool, authoritative voice rang in her ears again. I've thought about that too. So, once he and I are married, I want you to step down from your duties as a sword-bearer and come with us. Dearest's hands paused for just a moment. Your Highness, you're as high-handed as ever, assigning your subordinate's future in just a few words. But if not for you, I might have died in the abyss long ago. There wouldn't be any dearest the succubus princess now. She smiled lightly. Since it's your command, I'll follow it whether as a maid, or as Xia Ya's concubine or mistress, I don't mind. There's no need for that. I may have saved you from the abyss once, but you've repaid me tenfold by infiltrating St. Roland Academy for so long and picking out someone like Xia Ya for me. Besides, I know he's not fond of this rigid master-servant hierarchy we have in the Empire. While speaking, Isabella didn't look at dearest. Her gaze remained fixed on the silver mirror. The biggest difference between succubus royalty and regular succubi is that while ordinary succubi can only grow stronger by draining the desires of others, succubus royalty can enter others' dreams and steal desire like them, but they can also craft their own dreamscapes and grow stronger through their own emotions. And if I'm not mistaken, you just broke through to 6th ring, didn't you? Dearest blinked, then nodded instinctively. The pure white unicorn only forms a contract with a girl of pure heart. If you were really like the rest of your kind in the abyss, relying on unchecked desire to grow stronger, your contract with the pure white unicorn would have collapsed long ago. But I know your first soul pact is still perfectly intact. In other words, for you to go from 3rd ring to 6th ring in just over half a year, there's only one explanation: you've been using someone as inspiration to continuously weave dreams of your own. And not just any dreams, those steamy, desire-filled daydreams. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Isabella's lips. So, dearest, are you really going to say no? Her words brought a brief silence to the ornate hall. After a long pause, dearest let out a wry laugh. Your highness is as sharp as ever. All those schemers out there thought you only had throne-level strength because of the holy sword's protection. But looking back now, they're probably in for a nasty surprise. With the conversation drawing to a close, both dearest and Isabella fell quiet. The hall returned to stillness, broken only by the soft rustling of clothing as final adjustments were made. It wasn't until the distant, solemn chime of the cathedral bell rang out that the silence was dispelled. The silver-haired princess stepped away from the mirror. When dearest handed her a black trench coat, a flicker of sentiment passed through her eyes. She draped it over her shoulders and turned to leave. What's the situation with the cultists from the Lost Domain who infiltrated the Empire? Dearest followed behind, her voice low. Those foreign cultists have been under constant surveillance by both the military department and the Order Bureau. Some were smuggled in through channels controlled by the oathbound families, but they're all accounted for. Most of them are hiding out in the outer districts of the imperial capital. They haven't made any moves toward the inner district where the palace is. Since Xia Ya's disappearance, dearest had taken over leadership of the Swordbearer organization in the capital. That's why she was intimately familiar with the movements of the cultists over the past several days. I believe, inside the inner district, even within the palace, they've prepared something else. Their communication and coordination methods seem to surpass the current level of magi tech available in the Empire. We've yet to pinpoint their exact target. Seems like even within the royal family, not everyone's on the same page. Isabella's voice was quiet, almost like she was speaking to herself. But to dearest, the undercurrent of killing intent in those words sent a chill down her spine. And yet, in the next moment, she saw that same second imperial princess, the icy fury in her eyes quickly fading. Isabella looked down at a crystal hairpin in her hand. A rare flicker of hesitation appeared in those crimson eyes. After a long pause, she finally slid the pin into her silver hair. Dearest couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Your Highness. For someone like Isabella, who never wore makeup and usually dressed either for formal court occasions or for the practical use of magi tech and alchemical accessories, this was highly unusual. If not for that, she wouldn't always be wearing her Black Eagle military uniform. But this crystal hairpin wasn't enchanted, nor did it serve any ritual or alchemical purpose. It was a purely decorative piece. This was the first time dearest had ever seen her Highness show such a girlish appreciation for beauty. She didn't look like a princess about to ascend to the throne of the Empire. Instead, she looked like a love-struck young girl fretting over what accessories to wear before meeting someone dear. It's been so long since we've met. I want to look my best when I see him again. I heard from Miss Sylvia that he might like this kind of accessory. As if reading dearest's mind, Isabella spoke in a calm, offhand manner. Dearest froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. Her voice was filled with joy. Did Xia Ya reach out to you? Since her secret had already been laid bare, dearest didn't bother hiding her excitement. No, but I believe since he calls himself the hero who'll always come when you cry out for help. The two walked through the quiet palace corridors, heading toward the throne room. There's no way he'd miss an event like today. There was no logical basis for her certainty, but Isabella believed it without question. Just like 1,000 years ago when he appeared before her like the wind, between the thrones. By the pact between crimson blood and the pure white sword, I hereby name you crowned with the double-headed eagle as the new monarch of the Fresta Empire. Do you have the resolve? Within the chamber between the thrones, an elderly man with a pallid, sickly face nonetheless radiated an indescribable aura of authority. He looked at his daughter, the second imperial princess, with eyes clouded by illness but gleaming faintly with unhidden pride. Whether in her innate talent as a beastmaster, or her abilities to rule as sovereign, the current emperor had always been mediocre at best. Not a tyrant, but far from a capable ruler. Under his reign, the royal family's authority had gradually weakened, dragging the empire into increasing instability and decline. But fortunately, he had a daughter. Ever since that fateful banquet with the Borgia family, ever since the Holy Sword was once again bound in a pact that transcended 1,000 years, everyone already knew who the next ruler of the Fresta Empire would be. In the next moment, Isadella's solemn vow echoed through the throne hall. In the name of Frestburg and the ancient covenant, and for the peace of the Western continent and the people of this empire, I pledge to reign upon this throne. It was a vow spanning a millennium. 1,000 years ago, she was the Night King, burdened with all hopes and expectations, but ultimately, she betrayed that promise and dream. She had turned the empire into a nation of the dead, shrouded beneath the crimson moon within the imaginary belt. She was supposed to carry that guilt and be buried along with the imaginary belt under the weight of historical correction. But fate was merciful. Someone had corrected her mistake, and granted her the chance to begin again. The pure silver double-headed eagle crown shimmered under the glow of the Magi-Tech lighting. With this, the coronation is complete. The coronation ceremony was not like the founding ceremony of a millennium ago. That had been a sacred rite witnessed by all citizens of the empire. But this, due to the former emperor's frail health, was kept low-key. The transfer of royal power was performed within the chamber between thrones, witnessed only by a handful, the clan elders of the royal family, envoys from the 8 oath-bound families, and a few descendants of the original Knights of the Round Table. Once it concluded, the former emperor was quickly escorted back to his bedchamber for treatment. Smells like beef. Stepping out of the throne room, dearest, who had accompanied Isadella throughout the ceremony, couldn't help but speak up. It was arranged by His Excellency Tariq, in consideration that Her Majesty and the attending envoys and nobles might not have eaten before the ceremony, explained a servant who quickly approached. Several renowned chefs participating in culinary forums here in the capital were invited to prepare this banquet, with beef as the central theme. We're confident Her Majesty will be pleased. Tariq von Frestburg. By generation, he was several lines ahead of Isadella, a distant elder. He was also the only other surviving legendary tier within the royal family aside from Isadella herself. And once, he had been her teacher, back when she was just the second imperial princess before she truly came into her own. He had guarded the royal bloodline and the empire during her formative years. Upon hearing this, Isadella paused briefly, then nodded to the servant. I appreciate the effort. Please lead the way. The distance between the throne room and the side palace was only a few hundred meters easily crossed. When Isadella opened the doors to the side palace, what greeted her were rows of exquisitely arranged beef dishes, and clearly divided across a central aisle representatives of the oath-bound families, the great nobles, and the bloodlines of the Knights of the Round Table. Your Majesty. The moment she entered, everyone present stood to greet her, regardless of what intentions hid in their hearts, whether loyalty to the crown or ambition to replace the empress they faced. They still offered the proper respect, at least on the surface, both for her identity, and for her strength as a holy sword contractor. Boom. From the distant outer district, the sound of unrest rumbled faintly. It was subtle, but among these supernaturals, no one missed it. Instantly, murmurs of alarm spread through the side palace. Buzz. The vibration of a Magi-Tech crystal echoed. Dearest's expression shifted as she checked the incoming telepathic message. Stepping close to Isadella, she spoke softly. The cultists who infiltrated the empire have made their move. Our people are working to suppress them, but it'll take time. Also, there are anomalies we didn't account for. To bypass the Empire's surveillance net entirely, there's only one explanation: there's either a legendary among them, or a pseudo-legendary enhanced by a corrupted object. It couldn't be helped. Neither the military department, the Order Bureau, nor even the newly formed sword-bearers had combatants beyond the sixth ring. A legendary tier powerhouse, for any faction, was like the pillar that held a nation's fate. They would never be dispatched lightly. But for cultists this wasn't a problem. With the aid of sacrificial rituals and faith-based corruption, it wasn't hard to temporarily push a sixth ring transcendent into a pseudo-legendary state. Of course, those artificially inflated powerhouses burned out their potential in the process. They were essentially one-use weapons. But for those who worship evil gods, concerns like future or potential were irrelevant. Yet within the side palace, Isadella barely reacted to Dearest's report. Instead, she simply placed her pale hand upon the hilt of the holy sword at her side. In the next instant, Zhang! A clear, ringing sword cry resounded as the holy sword burst forth with blazing crimson gold light. A golden radiance pierced the vaulted ceiling of the side palace, suffused with overwhelming mystery. And within the domain the golden sword light touched, a shadowy beast, forged from blackened corruption, screeched in agony as it flapped its wings in panic, only to dissolve, piece by piece, into scattered fragments, carried away in a stream of luminous particles. A howling wind swept through the palace, where silence hung so heavy that even a falling pin could be heard. Everyone present, envoys from the oath-bound families, noble guests, and others who aligned with the royal court. In the instant they saw the figure rising from the black flames, every neuron in their brain began firing in overdrive, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the scene before them. Everything Tariq had said and done up to this point clearly indicated he had struck a secret deal with the Twilight Order, and that he had prepared a divine descent to welcome the Lord of Ashes into the heart of the imperial capital. But anyone could they please explain? Why the hell did that descent result in him? Xia Ya, a descendant of the fallen kingdom of Cylon, handpicked by the second imperial princess Isadella as her new sword-bearer. His last public appearance had been at the engagement banquet hosted by the Borgia family, where he displayed the power of a 4th ring master tier beastmaster. With a preemptive strike, he killed the titled tier beastmaster Silver Foxler, who had let down his guard an attack that revealed explosive strength at least at the 5th ring level. Given his immense talent, many had speculated that after half a year, Xia Ya likely possessed 6th ring level combat power. That was the sum total of what the nobles of the capital had been able to dig up about him through discreet investigations. And yet, even if he had truly broken through to the 6th ring, that still didn't explain this. The Lord of Ashes that was a true god, one whose essence had never been wounded or diminished? Forget 6th ring. Even a legendary tier powerhouse was little more than a bug in the face of a god's divine descent. In that moment, it was as if the CPUs in every noble's mind had started smoking from overload. On the other side, Tarek stood just as dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be the Lord of Ashes' descent? So how the H*LL did he summon that guy? But a legendary tier figure was still a legendary tier figure. His mind, forged into a vast mental sea, began whirring at full speed. Calling on his near-perfect memory, Tarek dove into a mental storm of thoughts, desperately piecing together clues for an explanation. Then, in a flash, Tarek felt he had grasped the key detail. He remembered now Xia Ya's rise to fame in the imperial capital had started during the Twilight Order's assault on St. Roland Academy, when he single-handedly crushed their entire conspiracy. He even took down a 4th ring pontiff, earning his fame from that battle alone. And just before that pontiff died, he'd shouted a single phrase, "Son of God." That line had been noted in the internal report as a slur or insult. The whole incident had been buried, thanks to Isadella's deliberate efforts. Very few ever knew about that detail. But Tarek, being a legendary tier of the royal family, had reviewed the full report when Isadella first selected Xia Ya as her sword-bearer. What if that son of God wasn't blasphemy, but a truth the pontiff had glimpsed just before death? And what about Xia Ya's signature move, Black Flames? It had always been assumed to be a summoned beast's skill. But now, it seemed more likely that it was an innate authority, not a beast's gift. If that were true, then everything made sense. Why a boy from the ashes of Cylon, a so-called nobody with no background, could possess such terrifying talent, rising like an unstoppable comet. Why he could crush the Twilight Order's plot with just 2nd ring power. Why Tarek's divine relic, meant to summon the Lord of Ashes, had brought forth Xia Ya's true form instead. Why the Black Flames, which even a legendary would fear for their soul-burning divine punishment, could not harm Xia Ya in the slightest. It could only be because Xia Ya was the son of the evil god from the start. A being who had disguised himself as human, hiding in plain sight within the empire, waiting patiently for the right moment. Until now, when he finally chose to reveal himself. HSSSS. Tarek sucked in a sharp breath, as if his soul had turned to ice. He felt like he'd uncovered the tip of a monstrous conspiracy, and the more he considered it, the more terrified he became. If this were true, then the Lord of Ashes was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. 1,000 years of planning. 1,000 years of patience. Pretending to be a mindless, pyromaniacal cult with no real strategy just to lull everyone into underestimating them. All the while, secretly planting his own child inside the empire. And somehow this Xia Ya had even won over Isadella's heart. If that was the case, then as long as they quietly silenced everyone in this palace including Isadella herself, and then presented Xia Ya to the people as the Empress's consort, flanked by the loyalty of nobles and oath-bound families, he might very well ascend to the position of regent. Without any resistance he could bring the strongest human nation on the continent, the Empire, under his control. Then, all it would take would be one quiet decree making the Lord of Ashes the state religion, and tens of millions of imperial citizens would become followers of the evil god overnight. Such a massive outpouring of faith. Not even the holy theocracy, with its worship of the 7 dawn gods, could compare. After all, even they split their faith among 7 deities. But this would be undivided faith, all for one. What a grand scheme. What unparalleled strategy. 1,000 years in the making, with every move a hidden thread. Using millions of lives as pawns. Using his own son as bait. And inviting the entire world into his game. What terrifying ambition. Compared to the Lord of Ashes, even other cults and the Abyss, even the ancient group Golden Dawn, seemed laughably small. The theory was shaky at first, but the more Tarek pieced together, the more the scattered details started clicking into place. Tarek was so rattled, he didn't even notice the searing burn of the black flames coiling around him. With sudden fervor, he yanked out his cane, eyes blazing as he turned to the figure standing in the heart of the black fire. Honored son of Ashes, I was fortunate enough to glimpse a sliver of your father's millennia-spanning plan. But I imagine even the great Lord of Ashes, if he wishes to quietly bring the empire under control, must rely on servants and subordinates to govern and deflect suspicion. After all, no matter how powerful your father is, the Dawn Church's 7 gods aren't exactly weaklings. Tarek's aged, stooped frame slowly straightened, and a cunning glint, like that of a seasoned fox, lit up his once cloudy eyes. That means there's only one answer. He held the peachwood cane across his chest. Carved into the cane was a coordinate, a secret location shrouded in black fog used by the mysterious organization Golden Dawn for their gatherings. It was also a symbol of Tarek's identity as a member of that group. But in the very next moment, Tarek bent his knee and, crack, the cane shattered in two. He'd long since made up his mind. After choosing to extend his lifespan through taboo means, there was no way he could remain within the orderly faction following the turmoil in the capital. So if he had to pick a hidden power to throw his lot in with, there was no question. Compared to those chaotic cults from the Lost Domain, or Golden Dawn with its riddle-speaking, God knows what they want leader, the cunning and deep-rooted Ashen Order was the one worth betting on. Breaking the cane was his symbolic break from Golden Dawn, a gesture to show his loyalty to Xia Ya, the supposed heir of the evil god. I hereby pledge my loyalty to you. Elsewhere, as Tariq suddenly proclaimed his allegiance, even the nobles who had been frantically trying to flee the sea of black flame now started catching on. After all, you don't get to be a great noble or an envoy from the oath-bound families without some level of supernatural power or political savvy. Their instincts were razor-sharp. Until now, they hadn't quite wrapped their heads around what was happening. But after Tariq's declaration, many began to put the pieces together. Especially those from the oath-bound families. They'd long coveted the throne, dabbling in all sorts of shady business over the years. Only the Borgia family's crushing defeat, Guderian's death, and Isadella's rise to throne-level power had forced them to outwardly toe the line and maintain the facade of loyalty. But now the tables had turned. Even if they didn't fully grasp the grand picture, they could sense the tides shifting and they knew when to jump ship. And so, the whispers of allegiance began to rise. Your Holiness, Son of Ashes. Our Golden Tulip family may lack a legendary tier expert like Lord Tariq, but we've long operated in the slave trade and have considerable expertise in such matters. Should you truly claim the empire, public sacrificial burnings might alarm the masses, but nameless slaves and missing persons, now those make ideal offerings. Yes, our May Eagle family has also. Same here. As cane after cane was broken and voice after voice swore loyalty, even those who had remained loyal to the crown began to waver. Your Majesty, something's off with Xia Ya. Dirisa leaned in close to Isadella, whispering softly in her ear. She didn't buy any of this nonsense about Xia Ya being some evil god's heir. As someone who had personally used dream weaving on him, she knew better than anyone just how grand and pure that young man's heart was. It was that dream, a utopia untouched by the world's filth, that had touched the heart of this succubus princess, shaken it from its foundations. But even so, something really was off. Xia Ya couldn't be a god's child, but that he might have been corrupted by the Lord of Ashes, lured in through some polluted sacrament. That possibility was real. No, Isadella replied calmly. I know it's him. He is Xia Ya. He's the one I've been waiting for. In the midst of all this chaos, Isadella alone remained motionless. She planted her golden holy sword into the ground before her, her crimson eyes locked on the silhouette in the flames, her gaze filled with tender longing. To others, the sight made it seem like she'd completely lost it. And honestly, could you blame her? To have the one you love suddenly standing with your enemies, betraying you on the spot, anyone would break. But, just as that thought began to rise, Xia Ya's voice rang out from within the black flames. Calm, even. Not loud, but clear. Yeah, no matter how many times I see it, I still get nauseous from how pathetically sycophantic they are. The May Eagle family. If I remember right, that's the house Gawain came from, isn't it? If that big ape saw his descendants acting like this, peddling slaves with disgusting grins on their faces, he'd probably crawl out of his grave in fury. His voice sliced through the air like a blade, cold and sharp. The nobles who had been eagerly pledging their loyalty froze, mid-bow, like statues. Xia Ya stepped forward from the sea of black flame, wrapped in its blazing glow. He didn't spare even a glance for the nobles groveling at his feet. His gaze was fixed only on one person, not the silver-haired imperial princess, but the woman who now stood as the empress of the empire. With a sigh, he muttered, seriously, that just made me wanna puke. If I kill them all, it won't affect your rule or the empire's stability, right? Hearing Xia Ya's words, a faint smile appeared on Isadella's usually cold and elegant face. Of course not. They're just fence-sitters, she replied calmly. In the imaginary zone, they were always the first to be purged anyway. If they die, so be it. Good, Xia Ya responded casually. The next instant, the sea of black flames surged forward. Carrying an overwhelming divine mystery, it surged across the side hall in the blink of an eye, swallowing all those nobles who had just pledged their loyalty moments before. In the face of the black flames, born of a false god's skull and capable of incinerating even demigods, most of the transcendent beings didn't even have time to scream or struggle. They were simply consumed, erased without a trace, reduced to their most basic form of magical particles. Only one lasted slightly longer. Tariq, a veteran legendary, he managed to cling to a shred of consciousness even as the inferno reduced every cell of his body to ash. You were lying to me all along. His flesh and skin gone, only a scorched skull remained, mouth creaking open with a hoarse cry from within the flames. Yup. I was the one who gave you the divine revelation in the first place. Xia Ya smiled faintly. So, surprised? Shocked? You. The skull twitched feebly, fueled by bitter resentment and an unwillingness to pass on, clinging to the world with the last remnants of soul and hatred. But soon, the black fire penetrated even the divine shell, burning straight through to the soul. With a hiss like hot iron sinking into water, the inferno pulled him into another realm, erasing him completely. Tap, tap, tap. Amid the scorched silence, the only sound was the clicking of high heels against the marble floor. Isadella walked towards Xia Ya step by step. She untied the silver ribbon in her hair. The ponytail fell apart, and her long silver locks cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying in the hot air stirred by the flames. Wearing her dark ceremonial uniform, the Empress came to stand before Xia Ya. "It's been a while," she said softly. Lifting her head, those ruby-red eyes studied the black-haired youth in front of her with care. Though it had only been 3 months in the real world, as the wielder of the holy sword, and once the queen of the imaginary zone, Isabella could clearly see the weight of time now etched into him. "You were in there for about 10 years, weren't you?" "Yay," Xia Ya nodded. He paused, then added, "To be precise, 10 years, 1 month, and 3 days. What a shame," Isabella chuckled. "Didn't expect to fall that far behind your childhood sweetheart in just a blink. Guess I'll have to double time it to catch up now." Just then, Xia Ya's mental senses picked up a subtle ripple of arcane energy behind him, and with it came the dusk-colored veil shrouding the far-off night sky, and the faint, sneaky gaze of a white cat peeking in. That cat was incredibly familiar to Xia Ya. It was the spiritual projection of the pale Silver Witch Sylvia. Or more accurately, one of the true eyes she'd left scattered throughout the empire, each placed in major cities where Xia Ya might return, so she could know the moment he appeared. Now that she'd detected the commotion within the palace and that familiar aura, this particular cat had wasted no time peeking in. When she laid eyes on Xia Ya's figure, a burst of joyous spiritual resonance immediately pulsed out from the cat. But then, as if she hadn't noticed at all, a glimmer of mischief suddenly flashed through Isabella's crimson gaze. She rose up slightly on tiptoe, and the next moment, something soft and cool brushed against Xia Ya's lips. For several long seconds, the kiss lingered before finally parting. "No matter what, welcome home, my sword-bearer, and my consort." And she reached out, her snow-white fingers gently stroking Xia Ya's cheek, her voice lifting just slightly. Just enough to make sure that white cat hiding in the twilight could hear clearly. "The Imperial Empress's wedding, when do you think we should set the date?" Meow. The white cat, hidden within the twilight, rushed toward the palace in a hurry. But the moment it got close, it heard Isabella's voice echoing through the hall. Its body immediately faltered, nearly tumbling right out of the twilight. "Did I come at the wrong time?" That thought had barely formed. The next second, the white cat heard Xia Ya's gentle, pleasant chuckle. "No, Sylvia," he said. "You came at just the right time." He gave a casual wave of his hand. And then, the elegant white cat suddenly felt weightless. It actually fell straight out of the twilight's glow. When it regained its senses, it found itself nestled in a firm, secure embrace. A hand not particularly burly, but with long, defined fingers was gently stroking its fur. The faint warmth flowing from those fingertips made the cat momentarily dazed. But in the next moment, a vague sense of wrongness jolted the cat back to clarity. Even though it was only a mental incarnation, a split-off fragment of Sylvia's spiritual power, it still carried the power of a throne-tier being, imbued with twilight divinity. Judging by rank alone, this cat form incarnation was legendary tier, and if it drew upon its authority, it could unleash combat strength approaching that of a throne tier being. If not for that, Sylvia would never have felt safe leaving this mental incarnation to watch over Xia Ya, while her true self returned to the White Chalk Tower to handle official matters. Yet just now, even if part of her guard had dropped in Xia Ya's presence, and she'd momentarily slipped upon hearing the conversation between Isabella and Xia Ya, the fact that he had so effortlessly pulled this incarnation out of the twilight domain and straight into his arms was astonishing. But more importantly, she'd only just had a fleeting thought, hadn't even voiced it, yet Xia Ya had responded as if he'd read her mind. Yes, she was just a spiritual projection, without a physical body, and thus her connection to the spirit realm was more direct, making her mental fluctuations easier to perceive. Plus, she always lowered her guard around Xia Ya, never bothering with mental barriers or defensive screens. But still, even a normal demigod or throne-tier being shouldn't be able to read her thoughts so easily. "At the very least, you've been soaking in the ashes of the imaginary zone for quite some time now," he said. "Even if you were just a blockhead, you should have picked up something by now, right? Besides, your brother Xia Ya was never some worthless dead weight. He's the real deal. He passed the Brandstadt family's coming-of-age ceremony and formed a soul pact with your family's guardian beast, the Silver Spirit. A genuine prodigy." That warm, teasing voice brushed past the white cat's ears again. Words that seemed to pierce right through to her soul. Xia Ya looked down at the dazed, slowly softening white cat in his arms. "Sylvia, do you remember what I wrote in the letter the last time we parted at the hotel in Lokia?" He smiled slightly. "I said I wanted to experience the passage of time inside that imaginary zone. Because I've always carried a sense of guilt toward you. I couldn't accept that a single carefree choice I made while playing around inside a historical echo ended up becoming the burden you carried for 500 years, sealed away by a memory, bound by a promise. If I didn't go through something similar myself, I could never forgive the person I was back then. And now, I'm back." He paused for a moment. "Just like I promised. This time, I can embrace you with no lingering doubts, no hesitation, and no guilt." He lifted the white cat in his arms, his calm voice gently echoing in her ears. "Sylvia, I'm looking forward to seeing your true self again. And then, announcing to the world openly and proudly that you are my lover, my fiancé." Meow. That open, unfiltered confession. In an instant, it stripped away every ounce of her defenses. A flood of love and joy surged through her core, shaking her spiritual power so intensely that the white cat's form grew translucent, almost on the verge of dissolving. Meow meow meow, Xia Ya, I'm gonna let this incarnation return first. A faint twilight glow surged forth. The white cat wriggled free from Xia Ya's embrace, then stumbled away and vanished into the twilight. At Xia Ya's current strength, she could feel that if this incarnation stayed a minute longer, all those messy, shameless thoughts she had about him would get completely exposed. Too embarrassing to survive. Golden Plains, White Chalk Tower. Plain of Eternal Slumber. This was once the burial ground where the pale Silver Witch Sylvia, founder of the White Chalk Tower, had laid herself to rest. But after the ancient witch awoke from her slumber and returned to the world once more, this place once intended as her final resting ground had taken on a new life. Under her instruction, the mages of the White Tower had repurposed and transformed it. The ruined palace, once withered and frozen in the light of dusk, had been restored and rebuilt, now brimming with vitality once again. Officially, according to what was shared with Xia and other high-ranking members of the White Tower, this was Sylvia's private residence within the tower. A residence befitting a throne-tier powerhouse being a bit grand and ornate was nothing out of place. But then, why was it that even though it was clearly meant for her alone, the furniture and tableware were all prepared for two? Even the bedroom had a full set of men's wardrobe and a dressing mirror specifically designed for male use. Only the tower master of the White Chalk Tower herself knew the answer to that. In the vast hall, the silver-haired witch leaned against her silver throne. Faint, hazy golden wings shimmered and layered behind her, while she lightly swirled a delicate glass of red wine in her hand. Her argent eyes stared blankly at the swirling crimson liquid, lost in thought. Below her, the vice-tower master, silent songstress Xia, stood respectfully at her side, reporting the White Tower's latest actions following its true entry into the Western continent's affairs. According to your command, Your Excellency, the White Tower has established branches not only in the imperial capital, but also in major cities across the empire. Recently, heretical cults from the Lost Domain have been unusually active within the empire. Our White Tower has been assisting the local order bureau and military department in cracking down on their operations. However, such extensive expansion of branch towers has consumed a large amount of the White Tower's reserve resources. That's his hometown. Soft golden script appeared midair, cutting off any further comments from Xia. Understood, she nodded, just about to speak again. The next moment, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Xia looked up, puzzled. She saw the silver-haired witch had crushed the wine glass in her hand into sparkling shards, the crimson wine spilling all over the floor. And in those once languid, argent blue eyes suddenly, light began to stir. Who in the world could make Her Excellency the Tower Master so visibly shaken? Oh, screw it. As someone who had personally witnessed the pale Silver Witch's resurrection from the plane of eternal slumber, sure, at first, Xia had been surprised when her aloof, untouchable Tower Master showed such moments of emotional vulnerability. But after a few similar episodes, she'd come to understand Sylvia's personality well enough. Don't be fooled by her cold, regal appearance. Deep down, this high and mighty witch harbored the tender little heart of a girl in love. And the one person capable of making Sylvia lose her composure like this. In the entire Western continent, there was only one. Got it. So he came back. And Your Excellency is about to ditch the White Tower again and dump all the work on me, right? Xia sighed helplessly. The graceful figure on the throne turned toward her in surprise. How did you know? Given Your Excellency's usual habits, this was the kind of thing even a toe could guess. Suppressing the urge to let her sarcasm fly, Xia just sighed again and said, Tower Master, just go find him. I'll take care of the tower. With that, she gracefully exited the plane of eternal slumber, returning to the material plane and the White Tower. What could she do? She was used to it by now. Though Sylvia came from 500 years ago, Xia honestly felt that in terms of emotional maturity, she herself was the older one. And as someone from Sylvia's maternal family, naturally, she had to worry about their Tower Master's lifelong happiness. After all, their Tower Master was over 500 years old and still single. Even with the entire White Tower as a dowry, what if no one wanted to marry her? In the now empty palace hall, only Sylvia remained, seated on her silver throne. She blinked in slight surprise at where Xia had vanished. But soon, a ripple of emotion, impossible to conceal, stirred within those argent blue eyes. Her slender pale fingers lifted gently, summoning an old, weathered diary that appeared quietly and flipped to a blank page. After 3 months, Xia Ya is finally back. Though his appearance hasn't changed, I can clearly feel that something about him is different now. I'm so jealous of little AI. To us, it's only been 3 months, but she got to stay by his side for 10 whole years, watching him grow step by step. And I can feel it. This Xia Ya feels even more familiar to me now. Sylvia gazed at the dusky sky in the distance, its twilight glow mirrored in her silver eyes. Back during the historical echo, to Sylvia, Xia Ya had been her savior, pulling her from a pit of darkness and despair. Though they only spent a year together in the Kangting ancient kingdom, to Sylvia, Xia Ya had always been a hero who could do anything. Wherever he went was fun, and adventure seemed to follow him everywhere. But 500 years later, when they reunited at that fateful banquet, even though the feelings hadn't changed, the gap between them had. A throne-tier witch and a fourth-ring student of St. Roland Academy. Power, identity, status, they were worlds apart. And it was clear that the relationship they had once shared could never go back to the way it was. But in this moment, feeling everything relayed from her white cat incarnation, she realized that familiar feeling had returned. When Xia Ya touched her, Sylvia felt herself transported back to that cold winter night on the raging Grandet Sea. Back then, too, it had been those long, slender fingers that pulled her out from the icy waters, granting her another chance at life. That time, and this one, it was exactly the same. It felt like everything had returned to the beginning. She was no longer the pale Silver Witch seated upon a throne, but just the unpopular only daughter of a Grand Duke's family, trailing behind that boy, calling him Xia Ya brother every day. Simple, ordinary, but deeply fulfilling. Honestly, all I ever wanted was to stay by your side, just like back then. Delicate golden handwriting came to a pause. Sylvia took a long time to calm the turbulent emotions surging in her heart before continuing to read the next batch of memories passed back from her mental incarnation. Then, a blush rapidly spread across her fair, delicate face. Once again, graceful golden script appeared across the page of the diary. Brother Xia Ya has already reached that level. He can even sense the slight mental ripples of my incarnation. Thank goodness she ran off fast enough. Sylvia couldn't help but cover her face. If she'd hesitated a moment longer, and Xia Ya had discovered that she had in the privacy of her mind, and not just once fantasized about trapping him in a little black room with spell restraints, personally jumping him to take his first time and live out a life of non-stop carnal bliss, then the life of the dignified tower master of the White Chalk Tower might as well be over. But still, after a long silence, words began to reappear across the diary's page. This version of Brother Xia Ya, so dominant. Excerpt from the Pale Silver Witch's Diary, page 705, Sacred Calendar Year 903, 30th of the month of summer blossoms. Snap. The ancient-looking diary abruptly slammed shut. Twilight's glow flickered. When the light faded, the plane of eternal slumber once again returned to its silence, and the graceful figure seated atop the throne had vanished into a cascade of glimmering spatial rifts. You're the first man bold enough to flirt with another woman right in front of me. In a side hall, Isabella stood with her arms crossed, calmly watching Xia Ya's interaction with the white cat. Of course. Xia Ya nodded, watching the white cat flee in a flustered blur back into the twilight's glow. I'm your majesty's first man, and I'll be the last. Your F-boy lines are just as polished as ever, Isabella said with a faint smile, exactly like when we first met. She recalled the scene from their first meeting via Magitech communication, no less. It had been just as bold, just as direct. She still remembered that line clearly, white hair and red eyes, that's my ideal type. She'd once thought it was all just a front, some script Xia Ya used to protect himself. But now, it seemed, quite a bit of it had been genuine. Thinking back, that was less than a year ago in the material plane. Yet to both Xia Ya and Isabella, it already felt like a lifetime ago. That was sincere praise, Xia Ya said, his tone warm. Your Majesty's every trait, white hair, red eyes, the military uniform, the Empress aura, they all strike right in my sweet spot. There was a flicker of nostalgia in Xia Ya's eyes as well. After all, for him, it had been 11 years. He reached out and pulled the silver-haired Empress into his arms. Back then, all I could do was fantasize about the ultimate dream woman in dearest's dreams. But now, I get to live the dream in reality and indulge in beastly pleasures whenever I want. Isabella didn't resist. She merely tilted her head slightly, gazing up at the boy's profile. Miss Alara is one thing. She's the last remnant of the Winter Flower family, and the Empire owes her a great debt. I know, if she had to choose between leaving you or dying, she'd probably pick the latter. But with the others, especially Sylvia, you need to draw a line. I can have dearest bring all her abyssal kin and weave you dreams every night. Succubus dreams can satisfy every last desire and fantasy you have. Far more thrilling than anything real. A beat. From the sidelines, dearest the third wheel. Let's not, Xia Ya replied, shaking his head. Dearest is fine, but I don't really know the rest of the succubus girls. If I accidentally trigger the pretty boy X passive again and ruin their lives, that'd be a problem. He smiled faintly. Besides, I don't think being a playboy and being responsible are mutually exclusive. I made a promise to Sylvia. Once I returned, she would be my fiancée. That's a man's vow. It's not just responsibility, it's a duty. If I didn't mean it, I would have just let your majesty perish with the imaginary zone back then. Isabella sighed. I figured. But after hesitating a moment, she still allowed herself to be held by him without struggling. As the perfect monarch of a nation, I shouldn't have weaknesses or soft spots. A ruler with vulnerabilities inevitably makes one compromise after another. But I can't help it. My weakness already exists. And apparently, it's not going away. Xia Ya chuckled. But maybe that's exactly what makes us human. If we didn't have soft spots, we'd be gods, not people. To be honest, compared to the cold, serious imperial princess I first met, I prefer your majesty now. Because now, you're more human. Not just a flawless political machine with no feelings. He paused a moment, then added softly, to be your weakness, is my greatest honor. Yeah, time changes so many things. A year ago, I never would have imagined things would turn out like this. Isabella didn't disagree. Since the moment I was born, I've lived to meet others' expectations. My father wanted me to be the heir to the imperial throne. The one who would bring our declining empire into a new era. As for the ministers and the high nobility, some shared my father's vision. But others hoped I'd fall, become corrupt so they could keep their power and wealth intact. P184 data end equals 359 To meet the expectations of the world, I wore the mask of the second imperial princess, learned to be flawless, and molded myself into the image the masses longed for. Beneath the night sky of the imperial capital, dark clouds had gathered at some point, pressing down oppressively from above. Here and there, arcs of searing lightning flickered within the gloomy clouds. It finally worked. The holy relic passed down from our family's ancestor actually responded to our prayers again. Inside a dilapidated house, a few people looked elated. All of them wore grey-white robes, the collars of which were inscribed with a twisted serpent insignia. Unlike the other heretical cults, who brimmed with confidence and swore to overturn the capital and spread their evil god's will across the entire continent, these people hadn't held out much hope for their lord's descent from the start. After all, as far back as the Third Era, long before the founding of the sacred calendar, they had already lost the ability to hear their god's voice. No matter how fervently they prayed to the relic left behind, even the strongest and most devout pontiff among them could not receive any response. A cult whose deity could not perform miracles, could not respond to its followers, naturally could not survive for long. And so, over time, the once glorious angelic bloodline of the Mercury's blood family, who had even held sway over several human empires during the height of the Third Era, gradually withered away. In the end, only this tiny branch remained. As time passed, the Third Era came to an end, and the Fourth began. This remnant was so weak and obscure that even the Church of Dawn had assumed the Mercury's blood family was extinct and didn't even bother to list them as a heretical cult. Their appearance in the capital today wasn't even due to being part of some major scheme like the other cults. They'd merely caught wind of a plot thanks to some old contacts from their families' past rumors that various cults were planning something in the capital. So they came, holding a desperate hope, maybe a dead horse could still be treated as if it were alive. Because of how ancient everything was, this tiny branch of the angel bloodline had even forgotten the correct procedure for their rituals. So, they muddled through based on vague memories and guesses. First they tried copying the Church of Dawn, drawing crosses, sprinkling holy water, then they mimicked heretical sacrificial rites. Unfortunately, they couldn't afford a proper human sacrifice, or even cows or sheep for that matter, due to financial difficulties. In the end, they had to settle for slitting a few chickens and ducks to substitute as offerings. And yet somehow, despite the fumbling mess, they actually received a response. In a single instant, 1,000 bolts of lightning descended from the black clouds above. Then, over the rooftop of that decrepit house, a silver-white plasma converged into a hazy silhouette. It was a creature, serpentine and pure white. I can't believe it. The Lord written of in the ancient family records has truly descended again. Upon seeing the ethereal, Mercury-like serpent in the sky, the few people below were moved to tears. Generations of persistence. Their lineage had wavered many times throughout the centuries. They had considered abandoning their faith. Maybe it was time to switch allegiances to find a new patron, be it another cult or one of the 7 gods of dawn. They had wondered whether their lord had already perished, perhaps lost forever in the depths of the star realm, or had been devoured in some forgotten divine war, their divine authority usurped and made into someone else's garment. But now, it was clear. It all meant something. Their lord had not abandoned them, it had merely been a trial, one that spanned over 1,000 years. Now, he had finally answered their call again. Their days of destitution, so poor they couldn't even afford livestock for sacrifice, were over. This was a true god walking the earth once more. And as the loyal devotees who remained even in the lowest depths of their decline, they were sure to receive their lord's most merciful reward. The glorious rise of the Mercury's blood angelic bloodline would surely begin again. Amid the feverish fantasies and hope, no one noticed. A black-haired, dark-eyed youth, dressed in a black and red cloud robe, had somehow slipped silently into their group at an unknown point in time. So this is the last one, huh? Compared to the others, this one seems kinda underwhelming. On Xia Ya's shoulder, the little snow ferret, Silver, yawned lazily. The blood-red tomo and silver moonlight faded from her eyes. At her current legendary species level, casting illusion arts to lower Xia Ya's presence among a bunch of below 4th ring transcendents was total overkill, like using a cannon to kill a chicken. Xia Ya stared at the little silver serpent above them, its eyes closed, its transparent body flowing with mercury blood. There was a thoughtful glint in his gaze. After 10 years in Eden, he was no longer the naive second ring beast master unfamiliar with the transcendent world. With tutoring from Sylvia, and 10 years spent poring over nearly every ancient tome that Yui had copied from the White Tower and the Imperial Grand Library, Xia Ya's understanding of occultism now surpassed that of most legendary tier powerhouses across the Western continent. And yet he still couldn't identify exactly what this thing was. Sweeping the area with his spiritual perception, he detected a faint trace of divinity. That was why, once he'd finished dealing with the other cults, he'd come here. But he could tell clearly. This little mercurial serpent was very different from the evil god incarnations he had faced before. It lacked that typical chaotic, brutal divine aura. In fact, it was peaceful. And more importantly, it didn't feel like a descent forged from divine power and belief. It felt real, tangible. This wasn't just a vessel for a god. It was a mythical creature, a true entity walking the material plane in the flesh. Since the start of the 4th era, this was the first true form of a mythical creature to descend into the world. Even during the chaotic days of the era of Cataclysm, those creatures only sent down half-bodies or faith incarnations, never their true selves. And as if sensing Xia Ya's astonishment, The illusory little mercurial serpent slowly opened its eyes under Xia Ya's gaze. They were a pair of pale brown serpent pupils, within which flickered a cold, transcendent divine will. So this is the place where fate has drawn me to be reborn. A high, distant divine ripple echoed in the void, laced with a language ancient as the primordial world. It was a hybrid dialect somewhere between Old Abyssal and High Elven, a tongue far too archaic for the remnants of the angel-blooded family gathered below to understand. But thanks to Yui's skill Spark Source, which Xia Ya had trained during his idle years in Eden, the skill had long since evolved beyond transcendence, becoming a super-tier skill, essentially a super-intelligent AI. Coupled with the massive database of ancient languages and research stored within it, the moment the archaic language was spoken, Yui translated it near instantly and passed it to Xia Ya via their soul contract. To think, the angel-blooded family I once established has fallen to such a state. Then again, I haven't responded to any prayers in over 1,000 years. The fact they even still exist is a miracle in itself. The little silver serpent, whose blood shimmered like mercury, slowly swept its serpent eyes across the room, gazing at the fanatical believers of the angel-blooded family. In its pupils, the color of mercury gently flowed, gradually forming the shape of an Ouroboros. Then light motes began drifting up from the bodies of those believers, gathering into a silver-white wheel of time, within which hazy visions began to spin and shift. They were their wheels of fate, inscribed with the entire trajectories of their lives. The mercurial serpent read all of it, each thread of their mortal destiny reflected in its gaze. I see now. Ash, Twilight, the Oathbreakers, the Faceless, all these heretical gods descending here. It's all to topple this so-called empire of Freista. Such a density of divine descents, it can only mean one thing: the fourth era is drawing to a close. The end times are near. My rebirth at such a moment, and the opportunity to rise anew amid the chaos, yes, it is in line with fate indeed. The being murmured lofty words, quickly deducing the current era's background from the fates of those before it. But, if so many abyssal gods have descended, why hasn't even a single sign of chaos erupted in the mortal world? Its pale yellow pupils looked off toward the distant imperial capital, where the night lay quiet and peaceful, too quiet. For a being as ancient as itself, even among the true gods, it well understood the temperaments of abyssal deities. Twisted and mad from prolonged exposure to the abyssal will, they rarely descended without causing widespread devastation. Back in the chaotic days of the Third Era, a single divine descent could raise an entire city. Yet now, with multiple gods descending simultaneously, how could the mortal world remain so eerily calm? But then its gaze paused, and fell upon an inconspicuous black-haired youth hiding quietly in the far corner of the room. The moment its divine authority attempted to observe this youth's wheel of fate, it encountered resistance. A holy relic? Even in its reborn state, it still retained the authority of fate observation. Typical relics wouldn't be able to block it, not unless they were sacred artifacts from the First Era. Its interest was piqued. If it could obtain such a relic from this youth and devour the mystery within, it could accelerate its own resurrection tremendously. Its pale yellow serpent eyes narrowed. The flow of mercury quickened, and it fully released its fate observation authority. From around the black-haired youth, faint motes of light began to emerge, yet no image formed. TCH. Looks like this relic's power is even more formidable than I imagined. It might not just be from the First Era, but even older, perhaps dating back to a time before intelligent life existed, when the world itself was first born. If such a mystery could be devoured whole, it might even allow me to bypass the entire process of slow recovery, and immediately reclaim my place atop the divine throne at my peak. Such thoughts stirred a burning desire in the mercurial serpent's eyes. A distant rumble echoed from the depths of the spirit realm, and the motes of light from the youth began to glow more intensely. Eventually, they condensed into a dim silvery white wheel. Unlike the other angel-blooded remnants, whose wheels of fate had formed easily and spun freely under its gaze, this youth's wheel was faint. So faint that, even with all its divine power, the serpent could only catch a blurry glimpse of the edge. And the further back in time one tried to look, the harder fate became to read. Even straining to the limit, it could only move this youth's wheel by a fraction. A shift this minor, on a human timescale, equated to mere dozens of minutes, not even an hour. Who is he? The mercurial serpent finally sensed something was wrong. But then what it saw within that tiny sliver of fate left it completely frozen. It was a glimpse of the black-haired youth's past, marked only by the events of half an hour ago. On that illusory wheel of fate, what reflected was a still and silent night sky. Nestled in the rift between the astral realm and the material plane, it was not fully of the stars, nor entirely of the world, a realm sometimes called the worlds outside. To avoid dragging the mortal world into their collateral damage, many powerhouses above legend rank chose to battle in this place. And now, within that world's outside, several spectral mythical beings stood quietly, some twisted, some terrifying, others calm yet oppressive. There was a vague human silhouette bound to a bronze cross, a dusk-lit demon wolf, and a figure whose form constantly shifted, defying clear perception. The mercurial serpent's pale yellow eyes narrowed. It recognized them: Twilight, the Oathbreaker, the Faceless One. They were the very abyssal gods mentioned in the Wheels of Fate it had previously read from the angel-blooded remnants. So then, they really had descended already. And judging by the degree of their descent, while not full incarnations, they were at least peak legendary, if not bordering on demigod-level avatars. Especially that wolf Twilight. It had clearly been stripped of some divine authority and essence before, and now this descent seemed like a last-ditch gamble. It was a godflesh body, born by pouring massive faith into a legend tier cult leader as a one-time vessel. Its essence had already reached the demigod threshold. However, hovering in the starry sky across from them all, stood only one person. Black hair, black eyes, dressed in a black robe, a crimson staff in hand. The moment the mercurial serpent laid eyes on that crimson staff, ancient memories stirred in its mind, echoes from several eras ago. The Black Tower, the staff-wielding spellcasters, witches. Not pleasant memories, to say the least. Could this black-haired youth be one of them? A mage from the Black Tower? It shifted its divine sense back to the illusory vision from the fate wheel. Honestly, if I wanted efficiency, a nuke would have been the easiest way to wipe you all out. Up in the sky, the black-haired youth shook his head ever so slightly. But Yin just evolved, and Qihong's been clamoring for real combat. They've both been sealed up for 10 years, it's only right to indulge them a little. You know what they say, skip torturing your ferret during the day, and it'll torture you all night. And hey, great chance to test their new combo skill, too. As he spoke, his hand rested lightly on that crimson staff. A spellcaster, drawing from the staff to cast a forbidden spell? But even if it were a forbidden spell, could one truly affect multiple demigod-level avatars? Such a thought had barely formed. And then the mercurial serpent's pupils froze. Because in the next instant, that so-called staff shattered, revealing the gleam of a blade beneath, shining like white silver, yet shrouded in black flames. Let's call this combo from Yin and Qihong Ryujin Jaka. The black-haired youth glanced down at the long blade in his hand and gave a light-hearted laugh. And then, he swung. All things in creation reduced to ashes. Boom. The silver fate wheel shattered. The illusionary vision faded. Even with the full release of the authority of fate, it had only glimpsed a single, incomplete sliver of that youth's history, just under 1 hour of fate. But even that was enough. The final image burned into that vision was the sky itself turning to black flames. And those godly avatars, turned to ash, annihilated by that single slash. In that instant, it understood why the abyssal gods had launched such grandiose descent rituals in hopes of overturning the imperial capital. Yet the city remained completely untouched. Why even its fate observation could only peer into a tiny fragment of the youth's destiny. It wasn't because the youth had some miraculous relic shielding him. It was because this kid was a complete and utter monster. And as fate would have it, it had just resurrected, powerless and defenseless, right under that monster's nose. Fate, you effing betrayed me? Huh, an authority to read others' fates? Damn, that's serious, one of those divination or prophecy types, huh. And you don't seem as batshare *T as the others I chopped up earlier. You know, the type who screams die the moment they see me. You actually seem kinda sane. Wanna have a little heart-to-heart? A friendly voice rang in the serpent's ears. The black-haired youth had somehow silently appeared behind it, and was now reaching out, gently patting its head. Despite being a mythical creature, with no metabolism and no sweat glands to speak of, despite being a cold-blooded serpent whose body should never produce such things, the mercurial serpent felt a distinct bead of cold sweat sliding down its brow. Guh, just kill me already. Within the imperial palace, teams of court beastmasters entered in waves, methodically cleaning up the scene of devastation, and sweeping away the betrayers who had already been reduced to ashes by the black flames summer released. One beastmaster even summoned an undead-type pet, the Lich King. The withered creature extended a bony hand, fingers wrapped in a faint green glow, and cast a necromantic skill, remnant perception, upon the pale ashes scattered across the palace floor. Using this skill, it sifted through the mingled remains to identify the owners of the ashes. Then, with psychic power unique to undead creatures, it carefully sorted the ashes into separate piles, one for each individual. This pile belongs to a roughly 40-year-old Tier 5 Beastmaster, bald, about 1.9 meters tall. The Beastmaster of the Lich King closed his eyes and described the appearance of the deceased based on the mental images passed through their soul contract. Zygen family, Elder Bright. Someone quickly cross-referenced the banquet guest list and confirmed the match. The Lich King then used telekinesis to gently deposit the ashes into a funerary urn held by one of the Black Vulture guards. Send this to the Zygen family. Just tell them the banquet was attacked by a cult, and this was all we recovered. Oh, and don't forget to ask them to cover the cremation fee. Understood. The Black Vulture guard nodded firmly and departed with the urn. What kind of hellish joke was this? As Queen Isadella's confidant, dearest stood at the scene directing the cleanup, and this bizarre, absurd thought popped unbidden into her mind. She couldn't help it. It seemed that everyone who spent time around Summer eventually picked up this bad habit of using weird new slang. Looks like the Empire's finally stabilized. She watched the squadrons of Black Vulture guards fanning out across the imperial capital. The relationship between the royal family and the noble houses, especially the 8 oath-bound houses, had always been complicated. These were ancient families enshrined in the Empire's crest since its founding. Unless caught red-handed, the royal family, even with the upper hand, couldn't just outright target them. Take the Borgia affair, for instance. The royal retaliation was aimed specifically at the Borgia family. The other noble houses who'd stayed on the fence were left untouched. But this time, the connection between the cultists and several major noble houses had already been secretly confirmed, and the evidence was solid. Everyone knew it was a gamble. If the cults succeeded and managed to take down a throne-tier beastmaster wielding the sacred sword, they'd be free to carve up the Empire's remains, perhaps even establish new nations or prop up a puppet ruler. But if they lost, they'd lose everything. Even if the royal family spared them in the name of stability, they'd still be stripped of all power. And now, the outcome was clear. But dearest, despite being on the winning side, felt no joy, only silence and unease. She hadn't forgotten what Summer had said before leaving. He'd chosen to let the gods descend, only to defeat them afterward. That was a true godly descent, vessels imbued with divine essence from the real gods themselves. One misstep, and what awaited Summer would be total annihilation. Then suddenly, her eyes widened. A meteor shower. A strange sensation tugged at her heart. She turned toward the night sky outside the window. Streak after streak of radiant starlight tore across the darkness, illuminating the heavens above the capital. Stars fell like rain. As the last of her kind, the royal line of abyssal succubi dearest had inherited vast knowledge. An entire race's cultural memory and arcane archives. Even secrets buried beneath the dust of ancient eras, from the time when gods still walked the earth she knew them well. According to the ancient texts, every falling star signified the death of a mythical being. Their shattered divine essence would fall from the sky like fragments of the Holy Grail. But that golden age when saints and demigods roamed the world was nearly 10,000 years past. In this current age, even demigods had faded into obscurity. And stars, once heralds of God's fall, hadn't been seen in centuries. Until now, the one responsible for this reign of stars was none other than Summer. And not just dearest. Across the entire western continent, countless people lifted their heads to witness the starlight tumbling down from the far end of the firmament. To the common folk, unaware of deeper truths, it was simply a wondrous celestial sight. But to those well-versed in mysticism, its meaning was entirely different. The fall of stars. The elegy of the divine. Each descending star marked the death of one who had stepped into the divine domain, whether they were semi-divine avatars or partial godly vessels. And now, so many had fallen all at once. When combined with the recent unrest in the imperial capital, the surge of activity among cults in the lost domain, is the Freista Empire truly on the cusp of revival? Just like the era of the Night King once more. Silent Forest. Wearing a layered yet elegantly simple black gown, Augustina suddenly looked up, her gaze directed south toward the continent's most prosperous nation, the Freista Empire. So you're back, huh? In her crimson gold eyes, the meteor shower that lit the night sky reflected like a river of stars. Even though the Silent Forest was separated from the Freista Empire by the vast Grand Sea, Augustina spoke as if she had personally witnessed the scene. You've only just returned, and already stirred up this much chaos. Still the same, always showing off in public like some divine prodigy. Her words paused. Then the corners of her lips curled ever so slightly. But then again, if you weren't like this, you'd never be worthy of being my dragon knight, would you? Empire outskirts. Why are you shaking? Do I look that terrifying? Standing just beyond the capital, Summer also lifted his gaze slightly, catching sight of the falling meteors. Honestly, he hadn't even realized that killing off a few godly avatars came with such flashy kill effects. But it worked out nicely, especially now that he was trying to persuade through virtue, or more accurately, intimidate a snake into submission. So having such an epic backdrop only helped his case. He had to admit, props to the effects department, they deserved a bonus. Look at that. Aren't the falling stars beautiful? Summer continued gently stroking the silver serpent's head. I just want to have a nice little chat. Ask you a couple of things. You wouldn't want to become one of those falling stars, right? Just kill me. The water silver serpent flinched again, trembling more than before, still repeating the same words, which left Summer feeling a little exasperated. He was genuinely curious about this snake. After all, though he'd fought plenty of real gods before, it had always been in direct opposition. Those abyssal gods all had the same MO. Seeing him was like seeing the guy who killed their entire bloodline. They attacked on sight, no questions asked. He'd never had the chance to learn any divine era secrets from them. But this serpent, this one, was different. It didn't seem crazy. It wasn't spouting hatred. It actually seemed relatively sane. Probably even from the order side. So naturally, Summer wanted to milk it for all it was worth. Only problem was, it kept repeating the same line, kill me. Which, frankly, Summer didn't buy for a second. No way these divine tier beings were truly unafraid of death. If that were true, it wouldn't have survived since the first era. More likely, even if he killed its body, it had contingencies, some way to be reborn or restored. After all, while most true gods were still trapped in the astral realm, struggling just to send down a sliver of power through cold rituals, this one had descended into the material plane with its true form, aided by a handful of underleveled angelic bloodline descendants. Clearly, it had some special tricks. Unfortunately, its weaknesses weren't obvious. But that was fine, he might not know, but there was someone who would know something. If a cup didn't know, worst case, he'd go ask his teacher. After all, when the Crimson Moon had seen her, it had basically shriveled into a trembling mess. Clearly, Miss Gold Elf Scholar was these divine freaks' natural enemy. He wondered if Hathaway's name had the power to make even infant mythic creatures shut up and behave. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard footsteps behind him. High heels tapped softly against the cracked tiles as someone walked toward him. Done already? A cool, clear voice rang in his ear. Yeah. Summer nodded, slipping the silver snake into his spatial pouch and turning to look at the silver-haired empress. Still as reliable as ever. Isabella raised a delicate hand, brushing aside wind-tossed strands of silver hair, lips curved in a faint smile. Unlike the anxious dearest or the noble families who swayed like reeds in the wind, forever dancing between loyalty and betrayal, Isabella had never once doubted Summer's victory, even if such belief seemed irrational and illogical. Still, in her heart, she had always believed. Ever since the day Summer stood before her beneath the blood moon in Camelot. No matter the time that passed, he never changed. Isabella stretched lazily, the curve of her body tracing smoothly beneath the dark lines of her military uniform. As the second princess of the empire, Isabella had borne the weight of countless expectations from the moment her talent as a beastmaster was first discovered. Her supporters hoped she would become an outstanding empress, one who would lead the empire to greatness once more. Her opponents, meanwhile, spent day after day, year after year, scrutinizing her every move, every word, searching for the tiniest crack, any flaw they could exploit to deliver a fatal political blow. So to meet these expectations, Isabella had always held herself to the strictest of standards. While other noble girls spent their youth clustered together gossiping about skirt trends and the latest romance novels from the Royal Book Club, Isabella was already walking through the military command, oversight bureaus, and adventurers' guilds, enduring the harshest of imperial education. Where her peers clung to teddy bears, flowers, and frilly dresses, she only ever clutched frigid war reports and the cold hilt of a training sword. She gave up the carefree life of poetry and springtime dreams. Gave up love and romance. She didn't even have the kind of close confidant most girls her age would. Because the so-called ideal ruler her father and ministers dreamed of wasn't allowed to have emotional weaknesses like relying on others. But now, looking back, Isabella's gaze shifted slightly, falling upon the black-haired, black-eyed young man standing just ahead of her. And in that moment buried memories surged to the surface, washing over her like a tide. They were old memories. Very old. So old that her mother hadn't yet passed away. So old that she herself was still just a carefree little girl of 7 or 8, living inside the palace walls. She could vaguely recall her mother's face, though it had blurred with time. The woman had held little Isabella in her arms, sitting gently on a creaky swing in the palace garden, swaying softly. Your mental aptitude test results are back. Exceptionally high. You've broken royal records, you know? They say your gift could rival even that of the Night King who founded the empire. Your father and the ministers are thrilled. The dean of the Beastmaster Academy even wants to raise a perfect black-scaled sub-dragon from birth just for you, to be your partner when you reach the legendary tier. But, as your mother, I don't want that. I just want you to grow up safe and happy. And if someday you find yourself trapped in danger or drowning in the mud, I hope there'll be someone who'll reach in, take your hand, and pull you out of the abyss. That's how your father won me over. You know, he saved me from a band of mountain bandits. That was when I fell in love with him. That's how we ended up together. That was the happiest choice I ever made. Even though marrying into the royal family meant stepping into the heart of power and schemes, always walking on a knife's edge, watching for assassins and betrayal, I've never once regretted it. Her mother had smiled softly, gently patting young Isabella's head. One day, little Isa, I hope you find a happiness of your own. My own happiness? Back then, mother, I didn't really understand what you meant. But I think now I've found it. The soft breeze carried away her quiet whisper, unheard by anyone. At the edge of the horizon, faint rays of dawn pierced the darkness. The long night had ended. Daybreak had come, and with it a brand new chapter was about to begin. Imperial Capital, Black Lily District, number 32, Golden Osmanthus Street. The faint afternoon sunlight poured down, casting a golden veil over this courtyard that had been shrouded in dust after nearly half a year of abandonment. Xia Ya looked up at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar residence before him and stretched lazily. Been a while, huh? It really has been a while, not just for our home. Beside him, the golden-haired girl wore a wide-brimmed sun hat and a plain white dress. Her crystal heels clacked against the ground with a hint of frustration and gloom. Not long ago, Xia Ya had used the giant king's skull, now a holy relic of ashes, as an anchor point. Through the pathway opened by the divine descent ritual, he brought his true form directly from the Eden of the imaginary zone embers into the real world. And after Xia Ya arrived in the current timeline, he could once again serve as the anchor to guide Aelira's holy lance across the river of time. The time gap between the two was only a few hours. Ordinarily, after spending 10 years in Eden together, a few hours wouldn't have made any difference to Xia Ya and Aelira. However, when Aelira returned to the real world, riding the holy lance through the currents of time, the scene she saw sent waves through the spiritual sea she had just completed forming after fully unlocking the holy lance's restraints. Beneath the glow of dawn, amidst the ruins, a black-haired youth and the silver-haired empress reaching toward each other. What kind of lunar classic painting was this supposed to be? And the most critical issue was, she was the one who arrived first, wasn't she? Meeting Xia Ya, making pinky promises, even falling in love, she was the one who came first. So how was it that after just a few hours apart, she was instantly relegated to the third wheel? With that in mind, Aelira slightly lowered the brim of her wide hat and leaned in close to Xia Ya, sniffing the collar of his shirt. Her Highness the Princess, fine, I can accept that. But Miss Sylvia, and even Guildmaster dearest sent too. What exactly did you get up to in the few hours I wasn't around? How did she never notice before that Xia Ya had the potential to be a master of time management? Little AI, your jealous streak still hasn't changed one bit. But I like that about you. Xia Ya played with a few strands of Aelira's falling hair and smiled. Time could change many things. But there were also some things time could never shake. 10 years together hadn't dulled their love like in so many stories, where passion fades, conflicts arise from trivialities, and love decays, the so-called 3-year itch. On the contrary, these 10 years along with the complete unlocking of the Holy Lands and the growth in power, had only intensified Aelura's possessiveness towards Xia Ya. One could tell just from how, during the last few weeks before leaving Eden, Xia Ya had been chugging goji tea and grilling lamb kidneys like a madman. You could only say this girl had really learned how to turn the tables from below. The two of them stepped into the residence at number 32, Golden Osmanthus Street, in the Black Lily district. Xia Ya glanced around the living room and study covered in dust, then took out a bucket and cleaning tools from his spatial pocket. He summoned his soulbound pets, all still fast asleep in the soul-packed space. Time to work. Ying ying ying, master, this kind of thing should have just been left to you. Those micro-nano robots could have handled it in no time. The little snow ferret blinked awake on Xia Ya's shoulder, letting out a sleepy whine. Ever since evolving into the legendary species limit breakthrough, snow ferret, Yin's sleepiness had only gotten worse. Out of 24 hours in a day, at least 18 were spent asleep in the soul-packed space. The rest of the time, she was either in Xia Ya's arms demanding pets or lounging on his head soaking up the sun. Her whole vibe was, sloth mode, activated. There's an old saying in my hometown: the longer you live on high, the easier it is to lose your heart. It's a truth I learned from the fragmented memories in that giant king's skull. Those gods, once upon a time, also had clansmen. They had bonds, attachments, and were living beings too. But as their power grew and they rose above the world, their humanity and emotions faded until only cold divinity remained. Of course, stripping away emotions and leaving only aloof divinity isn't necessarily bad from a power perspective. It's just a different choice. Xia Ya rubbed the heads of Yin, Flash, and Chihong. I just don't want our journey, all this resistance against gods and fate, all this struggle for that sliver of fragile human resolve, to end with the dragon-slaying boy becoming the next dragon. And after hundreds of years, we too become those high and mighty gods looking down upon all living beings. If that weren't the case, then back at the Borgia family banquet, he should have just accepted the proposal from the Crimson Rose family, not chosen to fire that magic-breaking shot at the death row convict. Ying ying, stop with the speech already, master. I get it. The little snow ferret helplessly flicked her fluffy white tail and hopped off Xia Ya's shoulder. Then she grabbed a broom from the floor and toddled off toward the inner room. She'd been adopted and contracted by Xia Ya when she was just a cub too young to remember anything. He'd always raised and protected her so well that even now, as a legendary tier being, Yin remained pretty innocent in temperament. She couldn't fully grasp the deeper meanings behind Xia Ya's long-winded musings. Whatever, basically, time to work, right? It's not like it's her first time being a tool ferret. She's used to it. Meanwhile, Aelura didn't say anything. She quietly handed Xia Ya the water-filled bucket. Compared to Xia Ya's concerns about losing his humanity someday, she had never wavered in the slightest. For her, as long as she could stay by Xia Ya's side, whether that meant sitting with him on a lonely divine throne, slowly forgetting what it meant to be human, or falling with him into the abyss, corrupted and twisted into an evil god, Aelura simply didn't care. She would follow him from life to death. Everything else, she didn't care about. Didn't even want to care. Done. 2 hours later, Xia Ya collapsed onto the couch in the living room. On the sofa next to him, Yin and Flash also sprawled out like they'd lost the will to live. Only Yui, the metal fairy, was still floating in the air, flapping her fairy wings formed from undying metal, glaring in frustration at the little snow ferret and golden snub-nosed monkey below. Big sis Yin slacked off for 15 minutes. Flash slacked off for 19. But in the face of Yui's scolding, Yin and Flash didn't even have the strength to argue back. As high-tier summoned beasts, their physical capabilities were enough to split mountains and crack boulders. Cleaning a house should have been child's play, hardly worth the effort. But their beastmaster was an absolute monster. Under the pretense of reliving hardship to savor sweetness, he didn't just seal off all their pet abilities through soul-packed restrictions, he also activated a customized gravity field using his sovereign domain, derived from the skill monarch's heart, multiplying the force by hundreds of times. Every single move felt like trudging through mud, let alone tidying up an entire residence. And the gravity field was custom calibrated per individual take-in, who had already ascended to legendary tier. The gravity she endured under the sovereign domain was several times heavier than what Flash faced. The whole idea was to push the summoned beasts to their absolute limits. Brutal wasn't even the word. If Xia Ya hadn't joined in the sovereign domain training himself, the pets would have likely rebelled already, shouting poetic slogans like setting westward with the evening sun, dawn born anew in the east, while flipping furniture. Only little silver spirit Chihong stood blinking innocently on the side, in perfect condition. Before contracting with Xia Ya, Chihong was already a pure-blooded training maniac. He had achieved transcendent mastery proficiency in slash with only first ring strength. This level of training was nothing but a drizzle to Chihong. He honestly couldn't comprehend why Yin and Flash both spoiled since birth had such pathetic tolerance for pressure. Xia Ya paid no mind to the scuffling among his pets. After resting briefly, he walked over to Aelura's side. His childhood sweetheart was just like Chihong, a total training addict. She'd voluntarily joined the sovereign domain training too, and hadn't even broken a sweat. At the moment, Aelura was wiping an old silver-white photo frame on the bookshelf with a tissue. It was a Magitech photograph from when Xia Ya and Alara had first arrived in the imperial capital. In the image, a young boy and girl still baby-faced and not fully grown stood side by side. The boy wore a prematurely serious expression, hands in his pockets, while the little girl clung to his arm, beaming brightly at the lens. Alara gently wiped the silver-white frame for a long time before placing it on the nightstand beside the bed. Back then, I doubt we ever thought that just a few years later, we'd achieve what we have now. Xia Ya glanced at the photo frame and let out a sigh, resting his hand on the golden-haired girl's white-stockinged, long legs. But the past is still just the past. We've got to look forward. There are still so many new memories we can make. While enjoying the sensation of stroking her legs, he let his other hand trace upward along the golden-haired girl's soft waist. We didn't sleep at all last night. Let's get some rest early today. At the suggestion, a flicker of interest flashed through Alara's sky-blue eyes. But soon, she slightly turned her body to dodge Xia Ya's mischievous right hand. I invited Miss Sylvia and Her Majesty the Empress over for a visit. They should be arriving any minute now. You invited them over? Xia Ya asked, suspicious. Not that he was against the idea, of course. As the old saying went, Han Xin commands, the more the better. Xia Ya, aspiring author of the Exotic Species Cultural Evaluation Guide, obviously welcomed any girl whose favorability level was maxed out and just waiting for the final step. The more, the merrier. But coming from Alara's mouth, it all felt off. Wasn't little Ai normally the one guarding against other women like they were thieves? What's with the sudden thoughtfulness today? Was she seriously considering his future *X life now? It's nothing. I just figured a few things out over those 10 years. Alara gazed steadily at Xia Ya with her sky-blue eyes. No matter how cautious I am, Xia Ya, you're still going to keep them in your heart, aren't you? Xia Ya nodded. Whether it was Sylviana or Isabella, both had carved out a place in his heart. He couldn't let them go. Didn't want to let them go. So I figured, instead of being constantly on edge, why not just make things clear and settle the competition openly? Alara played with a strand of her pale golden hair. According to the laws of the transcendent world, when two beast masters encounter something they both want and refuse to give up, there's only one resolution: they fight it out. But if I really were to fight Miss Sylvia or Her Majesty Isabella, regardless of who wins or loses, or who gets hurt, Xia Ya, you'd feel terrible, wouldn't you? Xia Ya thought for a moment and nodded. To be more accurate, unless you teamed up and left me completely incapacitated, everything you're describing would never happen. Exactly. Alara blinked her sky-blue eyes. Though I don't really want to admit it. Just from listening to your stories in Eden, all those things you shared about Miss Sylvia and Her Majesty Isabella, I can tell. They care about you too. It's because they care so much that even though they want to claim you for themselves, to keep you all to themselves, they still held back. After that banquet, before we returned from Eden, Miss Sylvia clearly had the absolute upper hand in strength. Yet she never once relied on her identity or power to force you to do anything. Because she was afraid of making things hard for you, afraid of hurting you. She cared more about how you felt than about her own desires. The golden-haired girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Compared to Miss Sylvia, I guess I still lack that kind of grace. I mean, the me who hadn't lived through those 10 years still cared too much about possessiveness ended up coming off second best. A soft smile curved on Alara's pure white face. A truly elegant, virtuous partner should always have the confidence and composure to be number one in your heart at any time. Little Ai, where the hell did you learn to sound like a proper Empress wife candidate? Xia Ya couldn't help but silently complain in his mind. Back in Eden, during their 10-year stay, Xia Ya had nothing but time, so with his now ocean-deep mental energy, he'd recreated from memory every single book he'd read in his past life. The range was wild. Respectable classics like The Count of Monte Cristo, The Three Musketeers, and less respectable titles, like Adventurer Abin, a steamy novel still sitting proudly on Surin's bookshelf. He even rewrote old romance drama scripts from the Cang Yao school he'd watched as a kid. Who knew what kind of weird stuff his little wife had absorbed over those 10 years in Eden? Just then, the girl's voice sank slightly. But there are still some things I just can't yield on. Whoosh. The light flap of wings echoed faintly, carried from the distant edge of the sky. Xia Ya had only just looked up when he saw the twilight outside the window shrouding the entire sky, and at the farthest horizon a massive crowned griffin soared through the clouds. Atop the broad back of the griffin, clad in a black and red military uniform, the new empress of the empire stood with arms crossed. The tiny residence at number 32, Golden Osmanda Street, Black Lily District, grew larger and larger in her crimson eyes. Behind Isabella, the succubus princess in her flowing white dress held down her skirt against the rushing wind, quietly standing at her side. A few breaths later, the crowned griffin descended into the courtyard of the residence. Isabella leapt gracefully from the creature's back, with dearest following close behind. She extended a pale hand and gave a crisp snap of her fingers. Good work. Return to the palace now. Come pick me up again tomorrow morning. In the next moment, the massive black-crowned griffin soared into the air, flying in the direction of the imperial palace. As it flew, the legendary tier beast kept glancing back, and in its fierce eyes, there was actually a glint of relief. As the very first summoned beast to follow Isabella, it was as senior as they came. It knew plenty of behind-the-scenes details, like what had happened the last time Isabella visited number 32 Golden Osmanda Street, when it had accompanied her within the Soul Pact space. This familiar place before its eyes. and the man its master had never stopped thinking about, along with the instructions to come back tomorrow. In other words, I'm not going back to the palace tonight. For a moment, the crowned griffin was overcome with emotion. Was its 30-something single for 1,000 years spinster of a master finally going to get a man? Isabella and dearest entered Xia Ya's living room. At the same time, Pata, the frozen twilight shattered. But this was no mere spiritual projection like the white cats. This time, it was the real body of the Argent Witch herself, arriving straight from the main tower of the White Tower. Miss Sylvia. Isabella nodded toward the Argent Witch beside her, then sat naturally on the living room couch. The last time she had visited was during the Lantern Festival, still as a guest joining them for a simple meal Xia Ya had prepared. But at this very moment, everything about this silver-haired empress exuded the aura of a hostess, calm, composed, and commanding. Her crimson eyes scanned the golden-haired girl in front of her. Though she wasn't as openly sharp as before, Isabella could still sense from Alara a subtle, oppressive pressure. An aura that could rival her own. No wonder you're the wielder of the Holy Lance Rongominiad. To have reached this point in just 10 years. Isabella rested a hand on her waist. There, the golden glow on the sheathed holy sword stirred in resonance, as if it might manifest at any moment. She looked at the expressionless golden-haired girl before her, arms crossed, and spoke softly. So, the card game Miss Alara invited us to, what exactly is it? Card game? Xia Ya's confusion had only just surfaced. When the next moment, he saw Alara pull out a stack of Magi-Tech cards. His eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that deck all too well. It was a card game he had personally designed and licensed to the Royal Literary Society for distribution. The game's foundation was adapted from a rising board game from his previous life, but he had made countless adjustments and localizations to match the Western continent's setting. Many of the cards had Magi-Tech sigils inscribed in them, allowing for dazzling effects during play. It also included elements from Monopoly and pet-raising mechanics. Rumor had it that after being released by the Royal Literary Society, it became quite popular among the nobility. Xia Ya and Alara had often played it together during their idle moments in Eden. Still, he hadn't expected little AI to bust it out at this particular gathering. Sure, the game was designed as a party activity, but, little AI, aren't you worried this might end with everyone falling out? No helping it. Xia Ya is just that kind of greedy guy. He doesn't want to let go of anyone. And I like him so much that I can't even bear to put him in a tough spot. If fighting over what we love would make him sad, then we'll just have to settle things through a game. Alara smiled softly as she dealt out the starting hand of Magi-Tech cards across the long table. As for the prize of this game, just as I mentioned in the Magi-Tech transmission to Her Majesty Isabella and Miss Sylvia earlier. A prize? Wait, there's a prize? Also, what kind of prize could be tempting enough to get 3 throne-tier beastmasters this interested? Xia Ya blinked in disbelief. And then, he heard Isabella speak again, this time with an amused lilt in her voice. Since Xia Ya himself can't make up his mind and can't bear to give up anyone, then making the competition open and transparent, letting us determine order and duration among ourselves, really is a clever idea. The moment she finished speaking, a thick gunpowder scent seemed to rise into the air. Hearing the implications behind her words, and feeling Isabella's burning gaze locked onto him, in that instant, Xia Ya understood everything. Good lord, the prize is me. Little AI, did you just sell your own boyfriend off? Sure, being chased by beautiful girls was fun and all, but seriously, Xia Ya do still have my dignity, don't I? I trained bitterly in Eden for 10 years to return to the material plane and flip the script to ride the monarch, not to get ridden by one. But alas, this was Xia Ya's home, not some battlefield against an evil god in the stars. No matter if it was nuclear explosion, or divine judgment spear, or even the combination technique Yin and Qihong trained so hard to master. Flame of ruin, all creation turned to ash. None of that could save him now. With little AI and Her Majesty both set on their paths, and the powder keg already lit, only one person, who had yet to speak, might still salvage the situation. And so Xia Ya turned, filled with hope, to his official first wife Miss Shibao, only to see that the Argent Witch's argent eyes were burning brighter than ever, filled with blazing fighting spirit, and an overwhelming resolve that said, I will not lose. Sylviana held an ancient tome in her hands, tilting it just enough for Xia Ya to see the text inside. And then, in flowing light gold script, the words slowly appeared on the diary page. Brother Xia Ya once said, a girl's love must be protected by herself. Isn't that obvious for any girl? Xia Ya, I never said that. The golden-hued sunlight of dusk lit up number 32 Golden Osman Thus Street, but it couldn't warm the chill that hung heavy in the living room. This may be a game, but with stakes like this, it's no joke. The Empress of the Empire crossed her legs, lounging lazily with them draped over the armrest of the nearby couch. Her gaze swept over the few throw pillows on the couch beside her. Which one do you usually lean against? Xia Ya pointed to the one he used the most, that one. Isabella nodded and tucked the pillow behind her back. Then, her pale hand formed a loose grip, and golden light particles coalesced faintly in midair. In the name of the Holy Sword and the Empress of the Fresta Empire, I will oversee the fairness of this game. During the match, divination is forbidden, prophecy is forbidden, spiritual probing of hidden cards is forbidden, and intuitive perception is forbidden. As those resolute words left her lips, the curtains and the hems of the girls' dresses fluttered despite no wind. and in Xia Ya's astral vision, an overwhelming presence loomed over the entire sky. In that instant, a pale golden domain spread forth. Countless illusory chains appeared from the void, glowing with a crimson gold luster, sealing off the space around them. This was the effect of imperial authority and the Holy Sword's combined influence after Xia ascended to the throne within the imperial capital, her territory. Her words could now manifest as sovereign law. Xia Ya felt his vast sea-like spiritual energy instantly sealed. The lock didn't directly affect his star spirit body, but it did cut off his ability to scan externally with his spiritual power. Of course, the seal wasn't terribly strict. With his current strength, Xia Ya could easily break it by force. But doing so would instantly alert the wielder of the law, meaning he'd be caught cheating red-handed. Or more bluntly, caught stacking the deck. The silver-haired empress swept her crimson eyes across Sylviana and Alara. Tower Master, little AI, if you don't feel secure, you may use your own methods to supervise. Alara's snow-like expression didn't waver. No need. If the oath is sworn in the name of the Holy Sword and the Empire, then I believe in Her Majesty's credibility. Sylviana also shook her head in silence. Why is it getting this serious? She's even brought out imperial law speechcraft. At this point, am I supposed to say now then, let the game begin, or swear to the oath? Xia Ya grumbled silently in his heart, then carefully got up and shuffled toward his bedroom. I'll let you ladies start first. I'm just going to take a quick nap to recharge a bit. Just from this oppressive atmosphere, Xia Ya could already foresee the brutal battle that awaited him tonight. After all, as per Alara's proposal, what they were competing for tonight wasn't who would win, but the order of priority and duration. Yeah, basically, no sleep tonight. We're talking throne-tier beastmasters here. 2 of them even have the Holy Lance and Holy Sword to bless their physical stats. Who knows if his body could handle it? But just as Xia Ya took his first step, he heard Her Majesty's amused voice again, right by his ear. By the way, my Black Knight Xia Ya, if you had the final say in this game's outcome, who would you want to win? Where the HL did this death question come from? Your Majesty, you might as well ask me who I'd save first if all 3 of you fell into a river. Although if it really came to that, I'd probably save Shibao first. I mean, based on what I saw back in the historical echo when we first met, she probably really can't swim. Xia Ya's steps froze. To be honest, the pressure he felt now surpassed even that of facing Lord Norton or Gudryan of the Borgia family. At least with those encounters, he had fallback plans. Worst case scenario, flip the table and run. But right now, he was absolutely in the wrong. No matter what he said, it would be wrong. He could only obediently accept the interrogation. Xia Ya cast a pleading look toward his summoned beasts, hoping they could help him bluff his way out. But all he saw was the little snow ferret already cuddled up beside the golden-haired girl, happily spinning in circles trying to catch her own fluffy tail. Flash seemed to be shadowboxing with its own silhouette. Chihong had already turned into its star spirit body form, a small fiery blob being held in Sylviana's hands, utterly blank-faced as she toyed with it. As a guardian beast of the Brandstat family, Chihong naturally felt an affinity with Sylviana. Nice. All of you. I feed you, clothe you, allocate your stat points, and the moment I need your loyalty, you all ditch me? Only Yui remained, still perched loyally on his shoulder. But when Xia Ya looked her way, he saw her mechanical fairy eyes glowing red. Through the 5th soul pact, Xia Ya could sense that Yui was operating at full computational capacity, processing massive data streams in real time, constructing intricate probability trees, with green and red lines branching out like neural webs. While running calculations, she muttered, limit up, limit down, leverage, AI stock, 11 stock, Empress stock, whelp, she's lost it too. Can't count on her either. Just then, Alara's crisp voice gently rang out. Your Majesty, you seem awfully invested in the outcome of this game. That's my little AI. When it counts, she always has my back. Knew you'd save your hubby. All that pampering paid off. But just as Xia Ya let out a sigh of relief, he heard the next cold line from Alara. After all, the prize and the things your Majesty cares so much about. Over those 10 years in the imaginary zone, I already experienced them with Xia Ya countless times. To us, it's merely the most mundane, everyday routine. Xia Ya drew in a sharp breath. Since when did little AI's taunt skill reach transcendent mastery level 2? Who would have thought this soft-spoken, emotionless Three-No girl could talk such savage smack? And hearing that calm yet confident statement, the Empress's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. You're right, little AI. These missing 10 years I have indeed fallen behind you. Threads of crimson gold imperial power flickered like ethereal chains of sovereign law, curling around Isadella's fingertips as she played with them. Her voice slowly grew cold, laced with that unique authority only an empress could possess. But it's just a temporary lead. A throne-tier powerhouse can live for centuries. Life is a long road, and who gets the last laugh still remains to be seen. In an instant, the air in the living room froze solid. There's an old saying, 3 women make a drama. And this time, 4 showed up at once. In his bedroom, Xia Ya plopped onto his soft, spacious bed, feeling a stir of anticipation rise in his chest. The tension might have been thick with gunpowder, but he was still looking forward to the night ahead. He just didn't know what the final order would be. Even the lowest tier participant, dearest, had already reached the 6-ring level. The others were starting at legendary level spiritual power. Even if they'd never played this card game before, it would take them mere moments to grasp the rules and quickly run mental simulations using their overwhelming computational power to find the optimal strategy in any given scenario. There wouldn't be any gap in experience, which meant the single greatest factor in determining victory would be luck of the draw. With his spiritual perception sealed, Xia Ya settled his mind and regulated his breathing. Then he heard a string of muffled Magitech game notifications. Ancient Saber, Wine, Fire Kill, Unmatched, had taken amidst thousands. So fast? Someone already drew first blood? Just which lucky lady in my little harem's going to end up being the last one standing tonight? Still, Xia Ya forced down the heat rising in his chest. Before anything else, he decided to get the real business handled first. A flick of his will, and a small white holy grail materialized before him. My esteemed master, what may I assist you with this time? Even before Xia Ya opened his mouth, the sage's grail had already projected text across its surface. Xia Ya thought for a moment. Tell me everything about that little snake with blood of mercury. He moved his fingers slightly, sketching with mana the image of the silvery Ouroboros. Master, you've come into contact with that one. Upon seeing the image Xia Ya had drawn, the grail quivered. Still, for someone as great as you, I suppose that's not all that surprising. Sensing Xia Ya's disapproval at its wisecracks, the grail quickly corrected itself and projected new, serious information. To my knowledge, it has had many names: Ritual Serpent, World Python. But its most prominent name is Serpent of Fate, a god renowned throughout the Second and Third eras. It's said its authority isn't particularly suited for battle, but is directly linked to fate itself. Through that power, the Serpent of Fate managed to continually avoid disaster. Reportedly, it never took part in the Divine War at the end of the First Era. Because of that, it avoided the fate of most participating deities, either banished back to the Star Realm or falling into the abyss. Later, during the mythic silence of the Second Era and early to mid-Third Era, it rose rapidly, establishing its own terrestrial divine kingdom and angelic bloodline. During the cataclysm at the end of the Third Era, the Serpent of Fate disappeared again. I've heard that several true gods descended upon the Western continent in search of it, but all returned empty-handed. As for the Fourth Era up until now, even with my connection to the spirit realm, I have found no trace of it there. Master. The Grail swayed again. As equivalent exchange for that answer, please respond to the following question. Have you come into contact with the angelic bloodline, Blood of Mercury, established by the Serpent of Fate? No. Xia Ya shook his head. I think I actually grabbed its real body by mistake. Still have it locked up in my spatial pocket. It's basically your neighbor now. The Grail? Xia Ya, without ceremony, grabbed the Holy Grail and shoved it back into the little black room. Now that he had his answer, Xia Ya took a moment to think, then reached into his spatial pocket and pulled out the little silvery serpent. Guh, kill me. Still the same old line. But this time, Xia Ya didn't threaten or bribe it. He simply spoke gently. I think I misunderstood you earlier. You showed up at a really unfortunate time, so I assumed you were part of the group of abyssal evil gods trying to descend upon the imperial capital and harm my second wife. But now I've pieced things together. The Serpent of Fate hasn't aligned itself with the abyss in any era. And you've never shown me any hostility either. In other words, we're not enemies. Xia Ya's voice was calm. Even though he carried the golden title of Godslayer, he wasn't so crazed as to slay every god he came across. He'd clashed with the Twilight Ancient God to save his wife Sylviana. He'd fought the Lord of Ashes because the guy literally stomped on his head. He only attacked the Crimson Moon out of pure self-defense. From that point on, every evil god on the abyssal side had developed a kill-on-sight policy toward him, so of course Xia Ya chose to strike preemptively rather than wait for their schemes. But when it came to gods on the neutral or even order-aligned side, just walking a different path didn't make them enemies. Otherwise, he'd have leveled the Holy Theocracy and Church of Dawn by now. The Serpent of Fate had abstained from the First Era's Divine War, meaning it likely hadn't opposed his teacher either. Later, during the Second and Third Eras, it had built a divine kingdom and an angelic bloodline. Regardless of intent, it had brought a degree of order and faith to the era of Cataclysm. So if we're not enemies, then I have no reason to keep you imprisoned. And someone like you, blessed by fate and naturally lucky, killing you might not even yield anything. Might even give me bad luck. That said, if possible, I'd like to make a trade with you. Ask you a few things. Of course, I'm poor. Don't have many things that might interest a true god like you, except maybe this. As he spoke, Xia Ya pulled out the giant king's skull from his spatial pocket. Once the supreme holy relic of the Lord of Ashes, it had been mostly drained by Yin during her evolution into a legendary species, and later used to open a path through the river of time. Now, there wasn't much power left in it, and Xia Ya wasn't sure how valuable it still was. Having done all this, Xia Ya sat quietly on the bed, waiting. The silver serpent looked at the giant king's skull in front of it. A long moment passed, and then it finally flicked its small tongue and spoke in that ancient, hissing tongue once more. The skull of a peak demigod mythical creature, later transformed into a holy relic by the Lord of Ashes, was it. While most of its divinity and faith power is gone, it still holds some reference value. Speak, then. What do you want to ask? Xia Ya considered. I want to know, after the Divine War in the First Era, what happened to my teacher, the Golden Elf Master. I asked the Sage's Grail about this before, but it was created near the end of the First Era. It has no access to information from before then. Hearing that, the silver serpent blinked in surprise. Its amber yellow eyes widened. Did you just say, the sage's grail, and golden elf? Xia Ya nodded. Yeah, I've subdued the sage's grail to serve me, and the eternal page of the Black Tower, Hathaway Zijin, is my teacher. If not for her help, I never would have made it this far. He tapped his fingers lightly, projecting a wisp of Hathaway's aura. This was something Xia Ya had been wondering about for a long time. At first, he thought his dear teacher Chan simply had a habit of wandering off, spending decades lost in dimensional rifts and the dimensional void, rarely returning to the material plane. But ever since he'd requested her help during a historical echo of Icegania from 1,000 years ago, Xia Ya had started to suspect something was off. His golden elf master hadn't been avoiding the material plane out of whim or boredom. It felt more like some sort of banishment at the law of the world level. Then, after Xia Ya advanced to the legendary seat in Eden, when his spiritual energy had transformed into a spiritual ocean and he could observe his soul and mind from a higher dimensional perspective, he reviewed his memories from childhood and grew more certain of the truth. The golden elf mage who took him in outside the Black Tower wasn't her true body, more like a projection, or illusion. He simply hadn't been able to perceive it back then. In other words, at some unknown point in time, maybe 1 era ago, maybe 3, his teacher's real body had been drifting in the deepest reaches of the dimensional void, exiled. Only during rare moments when the barrier between the star realm and the material plane thinned could she briefly reach out and interfere with reality. In all those 3 eras, thousands or tens of thousands of years of darkness and void, she could only glimpse the light of mortal life for a moment. Yet every time Xia Ya asked her about it, that golden elf girl would always change the subject, never answering him directly. Listening to Xia Ya's sincere explanation, the Serpent of Mercury stared silently at him. Its amber yellow pupils slowly contracted into pinpoints. The only disciple of that golden elf, and that annoying fake grail even recognizes you as its master. In that moment, the serpent finally understood, if only vaguely, why this was happening. Why, this time, fate, which had always guided it with perfect precision, had brought about its rebirth before this black-haired, dark-eyed youth. Fate does not make mistakes. All gifts of fate have had their prices marked in secret, long ago. I accept the trade. But I don't need the giant king's skull. The Serpent of Mercury stared directly into Xia Ya's eyes. As the price for this exchange, I want to make a contract with you. Contract? Xia Ya raised a brow. Not interested in selling my soul. In the transcendent world, there was no shortage of fools seduced by profit who made contracts with abyssal demons or evil gods. And their fates were often ugly. Take Viscount Lori, holder of the Sins and Thorns Club. He signed an equal contract with an abyssal demon, and promptly got scammed, his head blooming like a flower during a game of Russian roulette with Xia Ya. No, not an equal contract. A master-servant contract with the highest level of binding. The Serpent of Mercury's gaze was intense. You as master, I as servant. Hearing that, Xia Ya's eyes turned solemn. Master-servant contract. And not just any version, but the highest tier, strongest binding form of it. This wasn't a joke. It meant total domination, regardless of the difference in tiers or spiritual power. The master held absolute control. The servant could not betray. If the master died, the servant would perish as well. At any time, Xia Ya could just say, self-destruct, Lancer, and the serpent would have no choice but to impale itself. With no command limit. This was exactly why beast masters typically raised their summoned beasts from infancy or as eggs. Because mature beasts almost never agreed to contracts with strangers. Even Xia Ya's contracts with Yin, Flash, and Chihong weren't at this level of binding. Xia Ya looked calmly at the Serpent of Mercury. Why would you want a master-servant contract with me? True, he had open soul pact slots. Aside from the oddball 4th pact with Augustina, his 6th and 7th soul pact slots were still vacant. His 6th had basically been hijacked by that clingy grail. It didn't seem to be leaving anytime soon. But his newly opened 7th soul pact was completely unclaimed. The main reason was, Xia Ya didn't have a suitable candidate. With his current level, contracting Imperial tier cubs or pet eggs required too much investment. And frankly, even at peak Imperial tier, most creatures wouldn't be of much use to him. Legendary tier beasts were too rare. Even fully grown legendary beasts were almost mythical to most beast masters, let alone finding one as a juvenile or an egg to contract. Even empires like the Fresta Empire, Holy Theocracy, or the Noble Alliance, massive powers across the Western continent, could only cultivate peak Imperial tier pets at best. As for that final step from peak Imperial to legendary, true legends rise without outside aid. The same applied to beasts. That was the ultimate chasm, only time and fate could bridge it. Take Isadella's crowned griffin, for example. It spent centuries grinding away inside the imaginary zone, burning through endless resources to finally take that step. And no matter how unfit the Serpent of Fate's authority was for combat, no matter how weak it might be in its current post-rebirth state, it still carried the full divinity of a true god. If it dared to offer, Xia Ya dared to sign. Because this is a high-stakes gamble. Also, an investment. An investment that might let me survive the 4th era. The little silver serpent flicked its tongue and curled gently around Xia Ya's finger. As a token of sincerity, I can answer your question first. You were right, your golden elf teacher truly was banished to the deepest part of the star realm, unable to return. And it all began with the divine war at the end of the 1st era. I didn't participate in that war, so I don't know the details. But if you want your teacher to return from her exile of 3 eras, there's only one way. Moonlight as pure as silver spilled through the window, falling upon the white sheets of the bed. Xia Ya slowly opened his eyes. Species name, Serpent of Mercury, unique. Soul Pact status, 7th Soul Pact, Master Servant contract, Xia Ya gut. Combat level, 5. Species rank, mythical species. Beast skills, Wheel of Fate, mythical skill, Fate Rewind, mythical skill. The contract process went even smoother than Xia Ya had expected, utterly calm, without the slightest ripple. Staring at the bright blue system screen before him, Xia Ya's eyes locked onto that line, combat level, 5. 5. 6. That's awakening tier combat level. To put it bluntly, barely stronger than a rooster. And depending on species counters, it might even lose in a one-on-one. The newly contracted Serpent of Mercury, now feeling much more affectionate due to the master servant link, paused in surprise. It noticed its new master staring at it with a hint of pity, and then Xia Ya gently patted its little snake head. So, if I hadn't picked you up, you might have gotten snatched up by a passing eagle and ended up as dinner, huh? Poor little combat level 5 snake. I am a dignified mythical being. This is the first time in my entire life I've been so insulted. And what the hell does he mean snatched up by an eagle? Does he have any idea what it means to control the threads of fate? An eagle wouldn't even see me? Xia Ya toyed with the little serpent in his palm for a while, just about to take a closer look at those two beast skills. But then, he heard the sound of high heels stepping up the stairs. Already? Xia Ya blinked in surprise. He tossed the indignant Serpent of Fate back into his soul pact space, added a pile of spiritual perception seals, and made it a new little black room. Although now that he thought about it, while talking with the little snake earlier, he had vaguely heard broadcasted lines from the living room like, "Mad slaughter, tyrant of Cylon, unbeaten in chaos. White Tower? I'll make sure she never returns. Those who violate the Empire's borders shall be crushed." No idea which of the girls in his fish pond had activated her ultimate technique. Xia Ya didn't have to wonder for long. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. And then, he saw the silver-haired empress step inside with a smile, followed closely by the obedient succubus princess. With that, Xia Ya understood the outcome of the card game. So his childhood sweetheart from the northern lands had become a defeated golden retriever beneath the blade of Breakthrough General. Isadella stood with her arms crossed, looking down at Xia Ya on the bed, a faint arc forming on her flawlessly beautiful face. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Behind her, dearest had already sat obediently at the edge of the bed. Faint purple light shimmered and danced around her figure. As the glow faded, the usually demure and calm student council president had already taken on a completely different appearance. The radiant moonlight spilled through the window, casting soft light on her profile, an enchanting blend of innocence and temptation. But the most eye-catching were the small white horns protruding between her hair, the dark wings extending from her slender back that gently fluttered in place, and the heart-shaped tail swaying beneath the moonlight. The next moment, a gorgeous and dreamlike illusion realm began to spread throughout the room, tinted in hues of pink mist and desire. Within the hazy fantasy, the newly crowned Empress of the Empire straddled Xia Ya in riding position, staring straight into his eyes. "I know I've fallen behind little AI in so many ways. I met you later, ran into you later, even fell in love with you later. Even in the historical echoes, Sylviana was ahead of me, but that only makes me more unwilling to give up." She lowered her head slightly, her soft silver hair brushing against Xia Ya's cheek. "I've never been inferior to anyone in this life. Whether in cultivation, politics, military affairs, or in love, I'm always the one who stands at the top. Since I've left no imprint in your past, then I'll just have to create more memories in the days to come, memories that belong only to you and me." Her breath, warm and gentle, caressed Xia Ya's neck with a tickling heat. "So, are you ready? My Black Knight, my sword-bearer, and my royal consort." Feeling the warmth pressing softly against his chest, Xia Ya closed his eyes, letting emotion and thought surge in his heart. Still the dream created by the succubus princess. But this time, the one by his side in the dream was not an illusion, but real. "It really is a dream come true," Xia Ya chuckled. Then, following that most primal of instincts from deep within, he reached out in the pink mist of that blooming fantasy, and pulled the silver-haired girl into his arms. "My king, I want you." In his embrace, the Empress gently nodded. Okay. Night fell, deep and heavy. End of Volume 2, Thorned Throne. Xia Ya dreamt once again of that day many years ago, his first encounter with Hathaway in the City of Knowledge. No matter if it's completing the Black Tower's curriculum or studying arcane knowledge, both require a huge investment of funds and resources. To be frank, we're not fond of these rules either, but the cost of cultivating a mage is indeed quite high. For commoners without family support, perhaps joining the Imperial Military Department or pledging allegiance to a noble from the Noble Alliance to obtain mass-produced summoned beast cubs and walk the official Beastmaster path would be the better choice. Outside the magnificent tower, the guard's words held a trace of helplessness. The mages of the Black Tower were arrogant. But this arrogance wasn't the kind that nouveau-riche flaunt, looking down on others with obvious contempt. It came from deep in their bones. They looked down on brutish melee fighters who fought at the drop of a hat, looked down on believers whose power came from the gods and not themselves. In truth, they harbored a subtle sense of superiority toward anyone who wasn't one of their own. This arrogance had nothing to do with the other person's status or rank. Even the powerful high nobility of the Noble Alliance had once been rejected by the Black Tower with the explanation, "This young lord is too eager for quick results, lacks even the most basic reverence for truth and arcana, and is missing the inquisitive mind a true sage should have. He'd be better off seeking another path." One needed both ample resources and wealth for magical experiments, as well as a thirst for arcana and truth, the relentless pursuit of a sage. Most noble scions who yearned to enter the Black Tower failed at the second requirement. Only Xia Ya was one of the rare few who met the second, but failed the first. Even so, despite such harsh entry conditions, aspiring students from all across the Western continent still flocked to the main tower every day. The reason was simple. The Empire, the Holy Theocracy, the Noble Alliance, however mighty, were all nations founded only in the Fourth Era. Some hidden organizations and angelic bloodlines emerged slightly earlier, but even they only rose during the Third Era. Only the Dark Tower. Through shifting eras, dynasties rising and falling, and gods bleeding. From the angelic war to the descent of the saints, from desolate lands to the founding of the sacred calendar. Mages had lost many battles, but never fallen. Born in the Second Era, it had long stood as a silent guardian of the flame of civilized order. Of course, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In other words, we still have to spend some time saving up. I've thought of ways to earn money, but getting that initial capital is a real pain. If it takes too long, it might mess up my original plan. The black-haired boy politely thanked the Black Tower guard, but the corner of his eye lingered longingly behind him. The pitch-black tower soared straight into the heavens, and in the plaza outside the tower stood a towering obelisk. Crimson gold ancient Arlan script was carved into the surface. Only in the depths of the stars lies truth and destiny. That was the Black Tower's creed. And it was also the reason Xia Ya had worked so hard, wanting to bring Alara here to study. Even though he had the memories of a transmigrator, he knew full well that different worlds came with different laws and logic. On the Western continent, there were extraordinary creatures, non-human races, and dragons, mental energy, and so-called mysteries. Mana particles drifted through the air. All of these were phenomena absent from the world Xia Ya came from. He'd need time to understand and adapt, to perfectly integrate a transmigrator's advanced ideas into this world. In a world where the extraordinary existed, how far one could go depended entirely on how deeply they understood it. To Xia Ya, rushing to join some faction with little AI, forming soul pacts, training his mental energy, none of that mattered more than first learning the laws and knowledge of this world and building a solid foundation. The former offered short-term gains, the latter determined one's future potential. And in that regard, neither the Empire nor the Theocracy compared to the Black Tower, which upheld an unbroken legacy and made pursuit of knowledge and truth its guiding principle. The only problem was, with the two of them nearly penniless, entering the Black Tower to study wasn't going to be easy. "Let's go." He reached out and held the soft little hand of the golden-haired girl beside him. "Just so happens I sold the hunting bow and spare arrows at the Hunter Association. I'll treat you to roasted sweet potatoes today." Maybe because they were both from the northern lands, Alara had always loved piping hot roasted sweet potatoes that warmed her hands. But this time, she surprisingly didn't move. She stood her ground, a little stubborn. "Expose my identity and use the Empire's compensation to get you into the Black Tower to study." "No." Before Alara could finish, Xia Ya rejected her proposal without mercy. "Little AI, you want me to live off a girl 2 months younger than me? Sending the last daughter of the Ingulite family to the imperial capital, into the hands of those scheming noble families, probably the ones behind Silen's downfall, just to pay my tuition at the Black Tower. I'm not that shameless. We could ask the royal family for help. Those other oathbound families and nobles are all rotten, but who's to say the royal family they're fighting against isn't just as bad?" Alara didn't respond. She simply looked up at him with those sky-blue eyes. Xia Ya sighed and muttered, all right, the biggest reason is I can't bear to. If we really accepted the Empire's disaster aid, who knows, when you grow up, maybe some third prince or fourth prince will try to cash in that debt with a political marriage or something. I heard noble kids in the capital are mostly used for political marriage pawns. That kind of feudal tradition? Big nope." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "Back in Silent, you promised me you'd always be my pretty girl. I'm a pretty possessive guy, you know. We even did a pinky swear. Even if you wanted to back out now, it's too late." Without waiting for her response, Xia Ya draped his fur coat over the small girl beside him. "Let's go. That roasted sweet potato stall will close if we're late. When we've got money, we'll come back to the Black Tower." Alara looked deeply at Xia Ya. She tightened the coat around herself and obediently placed her little hand into Xia Ya's palm, letting him lead her toward the nearby street. But then, Alara suddenly noticed Xia Ya stop in his tracks. He wordlessly moved her behind him. In the twilight sky, fractures of crystalline light scattered like broken shards. A fraction of a second later, the sky shattered. Surprisingly, despite the overwhelming scene, the passers-by around them remained oblivious, as if nothing had happened at all. A traveler, far from home, wandering alone. A golden elf in a pitch-black gothic gown hovered midair, slender, elegant, her age indiscernible. Her gaze first landed on Alara behind Xia Ya, calm, but seemingly infused with a soul-piercing power. Alara could feel her sight pause briefly on the oath stone deep within her soul, then shift away, utterly composed. As if this holy relic representing 1/8 of the Empire's authority and something even legendary rank yearned for wasn't worth mentioning in her eyes. Not until the golden elf's gaze followed their interlocked hands and landed on Xia Ya did her serene, pale gold eyes stir the first ripple. A wanderer without refuge, nowhere to belong. Clearly having lost everything, yet still becoming someone else's pillar. Hiding all his cowardice, fragility, and loneliness deep inside, just to keep her from worrying, pretending to be all-powerful. Such familiar eyes, exactly the same. Her voice was slightly hoarse. She stared at the boy shielding Alara behind him, expressionless, but then the corners of her mouth curved in a faint smile. In that case, if you don't mind, come study under me. Not that rigid dogma of the Black Tower today, but true arcana. And so, from that day forth, Xia Ya became the sole student of the Eternal Page, Hathaway. Morning light filtered through the window, casting a faint warmth on Xia Ya's face. He opened his eyes to see the once soft, tidy bed now a complete mess, marked by the signs of relentless tossing and turning, along with a faint headache and the drained weakness that spread through his limbs. The stormy memories of the previous night came rushing back as his consciousness cleared. Seeing the bloodstains on the sheets, Xia Ya instantly recalled the terror of being dominated by Her Majesty the Empress's martial arts, star absorption technique, crane control dragon catch, dual blade harmony. Though he'd already broken through the throne tier as a beast master, and wasn't a physical combatant, the enhancements from his tier and soul packs had given him a physique far beyond mortals, rivaling even dragons. Unfortunately, his opponents were even less human than he was. Take Her Majesty the Empress, starved for 1,000 years in the imaginary zone, paired with the dream-weaving powers of the succubus royal bloodline as support, her offensive was utterly inhuman. A millennium of longing and obsession unleashed in one single night. Then came the second contender, the pale Silver Witch. Not one to be underestimated either. She had buried herself in the cold white tower for 500 years. The love fermented in that long darkness and repression burst forth, just as violently and fiercely as I saw Della's. And so the Black Tower that was Xia Ya, was endlessly manipulated and dominated by Sylvia, the chair of the White Tower. In the end, she even descended the White Tower upon him from above, completely engulfing the Black Tower. The elites trained by the Black Tower were heartlessly absorbed into the White Tower as well. Only little AI showed him any mercy. After 10 years together in Eden, their synergy was flawless. Xia Ya had already memorized all her tricks and rhythm, which gave him a moment to breathe. If not for that, he probably wouldn't even be able to straighten his back now. He lay on the bed for a long time before the pain and fatigue faded. Finally, he sat up. After washing up in the washroom, he changed the sheets, got dressed, and went downstairs. Morning, little AI. The blonde girl poured milk into 2 matching glass cups and brought them to the table. Morning, classmate Xia Ya. Yep, still sulking. But whether she was mad he was the first to die in yesterday's game, or mad they didn't go all the way last night. Maybe both. Xia Ya drank his milk and munched on a sandwich, his gaze falling to the Camelot morning news on the table. The front page headline read, 13 major noble factions, including multiple oathbound families in the imperial capital, have been lawfully dealt with for crimes including rebellion and treason. Looks like the high nobles won't be bouncing back from this. He flipped through the paper. Her Majesty and Sylvia already left. But they said they'll be visiting a few times each month. Alara sat across the table, chin resting on her hand. She just sat there, watching silently as Xia Ya finished the sandwich she made. A flicker of satisfaction gleamed in her sky-blue eyes. Ugh. Xia Ya felt a phantom pain in his kidneys again. Isn't that frequency a little too high? Really? But I feel like classmate Xia Ya quite enjoys it. Only after seeing him finish the sandwich did Alara pick up her own and take a dainty bite. Pain and joy coexisting, that's philosophy. Xia Ya quickly finished the paper, then his mind stirred. A translucent light screen appeared in his mind that was the skill panel of his newly contracted Serpent of Mercury. Wheel of Fate. Attributes, time, fate. Tier, mythical skill. Skill description, observe the inherent wheel of fate of anything in existence. The detail level and observable time span of the Wheel of Fate's manifestation is affected by the target's mystery, tier, etc. Fate rewind. Attributes, time, fate. Tier, mythical skill. Skill description, reverse fate. This skill cannot be activated manually, it is a locked passive skill. What the H*LL is that last one? Xia Ya blinked in surprise. The first one, Wheel of Fate, was easy to grasp. Just like when he'd seen the Serpent of Mercury use it earlier, a powerful intelligence-gathering skill approaching the level of fundamental laws. It allowed a god's eye view of the Wheel of Fate possessed by any being in the world. Because it didn't ask the person directly, but instead observed fate itself, the skill's effectiveness only depended on the opponent's tier. There was no way to conceal or deceive it. Even if the target had amnesia, the Wheel of Fate could still expose their secrets. Of course, peeking into the wrong person's fate and scaring yourself into trauma was not uncommon, like what happened when the Serpent of Mercury tried reading Xia Ya's own Wheel of Fate. But this second skill, Fate Rewind, now this was interesting. Reverse Fate. Literally speaking, that sounded somewhat similar to the flashback pocket watch Xia Ya had once redeemed, or the Izanaga he had used once via a limited-use trial card. But this skill was a passive, locked ability that couldn't be activated manually. Battle 5 Snake, explain. With a thought, Xia Ya unlocked a corner of the little black room seal, summoning the slumbering Mercury Serpent from within. The Mercury Serpent, woken up by Xia Ya, was still a bit dazed and was just about to throw a tantrum. but under the influence of the master-servant contract, Xia Ya started to look more and more charming the longer the snake stared. The little serpent helplessly flicked its tongue. I am not like those gods who rose from nothing, step by step seizing faith and usurping godhood and divine authority just to barely make it to the throne. From the moment I became conscious, my body already contained divinity tied to fate. Fate rewind, to be precise, this should be considered my instinct. Xia Ya frowned slightly. Don't use I like that, sounds all ancient and pompous. Use me? The mercury serpent's tail tensed, then quickly relaxed. It suddenly regretted signing a master-servant contract. But this was an investment it had chosen on its own, too late to turn back now. The only option left was to ride it out. Simply put, when the flow of fate moves toward a branch I reject or despise, this rewind instinctively triggers from time to time. Xia Ya frowned a little more. So, time rewinds. Not exactly a time rewind, more like a restricted area reset, maybe. The mercury serpent's tone grew uncertain, but this ability can't be triggered manually by me, and I also don't know the exact timing when it activates. Also, sometimes, even if I don't want to reset, it still forcibly happens. For example, during the God War at the end of the First Era, when shattered divinities and authorities were flying all over the astral realm and the outer edges of the world, I was thinking of scavenging at the fringes of the battlefield for scraps others didn't want, but every time I tried to act on that thought, fate forcibly rewound itself, and I ended up hiding away in a quiet place to sleep instead. So if it didn't rewind you, you'd really have gone off to pick through the trash, huh? Come to think of it, when you kept yelling ugh, just kill me, was it because you were sure that if I actually did kill you, the fate rewind would definitely trigger? Xia Ya grumbled in his head, then with a thought, shoved the just about to protest snake back into the little black room. Though the mercury serpent had been vague, clearly a half-literate who didn't grasp the methods of inquiry and knowledge, Xia Ya still managed to grasp the gist. Resetting the events or state within a limited area. Not exactly reversing time, but more like overriding everything with a previously saved checkpoint. Most of the time, it wasn't all that different from the effects of the Crimson King. Of course, the reason Xia Ya chose to make this deal with the mercury serpent, these two skills were just extras. The real purpose was for his teacher. Thinking this, the illusory azure blue screen in Xia Ya's mind shifted with his will. You have obtained a new historical anchor from the mythical species Serpent of Mercury. A new historical echo has been triggered. Time coordinate, First Era. The First Era, huh? Xia Ya's eyes flickered slightly. The birth of the Black Tower, mages, even arcana and magic itself. The truth behind the opening of the abyss. The God War at the end of the First Era. And the reason why his golden elf teacher had been trapped and exiled in the dimensional void. In the beginning, before time itself. All signs pointed toward the very first era in recorded history. Teacher never wanted to talk to me about this. Probably because it's too difficult, and she doesn't want me to take the risk. A faint smile crept onto Xia Ya's lips. But, teacher, you may have misjudged one thing. I've always been a greedy person. That time I said I wanted to become the male lead who makes your heart race, that wasn't just some cheeky flirt. It was a serious declaration. If this were a romance game where every other heroine got their perfect ending, but the one mentor character stayed trapped deep within the astral realm, only able to glimpse the human world for a fleeting moment, then whether it's me, or you, or even the readers, none of us would be able to accept that ending. That's why, from the beginning, I've truly been working toward it. For the happy end where the two of us find our bliss. Xia Ya stood up and gently ruffled the soft, silky light golden hair of the girl beside him. I'm going to go into seclusion for a few days to prepare. Seclusion prep. Alara looked at him with a touch of confusion. Then, with the tacit understanding between them, she easily picked up on what was going through Xia Ya's mind. Historical echo. Yeah. Xia Ya gathered their cups and plates. He didn't try to hide it after all these years together. He knew it was pointless to lie to a childhood friend who understood him down to his bones. The weight of intuition X. New historical echo. The blonde girl's voice paused for a second, her sky blue eyes gazing at Xia Ya. Because of teacher. Even though Alara didn't have much arcane talent herself, Hathaway had never forbidden Xia Ya from teaching her the Black Tower's knowledge. And even though Alara wasn't a big fan of studying, when it came to understanding the world and fundamental knowledge, she had been force-fed by Xia Ya to a level far beyond that of anyone else in the Western continent. Since she was the beautiful girl he'd raised and lived with day in and day out, Xia Ya naturally wanted to shape her into the most perfect form. Even keeping up with his occasional transmigrator logic was a must. Because of that, the Golden Elf could also be considered Alara's teacher, though she hadn't always called her that. It only changed after she and Xia Ya moved into Eden together. As for why she changed the way she addressed her, only the heavens knew. Alara thought for a moment. So your earlier guess about teacher's current situation was right. Back in Eden, Xia Ya had described the historical echo process to her twice in detail, including his suspicions about Hathaway. Yeah, Xia Ya nodded. It was just a guess before, but now it's confirmed. In that moment, the blonde girl understood what Xia Ya was thinking. She didn't object because Alara knew very well how important that golden elf was to Xia Ya. Without Hathaway, there would be no Xia Ya today. Not just Xia Ya, for her, it was the same. She spoke softly. Can Her Majesty I Saudella and I help you? Not sure, but it's probably not going to be easy. Xia Ya washed the bowls and glasses clean. Xia was from 1,000 years ago, and the Holy Sword and Holy Spear had both left behind recorded feats in that era as anchors. That's what allowed you two to traverse time safely. But even then, time travel was already very difficult. It was affected by historical correction. But this time it's the first era. The Holy Sword and Holy Spear didn't seem to exist back then, and the time span is way longer. If you try to force your way in, the risk is huge. It'd be easy to get lost in the temporal turbulence. What happened with Her Majesty getting trapped in the imaginary zone? I'm not going through that again. This time, I'm planning to try it alone first, then see if there's anything you two can help with later. Xia Ya ruffled the blonde girl's hair again. It was a habit he'd picked up, the daily ritual of a head pat to raise favorability. Even though little AI's favorability was already maxed out, who knows, maybe if he maxed out the favorability bar beyond its limit, he'd unlock some brand new bonus pose or something. Wait and hope. Hearing Xia Ya's words, Alara didn't say much. She just silently reached out her pale hand and pinched the soft flesh of her inner thigh hard. Originally, with the complete unsealing of the Holy Spear and the Empire's internal chaos resolved, this peaceful daily life had lulled Alara into a slight sense of ease. But now, it was clear. She still wasn't enough. She was Xia Ya's sharpest sword, and his strongest shield. But with what Xia Ya was about to do, she couldn't intervene at all, could only stand by and watch. That feeling of helplessness. Alara simply couldn't accept it. Early autumn, late night. The full moon hung high, illuminating the vast, boundless sea of stars. A late breeze of the month of plenty blew in from the Three Sages snow mountains of the far north, brushing over the endless forested seas of the Golden Plains, crossing the Grand Sea. Finally, it reached the imperial capital of the Fresta Empire, the Holy City, Camelot. In the suburbs of the imperial capital stood a tower of pure white. Technically speaking, the White Tower's main structure was located in the Golden Plains, so the tower in the capital was only considered a branch. However, since Sylvia, the Tower Master, resided here permanently and even used her tear to forcibly cut and relocate the Eternal Rest Plane that was originally part of the main tower. Over time, the White Tower's branch in the capital gradually expanded and even began to rival the main tower. As for Xia, who was nominally the Vice Tower Master but in reality handled all affairs of the White Tower because Sylvia was a hands-off boss, it was pain and joy in equal measure. Xia Ya and Sylvia sat atop the high walls made of chalk-white stone. The long wind tugged at Xia Ya's robe and lifted a few strands of her beautiful argent-silver hair. Xia Ya reached out and gently helped the witch beside him straighten the hair blown astray by the breeze. The wind tonight is rather boisterous. Sylvia let Xia Ya tidy her hair. She gazed at the stars far off in the heavens and blinked slowly. To Sylvia, this was a long-lost experience. Although they had technically met already in the current timeline, it wasn't until Xia Ya returned from the imaginary zone that she truly felt their relationship had returned to how it was before. She was no longer the aloof White Tower Master, no longer the pale Silver Witch, just a carefree little girl by brother Xia Ya's side. In the silence of night, free from worry or sorrow, sitting in the courtyard with the boy, gazing at the stars, listening to him talk about the origins and myths of each constellation. Stories of the Moon Maiden of Guangon, the cowherd and weaver girl reuniting on the Magpie Bridge. Simple, yet fulfilling. And now, that beautiful time had returned to her again. As she basked in it, it all felt dreamlike, as though none of it were real. Sylvia raised her little notebook to show Xia Ya, tonight's moonlight is beautiful. Citriasur, your meme game's really leveling up. Seeing the elegant handwriting, Xia Ya couldn't help but smile. He stood and patted the head of the girl beside him. I read the stars tonight, great fortune. Perfect for travel. Sylvia blinked, then used her cold fingertip to write in his palm, you're leaving. Yeah, my spiritual intuition is feeling pretty clear tonight. Xia Ya nodded. For legendary tier and above transcendence, spiritual instincts were a real phenomenon. Otherwise, beings like the Serpent of Fate or divination and prophecy skills wouldn't exist. I'm planning to go now. Citriasur, help me notify little AI later. Usually when I enter a historical echo, I return quickly in real time. But this time it's the first era. Too far back. No one knows what'll happen. Seeing the white-haired girl nod beside him, Xia Ya hesitated no more. His will stirred. And in the next instant, everything around him, the howling wind atop the high walls, the flowing moonlight, all dissolved into nothingness. This time entering the historical echo felt entirely different. With Xia Ya's current tier and standing, he could now sense the flow of time and even perceive slight shifts in the river of history. He felt the scene around him change like shimmering light. The mid-pages of the Fourth Era, the brief eruption of the Era of Cataclysm. The end of the Third Era, the Golden King who founded the Church of Dawn in Florence, opening the sacred calendar. Though the king's true self hid in the star realm, his descendants and followers still spread awe across the land. The Second and Third Eras, when angelic bloodlines and divine kingdoms coexisted. In a flash, it was as if 1,000 brilliant star rivers surged across the night sky, then converged, collided, until all starlight met at the origin. Everything returned to the true eternal night. You have stepped into the vortex of history. Due to interference from your seventh soul pact, Serpent of Mercury, the original quest objective has been cancelled. Sands of Time rewards will now be issued in real time based on the fate lines you alter within the First Era. Current time coordinate, First Era. This is the first recorded history of humanity on the Western continent, the origin of magic, mages, and civilization. Also, the moment when the stars were born. Unlike the past, there was no clear mission objective. The text floating in the Azure illusionary panel in Xia Ya's mind this time was far more cryptic. So you're finally not forcing me to play the villain anymore. Xia Ya couldn't help grumbling internally. Of course, this time he was already set on his path. Even if the system tried to tempt him into pulling any flashy stunts, Xia Ya absolutely wouldn't take the bait again. He didn't want another Isadella misunderstanding arc. Besides, after 10 years of training in Eden, ordinary rewards didn't mean much to him anymore. The reason he resolved to explore the first era was to find a way to reunite with his dear teacher. Aside from that, Xia Ya wasn't planning on causing any trouble. His consciousness gradually awakened. What appeared before his eyes was a dome forged of black iron. Judging from the structure, this seems like a palace. Too bad it's probably the shabbiest one I've ever seen. Xia Ya slowly opened his eyes. He was no longer that broke student who barely had a few Rhine gold coins in his pocket, living in the St. Roland Academy dorms just to save on rent. Royal consort of the Empress, beloved of the White Tower Master. He had witnessed the most grandiose architecture imaginable. And the scene before him? Only one impression crude. There were no luminous Magitech light formations for illumination. The entire black iron palace was dim, oppressive, and suffocating. Only the faint candlelight in the four corners and a few minerals embedded in the walls emitting a soft glow served as the sole sources of light in this dim palace. Of course, the simplicity of the environment was only secondary. Xia Ya extended a hand and snapped his fingers. If this were the real world, that one snap would have summoned a plume of Amaterasu black flame before his eyes. But at this moment, in the silent air, nothing happened. Divine authority without restraint, even rewriting the laws of the world directly. Not just that, even mental energy is being restricted. Xia Ya tried a few more times, then nodded. It was a situation he had already anticipated, now it was confirmed. Unlike the fourth era, where gods were hidden, saints and angels even as demigods were rare, and could only influence the mortal world through followers. According to the texts Xia Ya had collected recently, and the information provided by the snake, the first era was an era where mythical creatures and divinity walked the land in person. Countless fragments of divinity and the authorities of mythical beings coexisted on the material plane, overlapping, interfering, even disrupting the world's fundamental laws. Naturally, as a true god who had experienced the first era, the Serpent of Mercury should have had more to offer. Unfortunately, when Xia Ya questioned it in detail, he discovered this thing really had coasted through life as fate's favorite, choosing to play dead instead. It had spent more than half the era asleep. It understood the general sequence of events, but when it came to the specific intel Xia Ya actually cared about, total blank. Xia Ya's thoughts stirred, and he began testing his summoned beast skills one by one. Elemental skills are the most heavily affected, probably because the ones holding the corresponding elemental authorities are physically walking this world. Spatial skills come next, probably because the very presence of mythical creatures disturbs spatial stability. I knew it. These mythical beings are all bad news. They all deserve to be dragged out and shot. Xia Ya tapped his long index finger rhythmically on the table. In other words, Silver and Crimson Shiny's skill effects are all heavily restricted. Of course, Crimson's physical type skills, like Slash, aren't restricted since those come from accumulated training and muscle memory, not tied to elemental laws. Yui isn't too affected either, since its body is a mechanical life form. But the issue is Yui doesn't have much combat power itself. Constructs like Black Knight rely on Magitech formations and alchemical matrices to function. Magitech formations are partially affected too, but as long as they're properly tuned, it should be manageable. Fortunately, overall, my combat strength isn't too badly impacted. Xia Ya focused. In the next moment, a silver-white firearm condensed in his hand. This was the benefit of building a well-rounded team. Most beast masters, especially those specialized in a single element, like full fire builds. Coming into a world like the first era where elemental laws were disrupted, they'd basically get insta-nerfed. A 6-ring strength might only perform at 4-ring level. But Xia Ya's summoned beasts each had different specialties. His strategy was all about balance. If one aspect was restricted, another could cover for it. After all, no matter how unstable your elemental laws are, you can't mess with a mechanist, right? After finishing all his tests, Xia Ya was just about to stand and head outside the palace, when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. They were heavy, accompanied by the clatter of armor. Your Highness! Your Highness! An ancient tongue called out from beyond the palace. It was not the common language known in later eras, but the ancient Arlan language that had been widely used during the first era. Luckily, Xia Ya had fully prepared for this historical echo, specifically training and practicing a number of ancient languages in advance. Even without Yui's big data translation capabilities, Xia Ya could already speak them fluently. Looks like his luck this time wasn't bad. First echo, orphan adopted by a duke's family. Second echo, orphan raised by the Church of Dawn. This time, finally graduated from orphanage protagonist, he started off as a prince. Thoughts flashed through Xia Ya's mind, though none of it showed on his face. He remained calm as he looked toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged knight in heavy armor, charging in with urgency. Xia Ya sensed no mental energy or mana from him, but in exchange, what he did sense was the raw physical strength beneath that knight's armor. According to his past Echo experiences, the first era was before the rise of mages and magical civilization. Sure enough, in different laws and eras, different power systems took root. Xia Ya looked at the knight and calmly spoke, "No need to panic. What happened?" "Yes." The knight in heavy armor answered respectfully. He dropped to one knee, his armor clanking. "His Majesty the King has passed away." "Well, damn. Not only did he start as a prince, he happened to enter right when the king died. What kind of god-tier start was this?" Xia Ya looked at the knight and instantly found him more agreeable. "So you're here to help me get that royal coronation, huh?" The last two echoes, he worked as someone else's lackey. This time, was it finally his turn to rise and sing his own song? Then the armored knight hesitated for a moment, before speaking again. "In addition, as per the agreement with the dragon totem, it's time to present this year's offering." "Offering?" Xia Ya frowned slightly. He could imagine, in a time before mages and magic, when true gods walked the earth, that humanity's status wasn't nearly as stable as it was in later eras. Even in the fourth era, in lost domains beyond human civilization, there were still lost kingdoms where the lost beast king ruled above all, and humans ranked beneath them. But hearing about sacrifices firsthand still sparked disgust and rejection in Xia Ya. Before he could speak, though, the knight before him lowered his voice and added, "Moreover, the offering requested by the dragon totem this time is none other than you, your highness the kingdom's only prince." Xia Ya? He'd heard plenty of stories from wandering bards about evil dragons kidnapping princesses. But a dragon demanding a prince? What the H*LL kind of reverse fairytale is this? "So I thought you were here to help me ascend the throne in golden robes. But turns out, you're planning to toss me to the evil dragon as a sacrifice." Xia Ya looked at the knight captain in front of him, who was kneeling respectfully but whose eyes were stealing glances at him, and whose hand had unconsciously drifted to his waist. Xia Ya couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When it's not your fate, even luck can't save you. Even though he had contracted the Serpent of Fate, it didn't seem like his starting identity in this historical echo was any better off. Compared to being a sacrificial prince about to be thrown to the evil dragon, maybe being a backgroundless orphaned commoner would have been easier. "Speaking of which, didn't you just say the king has passed away? And that I'm the only prince? And now you're planning to send your only prince off as a sacrifice to an evil dragon? I'm kinda curious who's supposed to rule this country in the future." Xia Ya looked down at the knight captain before him, speaking with clear amusement. "That part will naturally be handled by my foster father, your uncle Duke Siras, his grace." "Oh, your Duke foster father, huh?" Xia Ya gave him a meaningful look. Now that was a familiar setup. It reminded him again of dear Comrade Norton and the tragically unfulfilled Comrade Gudryan. "So you're saying, father's death wasn't exactly a coincidence, was it?" "Yes, I was the one who, in His Majesty's food and drink." Halfway through the sentence, the knight captain suddenly snapped out of it. How could he have been so careless, spilling everything just like that without hesitation? Especially the part about secretly recognizing Duke Siras as his foster father. That was his biggest secret. No, with his strength being close to the 6th tier, even at his most careless, he wouldn't have made such a rookie mistake. This had to have a source. He stared in shock at the black-haired, dark-eyed prince in front of him, only to realize that this prince, usually sickly, indifferent to politics, viewed by the nobles and ministers as nothing more than a puppet, was now simply smiling at him. Still the same thin and frail frame, yet in his eyes, Xia Ya seemed to carry a mysterious weight. Within those pitch-black eyes, 3 blood-red tomo were slowly spinning, then enlarging. Eventually, the silver-white moonlight within them ascended, transformed into crimson-gold eyes. In those golden-red pupils, it was as if molten lava flowed. "Sorry, this is my first time using Tsukuyomi in the first era where divinity is suppressed. Bit rusty. If guiding your subconscious won't work, guess I'll have to be more forceful. Hope you don't mind." With a tone laced in mild apology, that slim black-haired silhouette appeared taller and more imposing in the knight captain's eyes. That calm voice rang out again, this time with an undeniable, irresistible authority. "Now, I need you to tell me everything you know." Moments later, "Master, all the info I recorded is right here." The metal fairy Yui flapped her delicate fairy wings and obediently landed by Xia Ya's side. The Dracoserpent Mercury manifested as line after line of refined script before Xia Ya's eyes. His gaze swept across it. Compared to the Serpent of Fate, this knight captain was ultimately just a 5th ring, so the level of intel he could offer wasn't very high. At the very least, there was no point hoping for secrets about true gods. However, on the flip side, he could fill in the details that the Serpent of Fate had left out. Xia Ya's eyes landed on the first line Yui presented. Year 928 of the Cataclysm calendar. This was the current era Xia Ya was in. The knight captain didn't know the origin of the Cataclysm calendar only that long ago, a disaster known as the Great Cataclysm or the Calamity of Light had erupted. Thus, chaos replaced order and became the prevailing theme across the Western continent. It was an era when mythical creatures ran rampant across the world. The war of the gods raged from the star realm to the spirit realm, and finally spilled into the material plane. In such a disordered age, humanity, being the weaker party, could only cling to mythical creatures to survive. They worshipped them as totems, trading reverence for scraps of protection from the fallout of divine warfare. And the forest kingdom Xia Ya currently resided in was under the protection of a dragon totem. Of course, no matter the era, even when beset by internal and external crises, humans were never short on internal strife. Like this knight captain before him conspiring with his prince's uncle, the duke, and aiming to usurp the throne. Following the usual plot, the weak prince gets replaced by a transmigrator, then it's time for a classic revenge arc. It's just that this opponent, Xia Ya, couldn't help but shake his head. In the first era, neither magi tech nor mage systems had emerged. It seemed like humanity's path to transcendence relied entirely on forging the physical body. But as the saying goes, men are clever, demons are strong. Lacking fangs, claws, rapid regeneration, or longevity, humans trying to surpass the long-lived species and mythical creatures in brute strength was a total fantasy. According to this knight captain's memories, a fifth tier like him was already considered formidable in the Forest Kingdom. Even his so-called foster father, the duke vying for the throne, was merely sixth tier. Sixth tier at most, not even legendary. What kind of kingdom is this? How boring. Xia Ya couldn't help but shake his head again. When your status changes, so does your perspective. Now, honestly, he had zero interest in the politics of this tiny kingdom. So what if he became king? He was the officially appointed royal consort of the Fresta Empire, with an entire empire of easy living waiting for him. This little backwater wasn't even worth a glance. Compared to all this petty, laughable palace drama, he was far more interested in that evil dragon totem the knight captain mentioned. Xia Ya's thoughts shifted, and the silver moon in his eyes slowly faded away. And in front of him, the knight captain seemed to awaken from a dream, snapping out of the earlier state. He looked at the prince before him, but before he could speak, Xia Ya beat him to it. Well, since it's uncle's command, I understand. The knight captain was dumbfounded. Did you hear send you to be a sacrifice to the evil dragon as send you to ascend the throne? Unfortunately, parts of his memory had already been rewritten and erased by Xia Ya using Tsukuyomi, so no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make sense of anything anymore. As a prince, it's only natural to have the resolve to feed oneself to a dragon. Xia Ya waved it off, unconcerned. When are we heading out? Silent Forest. This was an endless sea of trees located at the southernmost edge of the western continent. Countless towering ancient trees stood in dense clusters, blocking out the sky and sunlight. The kingdom Xia Ya was in was called the Forest Kingdom precisely because it sat at the forest's border. Your Highness, I can only escort you this far. Of course, escort was really just supervising his march to death. After all, usurpation still needed some justification, right? If the prince wasn't dead, how could the uncle take the throne? The knight captain stopped in his tracks, eyes wary as he gazed into the depths. From deep within the silent forest, a faint yet chilling dragon's presence radiated outward. Even a brief glimpse of it sent a visceral terror and bone-deep chill coursing through his battle-hardened body. It was a suppression stemming from his very bloodline. He looked at Xia Ya, who was staring lazily and unfazed into the depths of the forest, his face calm almost like he didn't realize he was walking to his doom. The knight captain had been prepared to betray him on the spot and force him in by strength if needed, but in the end, things had gone smoother than he'd imagined. I'll handle the rest of the way myself. But, Xia Ya's words paused slightly. Don't you feel wronged? You're not exactly weak. Peak 5th ring and 6th ring aren't all that different. So why must you bow to someone else? Are kings and nobles born special? If everyone's using shady means anyway, why is my royal uncle fit to be king and you're not? As Xia Ya's voice echoed with subtle persuasion. In an instant, just as the knight captain was beginning to retreat, a sudden flame surged in his heart. The flame of ambition. A man born between heaven and earth, how could he willingly live beneath others? And Xia Ya, who had casually planted that psychological suggestion in the knight captain's heart using Tsukuyomi, kept his gaze fixed on the depths of the silent forest. He probably wasn't going back to that kingdom. What he did just now was more of a casual move to see if something fun would happen. Since the knight captain had already acknowledged Duke Sirez as his foster father, wasn't it only natural for the father and son to have a heartwarming little power struggle? But at this moment, what Xia Ya cared about more was what lay deeper in the silent forest. That was a true mythical creature. The dream of every beast master. Ever since he transmigrated to the western continent, Xia Ya had constantly heard tales of dragons. Whether from wandering bards or the textbooks of Black Tower and St. Roland Academy, countless records illustrated the might of dragons. Even draconic wyverns, which had relatively high concentrations of dragon blood, were already imperial tier species. So imagine the terrifying potential of a pure-blooded dragon. Even the weakest white dragon could reach legendary tier upon maturity, let alone the red or black dragons above them. But true pure-blooded dragons had long vanished from the western continent. Even with Xia Ya's status, he'd never seen one. And now, in this authentic first era, many ancient and mythical species that had disappeared from the future were now finally in sight. The deepest depths of the silent forest. A towering ancient tree stood tall. Though it hadn't developed sentience or its own will, the aura it exuded was already enough to suppress an average demigod. Legend had it this was one of two severed branches of the world tree, felled in the early days of the Cataclysm era. One branch landed on the lost isle of the High Elves, becoming the ancient elf tree they revered. The other landed in the silent forest, eventually growing into this boundless sea of woods. At the top of the silent ancient tree, countless thick crimson gold branches were woven into a massive dragon's nest. From the outside, it looked like a simple nest made of world tree leaves and branches. But upon stepping inside, one would find spatial laws twisted around every single leaf. Within the layers of warped space ripples lay a compressed subplane. This was the true dragon's lair. Beneath the veil of eternal night, a sky of absolute darkness stretched endlessly. On the ground, only thin strands of crimson flame glimmered, the sole color in this world of black and red. At the edge of this barren, broken landscape lay the ruins of a shattered palace, and at its center, a massive shadow lay quietly, curled on the earth. Black and red scales shimmered with a chilling luster. A hulking body coiled in silence. Its enormous leathery wings, even tucked tight to its sides, hinted at their sky-covering majesty when unfurled. This was a towering black dragon. But right now, the dragon lay prone, seemingly in a deep, ancient slumber. Pada. Pada. Light footsteps drew closer. Hiss hiss hiss, wait master, you actually came. Hiss hiss hiss, don't be fooled by how easily you flattened those divine descents earlier. They were just incomplete vessels. Hiss hiss hiss, right now, you're in the age of gods, and that's a fully formed, genuine mythical creature. Inside the soul-packed space, the tiny mercury serpent flicked its tongue nervously. Ever since contracting with Xia Ya, it had been forced to use the same pet speak as the others. Not because it couldn't speak human language but because Xia Ya thought the hissing made it cuter. The little snake could only silently choke on its despair. Sure, it had technically lived through 4 eras, but it was more of a scavenger than a warrior, never one to get involved when the divine wars broke out. So the concept of divine pride meant nothing to it. If acting cute was the way to survive, then cute it was. What, aren't you a mythical creature too? Now that you're back in the age of gods, shouldn't you be crying tears of joy to see an old friend? Xia Ya gave the snake a scornful look. Hiss hiss hiss, I'm not a mythical creature, I'm just a battle 5 snake, you said so yourself, master. The snake had completely given up. Once your dignity's been trampled once, a second time doesn't hurt. Dignity? What's that, can you eat it? If master said it was battle 5 snake, then battle 5 snake it was. At least it wouldn't be forced to fight. Your species shouldn't be called the Serpent of Mercury, it should be shame of the mythical creatures. Even Xia Ya was stunned by how low the snake could go. Still, he gently patted its head. But you're right. That dragon really is the real deal. I'm confident, but it's better to have a backup plan. So, if things go south and I need to run, you'll be the meat shield to cover the retreat. After all, if you take a fatal blow, you'll trigger Fate Rewind and reset the world line, right? That means we get unlimited retries no matter how many times we fail. Snake? So Fate Rewind is for this? While the two chatted, Xia Ya had unknowingly stepped into the area of the ruined palace. Pada. The moment he stepped in, the dragon's roar erupted. It shook the skies, thundered across the land. The earth cried out, cracking open with crimson-black fissures. In the blink of an eye, flames of red and black surged from the dragon's body. That black dragon like a statue finally stirred. Its massive wings unfurled, covering most of the pitch-black sky. Its once-shut eyelids opened, revealing terrifying dragon eyes. But from those pale, ashen irises, Xia Ya could see no spark of sentient life. Only a deadly stillness, pale and withered, utterly devoid of vitality. It didn't feel like a sentient creature. It felt like a living corpse. And as the black dragon awakened, Xia Ya saw, just behind it, deep in the palace ruins, that a jet-black dragon egg, shrouded in a thin veil of shadow, like it was wrapped in the curtain of night. Vast draconic might surged outward, and in the blink of an eye, black and red dragon fire swept across the land, devouring everything. Not just the air, even the laws of space twisted under the heat, hot enough to incinerate celestial bodies. Even for a mythical creature, this was a true full-force eruption, dragon breath powerful enough to burn a demigod. Yet facing that tidal wave of dragon fire, Xia Ya didn't dodge. Feels so familiar. Though its form differed somewhat, the power contained within this dragon breath gave Xia Ya a strong sense of déjà vu. It felt a lot like that Lord of Ashes whose supreme relic he'd, well, stolen via bull tactics. Every true god's divinity and authority is unique. And if the divinity isn't usurped, then even if the body perishes, they can eventually return after eons, all the way from the star realm. And since the Lord of Ashes exists in later eras, it means this mythical dragon didn't live to see the second era. Looking at the black dragon before him, roaring at the heavens but with dead, lifeless eyes that resembled a corpse's, Xia Ya couldn't help but sigh. Then, within his eyes, a strange, sinister pattern slowly emerged. Crack. A shattering sound echoed. In that moment, it was as if tens of thousands of pitch-black petals bloomed then shattered. The sky-scorching dragon fire froze midair, solidifying into ice before Xia Ya's gaze. And Xia Ya walked calmly through the desolate ruins, a rain of dark sakura petals falling behind him. Hiss hiss hiss, master, wait, you're actually fine. The little mercury serpent in Xia Ya's hand cautiously cracked open one eye. It had already prepared itself to die as cannon fodder and trigger a Fate Rewind checkpoint. Who knew its new master was this badass? Before, due to having zero combat power, it was technically a mythical creature, but in the first era, it was the weakest of the weak. Not only couldn't it provoke other mythical creatures, even some legendary tier beings could step on it. All it could do was barely survive using the power of fate. But now, it had a boss. Could it finally walk tall? In an instant, the snake imagined a whole 5 million word plot, reborn in the first era, rise of the overpowered snake. In my last life, I lived in humiliation, even the gods could bully me. This time, I'll reclaim every bit of dignity I once lost. Bonk. Xia Ya flicked it on the head, snapping the snake out of its fantasy. Feeling the nonsense streaming in from the soul-packed connection, things like snake, endure, the era of 3 eras has arrived. Welcome back, Snake King. Xia Ya was speechless. So this Battle 5 snake just spends its time dreaming up crap like this? Still, Xia Ya soon pushed aside the chaos in his mind. His footsteps stopped at the heart of the ruined palace. In front of him, the massive black dragon had clearly exhausted itself with that last breath. Even the glow on its scales had dimmed a little. But sensing Xia Ya's approach, the dragon still raised its head. Huge wings spread wide. In those dim, lifeless eyes, a faint glint of hostility emerged. Black and red light began to gather in its mouth again, about to fire once more. Yet despite the overt hostility and murderous intent, Xia Ya only chuckled lightly. Really pushing yourself to the limit, huh? Your body's already been corroded to the point of collapse. Every time you use an outburst like that, it's practically suicide. Your dying self-awareness gets thinner each time, until you finally lose control. Mythical creatures may never truly die, but in an era when true gods walk the world, losing control of your divinity basically makes you a fat sheep in the eyes of other gods. Xia Ya shook his head. His gaze fell behind the dragon to that dragon egg shrouded in the veil of night. Even though your mind's on the verge of collapse, you still made a suicidal move like that. All because of that. As Xia Ya spoke, the lifeless murk in the dragon's yellowed eyes faded just a little, replaced by a fury as if someone had touched its reverse scale. The dragon's breath surged stronger than before, forming a roar that could end worlds. But as that apocalyptic breath loomed close, Xia Ya calmly extended his hand. And then, he gently placed it on the black dragon's massive, chaotic head. The next moment, that black and red dragon fire faded away, dissolving into nothing. If this had been any other mythical creature, then this berserk, death or glory outburst would have forced Xia Ya to be extremely cautious. After all, physical durability was never his strength. He wasn't like little AI, who could brute force through anything. But this dragon, just so happened to share the same authority as the Lord of Ashes. And ever since Xia Ya usurped that supreme relic, he could somewhat be called a mini Lord of Ashes. This kind of flame couldn't hurt him at all. 2 failed breath attacks in a row. Even though this black dragon's mind was clearly far from lucid, with most of it corrupted or polluted, that last sliver of reason still sensed something was very wrong. But before it could react, the next moment, a dazzling silver moonlight slowly reflected in Xia Ya's eyes. Among all of Xia Ya's summoned beasts, if anyone had gained the most in Eden over the past 10 years, it was none other than Silver. Not only had she completed Amaterasu with the Lord of Ashes patronage, even Tsukuyomi had been enhanced thanks to the Crimson Moon. Unlike the Lord of Ashes, who merely lost a relic, the Crimson Moon was a true unlucky soul sacrificing its entire body to the solar furnace, where it was refined into a relic pearl. And after Silver devoured that pearl over the past few days, Tsukuyomi had evolved to its complete form. Now, Tsukuyomi could truly be called a mythical skill. And as everyone knows, illusion arts are the greatest nemesis of berserk-tailed beasts. A giant silver moon slowly rose at the edge of the sky, and filled the black dragon's entire vision. I have no interest in talking with a half-mad beast, even if that beast is a full-fledged mythical species. A lofty voice echoed at the far end of the heavens. So, wake up, use your original form. Time in the subplane seemed to freeze, only the crimson-black lava on the ground continued to flow endlessly. After a long while, the black dragon finally opened its eyes again. But this time, those eyes were no longer pale and withered, like those of a living corpse. Now, there was a flicker of clarity in the dragon's pupils. The light that belonged solely to a sentient being. Several patches of its pitch-black scales flaked off, revealing a glimmer beneath. A radiant gold sheen, like molten sunlight. It stared at Xia Ya, fragments of broken memory slowly resurfacing, tinged with disbelief. Roar. A majestic dragon roar echoed across the world. I can understand you, but I'm not fond of speaking in ancient Draconic. It's a language tailored for dragonkind. The way it's pronounced goes completely against human vocal instincts. With a thought, a small silver cube appeared in Xia Ya's hand. He turned it over once, then casually tossed it to the black dragon. This little thing converts mental fluctuations into spoken language. You can just call it a translator. The black dragon caught the metallic cube. With the intelligence of a mythical creature, mastering the use of such a tool wasn't difficult. Still, its gaze towards Xia Ya grew even more astonished. You awakened me from the madness of disorder, and you also possess a holy relic I've never seen before. But, you appear to be a pure-blooded human. From what I know, the most powerful among humans have only just touched the threshold of legendary tier. So the strongest they had was barely legendary? Not even throne tier? That would make the 6th ring king of that kingdom a top-tier human. Humans of the first era really were weak. Then again, according to the Mercury Serpent's explanation, in the first era, dragons, elves, and giants were the true protagonists of the age. Humans were nothing more than background characters. These thoughts passed through Xia Ya's mind, but none of them showed on his face. Funny enough, I was actually chosen by some of those humans below to be your sacrificial offering. Xia Ya smiled at the black dragon. But it seems, I won't be doing much sacrificing today. So, if you don't mind, would you tell me? Xia Ya spoke calmly. The origin of the cataclysm calendar, the details of the calamity of light, and why, as a mythical creature, you ended up in your current state. And, Xia Ya paused briefly. The location of the Lost Isle where the High Elves dwell. Xia Ya's tone was peaceful, as if he were merely making a polite request. The black dragon looked deeply at him. It could sense how young the other's body was brimming with unmatched vitality. Even among humans, this boy would be considered a youth. Yet the aura surrounding this black-haired, dark-eyed teenager made it feel as if he stood atop the clouds. Not a mortal being of flesh and blood, but one of those gods that stood above even it. There were too many mysteries around this human. Why could a member of a race that hadn't even reached proper legendary tier emit such pressure? Why could he suppress the madness that not even other mythical creatures could contain? Why did his body remain unscathed by dragonfire? Why did he seem to wield the same kind of authority? But the dragon didn't ask. Given how far gone its mind had been earlier, combined with the pressure this human radiated, if he had meant harm, it would already be dead. The fact that he chose to awaken it meant that, at least for now, this human bore it no ill will. The calamity of light, that truly is a distant memory. As was the case at the dawn of every era, the first era too once had a golden age. A time of brilliance, prosperity, and peace. A utopia ruled by dragons, elves, and giants. The supreme sun god sat upon the divine throne in the heavens. The dragon kingdom, the elven courts, and the giant kings ruled the land below. It was an age bathed in golden light. And the black dragon before him was once not black at all, but a golden dragon, revered even among pure-blooded dragons. Had the former dragon king ascended further and become a lesser god, a divine attendant to the sun god himself, then this golden dragon might very well have become the next dragon king. But peace and glory never last. Only chaos and calamity are the true rhythm of this world. No one knows why the pure white sun god fell from the divine throne, but it happened. And so, the sun that once brought warmth and order, became a forbidden catastrophe. The calamity of light. The flip side of the brightest light, is the deepest darkness. All who had basked in the sunlight suffered varying degrees of corruption and erosion. The higher ones tier, especially races who had once received the sun god's blessing of divinity and authority, the more intense the corruption. And so, a world-consuming disaster descended. The first to lose control were the lesser gods who once served beside the sun god. In the glorious age, every mythical creature envied their place by the divine throne, but when the disaster came, the higher they stood, the harder they fell. And I, once a golden dragon at the very top of dragonkind, was hit the hardest. The black dragon turned, gazing at the ruins behind him. From the shattered walls and collapsed columns, one could still faintly trace the grand splendor that once stood. This was once the royal court of dragons. The golden dragon spoke hoarsely. From heaven to ruin. The dragons, elves, and giants who once ruled this land, all shattered in the calamity of light. Most died in the initial waves of madness. Only a few, able to suppress their frenzy, went into hiding across the continent. All that remained of their glory were these ruined palaces, standing silent as a testament to the past. Humans, on the other hand, were spared, because of their low tier, and the fact that they had never received the sun god's blessing. They weren't heavily affected by the disaster. They retained their civilization, their kingdoms. So that's how it was. No wonder dragons, elves, and giants were so overwhelmingly powerful. A single adult from their races started at 3rd or 4th ring, and a pure-blooded adult dragon reached legendary tier by default, with intelligence on par with humans and lifespans far longer. If the world had continued developing normally, humans wouldn't have stood a chance at rising. But the calamity of light wiped out the powerful and spared the weak, just like the asteroid that ended the dinosaurs, giving primates a chance to rise. The thought passed briefly through Xia Ya's mind. Then the golden dragon spoke again. You said you're seeking the lost isle of the high elves, correct? A light flared in those withered dragon eyes. Then, its gaze fell upon the dark dragon egg, at the center of the ruined palace. I can help you find the lost isle, but in return, I have a request. The lost isle. Xia Ya's eyes shifted slightly. The reason he risked so much traversing even 3 entire eras to return to the first era, everything had been for the sake of his golden elf teacher. But even here, in this very moment of the first era, the high elves remained utterly untouchable for humans. Even in the eyes of the strongest in human kingdoms, their only understanding of elves came from half-elves with diluted bloodlines sold by slave traders, or the dark elves hiding in shadows of the underground world. As for forest elves and golden elves, those noble kinds of high elves, they only existed in the ethereal legends sung by wandering bards. A silver-blooded race, born with mastery over the elements and blessed with long lifespans. In the dazzling brilliance of that golden era, they held a status equal to the ancient dragons themselves. And the Lost Isle was said to be the home of the High Elves, a distant sanctuary somewhere in the boundless sea far beyond the western continent. If I recall correctly, the reason it's called the Lost Isle is because ever since the Cataclysm calendar began, countless explorers and voyagers have set sail, seeking that mythic island said to be drifting beyond the west, filled with relics and treasures from the Age of Glory. But without exception, those who set out either returned with nothing, or vanished forever in the endless waves. As Xia Ya spoke, the golden dragon let out another hoarse rumble. That is only natural. When the great cataclysm erupted, before the Elven King fully succumbed to corruption and madness, he used the last of his royal authority to summon the power of the World Tree, and severed the Elven Court from the tree. He created a massive barrier, eternally sheltering the Elves' sanctuary from the taint of that forbidden Sunday. It was a bloodline-restricted barrier unless you're a fellow high elf, or granted permission, then even if you reach the island's edge, you'll never be able to enter. But in the very beginning, in the era of brilliance, whether giant, elf, or ancient dragon, all our royal courts were once connected to the world tree. Even though its first light has long gone out, and the world tree has since died, some of its branches remain. They are the foundation of the mortal world. A faint glow passed through the golden dragon's clouded eyes as it looked back at the vast, ruined remains. This place was one of the fragments of the world tree, though it has long perished. But even so, as one of the former rulers of this royal court, I am now one of only 2 beings left in this world who can still tap into the links between the world tree's branches, awaken this world, and guide you to the lost isle. The murk in its eyes faded slightly as the golden dragon stared intently at Xia Ya. Unless you can find the giant royal court, assuming it still exists after 1,000 years, and still retains a successor with the authority to connect to the world tree, otherwise, I am your only option. Even if you've found a sane true god, you'd never find the lost isle. It slowly raised a claw, half blackened and half tinged with gold. In the next instant, that dragon egg, cloaked in thin shadow, deep and mysterious like starlight scattered in night's curtain, appeared before Xia Ya. The golden dragon looked at the egg of night, and its murky gaze grew a bit wistful. This is not my child. Or rather, I have no right to call myself its parent. This is the child of the king. Even the elven king, before losing control, had time to use his final strength to sever the elven court from the world tree, to create the lost isle and the eternal night barrier, protecting more than half of the high elves from the calamity of light. As ancient dragons, mightier even than the high elves, we should have done even better than him. But, the moment the sun god fell from the divine throne, just happened to be the time when our king had only just completed the egg, having transferred nearly all of their power and authority into it, at their weakest. At that time, as the appointed heir to the royal court, the strongest pure-blooded dragon besides the king, and one of the only 2 ancient dragons able to command the world tree's branches, I was a coward. A flicker of deep, uncontrollable regret passed through the golden dragon's eyes. When my people needed me most, I let fear of death cloud my heart. I chose to run. And by the time I made up my mind and returned to the royal court, it was already too late. Under the light of the fallen sun, the frenzied dragons, driven by their primal hunger for devouring and evolution, tore apart our king newly born, drained of power, devouring them into fragments. Then they turned on each other, fighting to steal what little divinity they had obtained. When I arrived, all that welcomed me was a ruined court, and countless dragon corpses. Once brothers and sisters, now rabid, blood-soaked beasts. And amidst it all, the king who endured being torn apart, flesh and divinity devoured by their own kin, yet still refused to run. To protect this child, the majestic royal court of the ancient dragons was dragged into its tragic end because of my cowardice. From that day on, I became a wraith clinging to these ruins, or perhaps a vengeful spirit. Because of my mistake, the glory of the ancient dragons has dimmed. Perhaps some dragons escaped, fleeing to the western continent. But those maddened creatures, even if still alive, even if they left descendants with dragon blood, it means nothing. They are nothing more than oversized lizards with diluted dragon blood, long forgotten the glory of the royal court. They are not worthy of the name ancient dragon. This is my sin. No matter how many years I spend repenting, no matter how much I atone, it cannot be erased. The golden dragon's gaze softened slightly as it fell upon the egg of night. The only thing I can still do is protect this child whom the king sacrificed everything to shield. They are the king's child, and the last descendant of the royal court. For 1,000 years since the age of glory ended and the cataclysm began, they have been absorbing the remnants of power from the shattered world tree. They are the last living witness to that age, to the glory of the ancient dragon royal court, and the history of this shining court will one day be sung through them. The golden dragon paused briefly. The next moment, a surge of crimson gold divine light burst from its once dull eyes. The black rot that had cloaked its body faded, revealing brilliant crimson gold scales beneath. At long last, this spirit that had haunted the royal ruins for centuries regained a fraction of its former majesty. The brilliance of a true golden dragon. The influence of the fallen sun still persists. And as a race born above the clouds, we suffered the worst of the corruption. Even the slightest sunlight brings a tendency toward madness and loss of control. Even the high elves had to create a perpetual night to hide themselves within a massive eternal night barrier, sealed forever within the lost isle. No one knows how long the fallen sun will continue to shine. Perhaps 1,000 years, or maybe several more eras. But I know this place won't last that long. For the past 1,000 years, I've survived only by relying on the remaining power of the world tree fragment buried within these ruins. But now, even that last strength is nearly depleted. It looked directly at Xia Ya. I've heard, recently among the human race, a new type of contract has been developed. One that allows a human's spiritual energy to connect with a transcendent creature's soul. In the past, whether dragon, giant, or elf, we all looked down on your kind. We believed humans lacked innate racial talents, had short lifespans, and that even a single adult pure-blooded dragon could easily wipe out the mightiest of human warriors. You were nothing more than an insignificant black iron tier species. But now, I've realized, we were wrong. Precisely because you humans are born with nothing, no divinity, no power gifted by the creator gods, you are also unbound. Not shackled by the fallen sun, you are free to walk beneath its light. And only by relying on the help of a pure-blooded human soul, and forming a contract with a human, can we have any chance to restrain the madness and instability that haunts upper races like us. What's more, even among those born with nothing, someone like you still emerged. The golden dragon looked at Xia Ya, pausing for a breath. Form a contract with the king's child. Protect them on behalf of the king. In return, I will use my royal authority as a successor of the ancient dragon court, and leverage the world tree's branches to create a path leading to the Lost Isle. By the end of its words, the golden dragon's tone even held a trace of pleading. Xia Ya didn't respond, he simply stared at the dragon in silence. For some reason, under Xia Ya's gaze, the golden dragon actually felt a flicker of cold fear. It was as if it had returned to its childhood, standing in the royal court for the first time, brought by its parents to meet the king upon the throne. Deep and unfathomable. Are you really sure? The golden dragon heard a calm voice echo beside its ear. This subplane's power can only be sustained for about 100 more years. If you do this, the world tree branch will be drained instantly. Without its protection, exposed directly to the fallen sun. In your current state of body and soul, you'll plunge into madness completely, with no hope of ever regaining your mind. At that point, to protect myself, I'll kill you first. Hearing Xia Ya's words, the golden dragon gave a bitter smile. As expected, nothing escapes your excellency. This might have been the first time since the first era's dawn that an ancient dragon had ever addressed a human with the title Your Excellency. But, I won't trouble Your Excellency to do the deed. I've already lived 1,000 years in disgrace as a sinner of the dragon race. A few more decades of cowardly survival would mean little now. My only wish is that the king's child will no longer be trapped in these ruins of death and ghosts, but instead, walk proudly beneath the light. Xia Ya raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll just devour the king's child and absorb them? A hatchling who inherited half a dragon king's authority, still in their juvenile stage. If they appeared in the western continent, even true gods would be tempted. And surely your ancient dragon court had allies in the Age of Glory? Why entrust such a thing to me, a complete stranger? Xia Ya was confident in his charm, but this was a dragon, not a human. To entrust the king's child across species lines on the basis of a brief meeting? He didn't buy it. I have no choice left. After the cataclysm, even those mythical creatures who still seem rational on the surface, deep down, their souls have already been tainted by the calamity of light. They merely suppress it with methods, but they could lose control at any time. Compared to them, I would rather trust Your Excellency, a pure-blooded human. Of course, there were things the golden dragon didn't say aloud. For instance, back when it was still in relatively good shape, it had once left the subplane of the world tree fragment to study humans in the outside world. That was how the legend of the evil dragon, the princess, and the prince came to exist in that small kingdom known as the Forest Kingdom. Ordinary humans might be unaffected by the fallen sun, but their soul strength, untempered by cultivation, was nowhere near capable of bearing a contract with an ancient dragon, let alone suppressing its madness. Before the golden dragon could go further in its research, exposure to the fallen sun had already begun to take effect. It slipped into a half-mad state. Only a sliver of lingering rationality had kept it from harming the egg of night. If Xia Ya hadn't awakened it, it likely would have withered away in confusion, never realizing the end had come. Now, this mysterious, abnormally powerful human, who had easily pulled it back from madness, was its only lifeline. If he were truly just an ordinary man, he would never have qualified to be entrusted with the king's child. The golden dragon looked at Xia Ya and blinked its murky eyes. Dragon authority might be incredibly valuable to other mythical creatures, but Your Excellency clearly doesn't walk that path. Besides, I trust that snake's judgment. To be someone followed by the Mercury Serpent, I doubt you'd be a scumbag. A flicker of mercurial light shimmered and vanished. With a thought from Xia Ya, the little silver snake popped out from the soul-packed space, looking up at the golden dragon. You know me. I've heard the king speak of you. Favored child of fate, Mercury Serpent. The golden dragon's eyes glinted with a trace of nostalgia as it looked at the little serpent. I remember the king once said, in the early days of the Age of Glory, you had a particular fondness for the ancient dragon court's treasure vault. Every time we did inventory, you'd always be coiled around some holy relic, eyes sparkling, refusing to leave. Some of the dragon elders once suggested locking you up in a cage, but the king would always laugh it off and refuse, letting you come and go freely, sometimes even gifting you little trinkets. But ever since I joined the royal court, I'd only heard that you had disappeared, never to be seen again. And then came the calamity of light, the great cataclysm. Thinking back now, perhaps you received a warning from fate, a glimpse of the future, and foresaw it all in advance. Xia Ya glanced at the little snake perched on his shoulder. This guy had a shady history like that? Waltzing freely through the ancient dragon court's vault of holy relics? Envy didn't even begin to cover it. No, that was straight up infuriating. Yet the Mercury Serpent simply flicked its tiny pink tongue in confusion. Did that really happen? Why don't I remember any of that? Of course you don't. Xia Ya flicked its head, then tossed it back into the soul-packed space. He'd figured it out by now. You just couldn't treat this thing like a true mythical creature. It was a full-fledged slacker. No wonder, despite living through the first era firsthand, it couldn't answer any of Xia Ya's questions and left him to figure it all out himself. Then again, while the great cataclysm at the end of the Age of Glory devastated the mighty races of ancient dragons, giants, and elves, this completely powerless Mercury Serpent had survived unscathed. Maybe that Child of Fate title wasn't just for show. The golden dragon once more turned its gaze towards Xia Ya, awaiting his answer. Since that's the case, deal. Xia Ya spoke softly. After his time in Eden, he still had plenty of open soul pact slots. Even though his 7th soul pact was taken by the Mercury Serpent, his 4th and 6th soul pacts were still vacant. And if the 4th was unusable due to Augustina's anomaly, he could just make that simping Holy Grail give up the 6th slot instead. As for suppressing the madness and corruption of the fallen sun, sorry, but this master of illusion arts had always been a natural counter to rampaging tailed beasts. All right. The golden dragon, hearing his reply, nodded quickly. In the next instant, boom, crimson gold flames surged around its body. All the murky black rot burned away, revealing the golden dragon's mythical creature form in full. It was burning the last of its life essence. It never asked Xia Ya to form the contract first, never imposed any checks or safeguards to enforce the deal. The golden dragon knew full well, before someone like Xia Ya, who had effortlessly suppressed and awakened it from a half-mad state, it had no leverage. This black-haired, dark-eyed human was the true master of this deal. All it could do was show its utmost sincerity. Boom! As the blazing light roared, the desolate, blackened world along with the crumbling ruins of the ancient dragon court let out a resounding hum. It was the ruined court itself answering the final wish of its former heir, now the dragon race's greatest sinner. In that moment, Xia Ya saw a towering phantom of a world tree appear silently above the desolate subplane. Then, a faint, timeless connection, transcending space and reality, spread outward from that tree's phantom silhouette, and finally linked to somewhere in this world. Rustle. The lush, sprawling branches stretched out. Xia Ya saw a single leaf drift slowly downward from the phantom world tree. A droplet of pale gold sap gradually formed on the leaf's edge. Drip. In a flash, that drop of sap turned from phantom to real, and fell upon Xia Ya's forehead. A cool clarity bloomed between his brows, and the moment the sap made contact, within his spiritual sea, the dim starfield formed by thousands of sands of time twinkled in unison, flaring with radiant starlight. The spiritual energy Xia Ya had tempered over 10 years in Eden, stable for so long and rarely progressing, suddenly surged forward. The growth wasn't enormous, but considering the scale of his current spiritual ocean, even this was a tremendous leap. Compared to ordinary deep meditation, this improvement was equivalent to a full year's worth of hard cultivation. At the same time, a vague, ethereal coordinate and connection was etched into his mind, carried by that pale golden droplet. It was exactly what the golden dragon had promised, the guiding mark for the Lost Isle, home of the High Elves. Originally, a blessing of the World Tree would elevate a newly joined ancient dragon's racial potential by an entire tier. But with what little power remains in the World Tree's branches, this was the best I could manage. The golden dragon's voice was faint now. The crimson gold flames that had engulfed its body gradually faded, and even its golden scales dimmed along with them. With a body corroded for 1,000 years, burning its remaining life essence like this was a price that meant only one thing: death. And still, it watched Xia Ya, its golden pupils dimming, the light within slowly dying. I just hope Your Excellency will keep your promise. Don't let the king's child repeat our path. Let them grow up safe and whole, and walk freely, in a world filled with light. Its voice faded into silence. Life receded from that once mighty body. The flickering fire in its eyes went out. But in the next moment, the golden dragon's eyes opened wide. It saw the black-haired, dark-eyed boy kneel gently, and place his hand upon the ruins of the royal court. Illusory light scattered, and began to spread outward. Within that mercury-colored glow, the golden dragon saw the ancient dragon court come to life once more. In radiant sunlight, dragons came and went. Green dragons tended wildflower gardens in verdant valleys. Dream dragons wove wistful, sorrowful illusions in the skies above. Ancient dragons in human form played lutes and bone flutes, cheering on the duels between metallic dragons. Feasts abounded. Gold piled high in treasure vaults. Countless relics, inexhaustible wealth. And high on the throne, the king of dragons sat quietly, watching over it all with peace in their eyes. My king, the golden dragon whispered. Its flesh quickly faded away, becoming soft golden motes of light, dissolving into the slowly fading phantom of the world tree. The illusory light shattered. Xia Ya rose to his feet, lifting his hand away from the ruins of the royal court. In his astral vision, the massive wheel of fate slowly ceased its spinning, returning at last to nothingness. The golden dragon's body had long since run dry, its flame extinguished. The fallen sun's corruption had already consumed both its flesh and soul completely, like a cancer shattering all the order it once possessed. That it could still move at all was purely due to the resilience of a pure-blooded ancient dragon's body, hanging on by sheer will. Even without this final act, it wouldn't have lasted much longer. Although Xia Ya could suppress the golden dragon's madness with illusion arts, he wasn't a healing specialized beast master. None of the summoned beasts he had contracted possessed healing abilities. Normally, Xia Ya handled recovery and injury treatment through alchemical potions and life force elixirs stored in his spatial pocket. But those top-tier potions produced by the Alchemist Association, while barely effective on human flesh, were meaningless when used on a mythical creature class dragon. A mere drop in the ocean. He had no way of stopping what was about to happen. So, the only thing Xia Ya could do was use the will of fate to recreate the former glory of the ancient dragon court. Let the golden dragon pass on, with a beautiful dream to end it all. Using the last of your strength to activate the blessing of the world tree before death, guess I owe you one. A dragon pulling this kind of scheme, not very dragon-like. Honestly, more like a human. He smiled faintly, the sheen of mercury in his eyes fading away. But even that kind of manipulation fell flat in the end. For someone like Xia Ya, if he made a promise, he would keep it. Whether the golden dragon gifted him a favor or not didn't change a thing. His gaze shifted to the egg of night. The child of the Dragon King, huh? He walked forward step by step, then reached out, placing his hand gently upon the dragon egg wrapped in darkness. The moment he touched it, starlight shimmered across the thin veil of night that cloaked it. Xia Ya bit his finger. He let the crimson blood drip from his fingertip, falling onto the egg of night. Drip, drip. The blood, within the concentric ripples of starlight, outlined a blood-colored scale of justice, different from his previous contracts. This time, instead of a master-servant contract, it was a pact of equals. After all, this was the entrusted legacy of the Golden Dragon. The agreement wasn't about control, but protection. Unlike a master-servant contract, where the summoner held overwhelming authority able to order a follower to die without resistance, a pact of equals established a relationship closer to intimate allies. Their souls would be bound tightly together, and both sides would benefit from the soul pact's enhancements. But it lacked the absolute binding force of a master-servant arrangement. The blood-red scale burst into a blinding glow, and then Xia Ya felt it. The veil of darkness slowly began to wrap around him. Threads of shadowy spiritual power reached out from the egg of night. Within the spirit realm, they brushed against Xia Ya's own spiritual symbol, a mist of dark gray, curious and tentative. Soon, Xia Ya's gray mist began to intertwine with the starlit night threads, weaving together in quiet communion. At the same time, a path of soul connection began to slowly take shape. Through this spiritual meeting and mutual erosion, this was the first time Xia Ya had experienced such a complex, painstaking contract process. Even with his current soul strength, having cultivated a spiritual sea in Eden, the progress was agonizingly slow. Only bit by bit did his gray mist advance through the starry night. Sure, he had contracted the Mercury Serpent before, but that guy was just a disgrace to mythical creatures, utterly powerless and smaller than a house cat. That contract wasn't much harder than binding a common meow meow cat. But this ancient dragon egg, this was a genuine mythical species, not something that embarrassment of a snake could ever compare to. If Xia Ya hadn't crossed the throne tier boundary thanks to 10 years in Eden, he wouldn't have had the qualifications. Most legendary beastmasters are capped at contracting legendary tier beasts, and couldn't even attempt a mythical bond. Xia Ya remained motionless, focusing on the delicate construction of the soul path. And at some point, the metal fairy-like Xia Ya emerged, flapping her wings. Her eyes scanned the ruins, projecting beams of light. After all, this was once the ancient Dragon Court. Even if its mystique and connection to the world tree were long depleted, it still held immense archaeological value. All Xia Ya could say was, the first era lived up to its name. Barely a day into this historical echo, and he'd already reaped a staggering harvest. He'd learned the truth of the calamity of light, uncovered the secrets of the ancient Dragon Court, and unraveled the real reason behind the Beastmaster system. He'd always wondered, why did this world develop a transcendent path centered on Beastmasters? Now it made sense. It had originated as a solution to the calamity of light brought by the fallen sun, the once dominant transcendent races of the Western continent. To resist madness and collapse had no choice but to form contracts with humans, and the feedback from these soul pacts gave the frail, short-lived humans the power to stand against them. Even after the fallen sun's influence weakened, the benefits of the soul pact system endured, and as humanity's position rose, the Beastmaster system became a permanent legacy. NGGH. The ancient dragon egg trembled faintly. Starlight spilled across it, giving off a soft chime. Xia Ya felt it immediately. In the spirit realm, the path between his gray mist and the night haze burst open. The crimson scale of justice reflected in his eyes. The pact of equals was complete. And then, all sounds and glows faded away. Silence returned. Xia Ya looked again at the egg of night. Unlike before, when its veil of darkness obscured its form, now, through their soul pact, he could clearly feel it. The beating heart of the ancient dragon. At first, it was only a faint rhythm, but with every second, it grew louder, the pulsing starlight trembling with each beat. Then, in the very next instant, crack, a clean fracture appeared on the surface of the ancient dragon egg. Cracks quickly spread across the surface. The thin veil of night shattered. A slender, graceful black dragon, bathed in starlight and shadows, blinked open its crimson gold dragon eyes, curiously observing the human before it. Though it was only a newly hatched whelp, the ancient dragon bloodline granted it intelligence on par with an average human. And due to the soul pact, this black-haired human before it felt intimately familiar an unexplainable sense of kinship. It let out a soft whimper, nuzzling affectionately against Xia Ya's palm. At the same time, a pale blue system interface surfaced in Xia Ya's mind. Nickname, unnamed. Species, Dragon of the Night. Soul Pact status, 4th Soul Pact, Pact of Equals, Xia Ya Igat. Combat level, 63, 6th tier. Species rank, Mythical Species. Beast skills, Eternal Night, Shadow Sovereign, Crown of Secrets, Blessing of the World Tree, Slumber, Calamity Curse. A true mythical species, alright. Just hatched and already 6th tier basically on par with an imperial tier summoned beast. Looking at the downright luxurious status panel, Xia Ya couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Truly compare beasts to beasts, and you'll just die of jealousy. Achoo! Somewhere in the soul-packed space, a certain level 5 snake sneezed, then flicked its tail in confusion. This is awesome. Xia Ya reached out his hands. Then, under the confused gaze of the dragon of the night, he scooped it into his arms. As it looked around curiously, the thin shadows and night haze surrounding it gently rippled in sync with its crimson gold eyes. But the little dragon made no effort to resist him at all. And in that moment, a deep, dreamlike satisfaction bloomed in Xia Ya's heart. A wish fulfilled. As a fully certified beast master, who hadn't dreamed of forming a pact with a dragon, he'd been drooling over the black-scaled wyverns exclusive to the Imperial Breeding Institute. He had even planned to ask his second wife, Isabella, for one as a wedding gift, something from Her Majesty the Empress to her new royal consort. But now, there was no need to eye any black-scaled wyvern. No matter how powerful they were still just wyvern species, after all no comparison to a pure-blood ancient dragon. To be honest, I've always had a dream. Xia Ya looked seriously at the slender, elegant little dragon of the night in his arms. That one day, I'll become a glorious dragon knight. Or rather, wasn't that every man's dream? Of course, since their pact was a pact of equals, not a master-servant contract. Technically Xia Ya couldn't force the dragon of the night to do anything. But naturally, Xia Ya had long since thought of a workaround. What else? Raise favor ability. It was just a newly hatched little whelp. Even if it had intelligence matching a human's, it still had no experience. From a certain point of view he was its father and mother both. Once he raised its favor ability to the max through gourmet food and pampering, then casually asked for a ride. Wouldn't that be a done deal? So, little dragon, you'd better grow up fast. You're still too small to carry my weight. If I tried to ride you now, I'd probably crush you flat. Xia Ya gently stroked the head of the little dragon of the night, his voice filled with doting concern. Honestly, this was the real difficulty in his plan to become a dragon knight. The lifespan and growth cycle of ancient dragons was on a completely different level from humans. According to the Golden Dragon, the egg of the night had been in hibernation for nearly 1,000 years. From the fall of the Sky Throne at the start of the Calamity Era, to the collapse of the ancient Dragon Court, all the way until now. Only now had the egg completed its incubation and hatched. Who knew how long it would take for the dragon of the night to grow from a whelp, to adolescent, to fully matured? Based on that incubation period, 2 to 3 entire eras might be the bare minimum. Sure, summoned beasts could speed up growth by devouring transcendent materials. But for a mythical species like this one, any effective materials would be just as rare and valuable as the dragon itself. Xia Ya sighed, ruffling the little dragon's head. I just don't know if I'll even live long enough to ride you once. If this ends up becoming a your own lifespan backfires on you kinda joke, that'd really suck, wouldn't it? Right, I haven't named you yet. Looking at the soft veil of night curling around the little dragon in his arms, Xia Ya's tone softened. Judging by your skill list, it looks like your abilities are tied to darkness and night. Did you inherit these from your mother? He recalled the vision shown to him by the Wheel of Fate. The tranquil, gentle dragon queen seated upon the throne of the ancient dragon court. Then I'll name you. Ya. Night. This time the master actually picked a normal name? Am I still asleep? When did you get the illusion that I wasn't using Tsukuyomi? This is suspicious. I think our master got possessed by some ancient demon. Whoever you are, please stay inside our master a little longer. Inside the soul-packed space, Silver, Shiny, Crimson, and Xia all wore expressions of utter shock. Their master actually named something normally? Was the fallen sun's corruption affecting him too? Had he gone half mad? But right now, the slender little black dragon didn't seem to care about the noisy chaos echoing from the soul pact. It simply curled up quietly in Xia Ya's arms, feeling the faint warmth radiating from him. Yeah, night. And dragon knight. It didn't know the exact meaning of that word, but from Xia Ya's tone, it clearly understood that he deeply yearned to become one. In that case, then I'll make sure Xia Ya becomes the happiest, most perfect dragon knight in the whole world. And so, deep within its soul, Ya quietly etched its very first vow as a dragon. In the depths of the star realm, a mass of pitch-black liquid metal floated in the vast, silent starry sky. It transformed into a fully black, streamlined vessel, stealthily navigating the star realm along with the undulating spatial currents. Once upon a time, Xia Ya used to envy those legendary powerhouses who could flee into the star realm the moment they sensed they couldn't win. That's also why legendary tier beings were so hard to kill. The depth of the star realm's dimensions far exceeded that of the material plane. As long as there was even a sliver of escape, they were nearly impossible to pursue. To actually hunt someone down within the star realm, you'd need to be an entire tier above them. Back then, Gudryan Borja had managed to cling to life in the star realm for quite a while. But times had changed. The Xia Ya who once drooled over legendary privileges had now become a full-fledged privileged ranker himself. Based on the positioning spell feedback, the Nautilus's current projection in the material plane has reached the inner depths of the endless sea. We're now finally calibrating to lock onto the exact location of the Lost Isle, using the permanent coordinates you provided, Master. Inside the streamlined vessel, Yui's projected figure floated beside the console, fluttering her ethereal fairy wings as she reported sweetly to Xia Ya. Xia Ya glanced at Yui's projection. Why are you using Surin's voice this time? Well, we've been diving in the star realm for a whole month. I was worried Master would get lonely and forget about Mommy. Yui flapped her wings, speaking with a mischievous smile. This submarine-like vehicle made of undying metal, stealth diving deep in the star realm, was Xia Ya's mode of transport this past month. Dimensional Submersible Type 3. A vehicle specialized for stealth movement in the star realm and subdimensions. Xia Ya had named it the Nautilus. By using his metal genesis and megastructure armament skills similar to how he created the Black Knight mecha, he had forged a large amount of undying metal into the Nautilus, and Yui, who embodied its system, naturally became its ship girl. As for where this star realm submarine was heading, it was, of course, to the coordinates provided by the Golden Dragon, the last known sanctuary of the High Elves, the Lost Isle. Roar. A young dragon's roar echoed by his ear. Xia Ya turned around and saw Ya floating behind him, flapping her slender dragon wings in protest. Faint wisps of shadow oozed from around her body, forming a shadowy hand that tugged at the hem of his clothes. I know. Shouldn't have gotten distracted talking to Yui while grilling your fish. Xia Ya extinguished the black flames of Amaterasu, flipped the fish over, sprinkled some seasoning, then handed it to the shadow that was clearly itching to eat. The little dragon of the night grabbed the grilled fish using her shadows, took a small bite, and instantly widened her crimson gold eyes. She flapped her wings, landed on Xia Ya's shoulder, and started munching away joyfully. Now this is what you call a grilled fish, Master. Watching Ya's satisfied face, Xia Ya held back the urge to dramatically throw up his hands. As a man who could host banquets and cook like a pro, grilled fish was his ultimate signature dish. Back in the historical echo of the ancient kingdom of Kangting, he once used a single grilled fish to win the favorability of the young Sylviana. And now, even a mythical species like an ancient dragon couldn't resist his grilled fish. Not too different from that red-haired high schooler who captured countless hearts just by jumping high. He reached out and patted the little black dragon's head on his shoulder. The elegant dragonling didn't resist. She even squinted her eyes, clearly enjoying it. After all, what Xia Ya had formed with Ya wasn't a master-servant contract, but a pact of equals. With low intimacy, it could result in her ignoring orders during battle, or even defecting at a critical moment. So for the past month, Xia Ya had been working hard to win her over with all sorts of delicious food, aiming for a relationship that, even if not a master-servant bond, would function just like one. And judging by how Ya was acting now, all that effort hadn't gone to waste. She already trusted him quite a bit. His dream of becoming a dragon knight was a step closer. Still, compared to his other summoned beasts, Xia Ya noticed that Ya had an unusually strong sense of possessiveness. Just like how gold coins were useless to dragons, yet they still obsessively hoarded them and wouldn't give up a single one. The little dragon of the night treated Xia Ya the same way, unwilling to share him even a little with the others. Just now, when Xia Ya had spoken a few words to Yui while grilling, Ya had immediately expressed her displeasure through shadows. At night, she liked to curl up in Xia Ya's arms to sleep, and even used her shadow manipulation powers to set up a personal auto-defense ward around them, keeping other summoned beasts away. That left poor Chihong, who was used to being cuddled by Xia Ya at bedtime, feeling aggrieved. Her normally glowing red star spirit body had dimmed a bit. She had to settle for sleeping on Xia Ya's head instead. Nearby, on the couch inside the Nautilus, the little snow ferret lazily lying there grooming her fur let out a big yawn as she watched the scene unfold. Oh great, it's that classic newbie pet entry honeymoon phase again. As Xia Ya's very first summoned beast, Yin had long gone from rejecting these newbie perks, to envy, to jealousy, and now to just plain ignoring them. You could say, she was used to it. Besides, the dominance of little AI's stock during those 10 years in Eden also proved one thing. That newcomer glow only lasts for so long before it fades. Sure, right now you're the latest addition, basking in the spotlight and everyone's affection. But with Master growing so fast, there'll always be newer, rarer, more genetically gifted pets joining the party, eventually taking your favored newbie title for themselves. Only she, the childhood friend, had the one status that could never be taken away. Blame it on not being born in the snowfields of Cylon, I guess. Yin flicked her tail, buried her little head in her fluffy white fur. Go on, fight, compete, sulk, be jealous all you want. Time flows, waves crash and fade. Only this snow ferret is the one true answer to the pillow spot by Master's side. Boom. With the activation of the alchemical formation, Yui's projection on the control panel also began to glow brightly. The Nautilus began to gradually decelerate in its star realm voyage, until eventually, it came to a complete stop. Master, we've reached the coordinate anchor point as relayed by the World Tree. Our current star realm position aligns with the outer edge of the Lost Isle in the material plane's endless sea. MHM. Xia Ya nodded. Begin the dimensional jump back to the material plane. As Xia Ya gave the order, countless intricate formation lines all over the Nautilus lit up in dazzling brilliance. And in that clear radiance, the dim void of the star realm was suddenly filled with countless phantom cracks. Beyond those cracks, a hazy silhouette of another world emerged. A vast and silent ocean, stretching endlessly. And at its very center, an ancient tree, rooted atop a massive island. A curtain of eternal night spread from the tree's canopy, covering the entire island. The Lost Isle where the High Elves dwell. Gazing at the massive island shrouded in eternal night, Xia Ya murmured softly. I just wonder, what will teacher be like now? No sooner had he spoken than the Nautilus accelerated once again. Transforming into a streak of light, it vanished into the illusory spatial fissure. Hathaway walked through the lightless city, her wide white robe billowing in the wind, flanked by ancient buildings built from massive stones. There was no sun here, nor starlight or silver moon. Only a few luminous night stones embedded into ancient stone pillars served as this world's sole light source. That's Elder Hathaway. Senior Hathaway, the 9th seat elder who rarely attends the Hightower Council. She actually left seclusion. I've only heard of her in legends before, never thought I'd see the figure from the history books in person. I heard from a forest elf elder that she's always been obsessed with probing the forbidden beyond, and sooner or later would bring misfortune to the royal court. I've heard similar things from my elders. Honestly, nobody really cares about those matters. Our lives are already plenty comfortable now. SHH, keep your voice down, don't you know how sensitive an elder's perception is? Whispers followed her appearance, rippling through the onlookers around her. Hathaway lifted her gaze and saw that the hall leading to the elf high tower was packed with observing elves. Other than during infancy, an elf's age couldn't be judged by their appearance. The posture of their ears was a far more accurate indicator. Compared to Hathaway's drooping ears, the onlookers' ears were all pointed and long, indicating they were mostly only 50 or 60 years old. The curse on elven blood must be worsening again. Hathaway voiced a silent thought in her heart. 50 or 60 years old by other races' standards, that was definitely elderly, perhaps even the twilight years of life. But for the high elves before the cataclysm, it was merely childhood, far from adulthood, let alone being qualified to enter the elf high tower and participate in true royal court affairs. Yet after the cataclysm, the corruption of the fallen sun not only destroyed the royal courts of the ancient dragons and giants, it directly affected the bloodline of the high elves. With each generation, the once pure elven blood grew more and more tainted. After endless disasters and corruption, high elves like Hathaway, born before or during the early days of the cataclysm, those with natural lifespans reaching over 1,000 years even without cultivation, had become exceedingly rare. Most newborn elves today lived barely a century or two, maybe a few centuries. 1,000 years from now, the lifespan of the elves on the Lost Isle would shrink until it resembled that of the humans written of in ancient tomes. Hathaway passed through the hall, climbing the pale gray staircase, heading deeper into the high tower. She paid no mind to the discussions of her kin. Even with her perception, she'd heard every word clearly. But after the cataclysm, they were already many generations removed. They had forgotten fear, lost ambition, forgotten certain truths. It wasn't surprising. Clack, clack. Step by step, Hathaway climbed the pale steps. The chaotic noise of the lower hall gradually faded, then vanished altogether. She stopped at a certain level of the tower. A colossal ancient door stood there, towering as high as a dozen people, vast and magnificent. On either side of the door burned two ghostly blue torches, flaring to life the moment Hathaway arrived, illuminating the darkened surroundings. The golden elf stood before the grand door, extending a slender hand from her white sleeve to touch the aged surface. I, Hathaway Zejan, request to open the Royal Library of the Elf High Tower, in my capacity as Elder of the Golden Elves and the 9th seat of the High Tower Council. Duration of access, 50 years. Reason for request: to use ancient knowledge to explore the depths of the Star Realm, seeking a new sourceless power beyond our cursed elven bloodline. And with it as foundation, to search for a path forward for the Lost Isle, and for the future of the elven race. With the Golden Elf's declaration, the ancient door let out a thunderous resonance, its mysterious aura rippling alongside waves of subdimensional force. This tower, once the center of the elven royal court, had retained its mystique and transcendence even after enduring both cataclysm and time. The Royal Library was one of the core legacies of the Elf High Tower. Because of the now fallen Elven King, the High Elves, unlike the ancient dragons and giants, had preserved their lineage best among the three great royal courts, maintaining relatively complete traditions. The Royal Library was an independent subdimensional space, containing a vast amount of ancient knowledge and tomes that had survived the cataclysm intact. According to Elven law, only elders of the High Tower Council had the right to open it. However, a few breaths later, the ancient door did not open. Instead, a crimson light flared forth. Hathaway's request to access the Royal Library was denied. I'm sorry, Senior Hathaway. Since you've been wandering the subdimensions and dimensional rifts around the Lost Isle for a long time, we hadn't been able to inform you. By unanimous vote of the remaining 8 council seats, some of your privileges as a council elder are to be temporarily suspended. Access to the Royal Library falls under the revoked rights. A voice came from the darkness. It was a moon elf with long, pale blue hair, wearing a white robe similar in design to Hathaway's. Frost Song. Why did the council do this? Hathaway asked softly, looking at the moon elf before her. Nope, that's not my name. And I'm not even married yet. How could I have an ice elf's family name? If I remember right, Frost Song was my great-grandmother's, or maybe great-great-grandmother's name. Hard to recall. But whatever, ancient history's ancient history. The female moon elf twirled her long hair, giggling softly. As for the reason you're asking about, Senior Hathaway, of course it's because exploring the Star Realm is too dangerous. There's no veil for protection there. Just a little mistake and it's like the old records say, madness and corruption. You going insane is one thing, but if you do, we're the ones who'll have to clean up the mess. That's just too much trouble. Hathaway's gaze paused slightly, then returned to calm. She spoke softly, clearly your ancestor. Frost Song, the former second seat of the council. She spent her entire life seeking a way to resist the curse, to leave the Lost Isle. She once told me, the future of the High Elves should never be trapped on this island without light. It should be basking in true sunlight. When the first council was established, its very purpose was to consolidate power so that the elves could find a path forward. The Golden Elf's words were cut off before she could finish. It was you antiques messing around back then, wasting hundreds of years and tons of resources, only to accomplish absolutely nothing. Not to mention the constant accidents. How many people died because of that? Always talking about the elves' path, the elves' future. The royal court? That's ancient history. Who cares about that outdated nonsense anymore? Why should we let your strange obsessions ruin the peaceful life we have now? Besides, trying to create a whole new power system just to resist the creator's downfall and the curse he left behind, don't you think that's ridiculous? That's divine power we're talking about. Not seeking a path of one's own, but placing all hope, all desire, on the continued existence of the veil. Is that really the right way? Was the veil, created by that elven king, truly eternal? Before those words could leave her lips, Hathaway saw that the moon elf before her had already vanished beyond the reach of the torches, swallowed by endless darkness and shadow. Moments later, the ghostly blue torch flames went out as well, leaving only the empty, silent tower behind. She turned slightly, looking back at the sealed, motionless library doors. Thick layers of dust fell silently to the ground. This library, which carried the inheritance of an entire civilization, had not been opened for centuries. Clearly, even with the authority to open it, in the eyes of the current Elven Council, the knowledge it held was worthless. And yet, years ago, the door to this grand library had once stood open through the night. The elders had used the library instead of the ornate council chamber to discuss how to resolve the corruption, how to bring back the light, and the future of the elven race. Hathaway stood in silence for a long time. Thousands of thoughts ultimately became a quiet sigh. Forget it. She had come to the Royal Library hoping to find a method of coordinate positioning within the dimensional void, using inherited knowledge from those who came before. Of course, without such a method, her objective wouldn't change. It just meant the risks would be even higher. Her figure vanished into the depths of the tower, stepping into the ritual site she had prepared long ago. By her side were stacks of thick books densely packed with experimental data, along with intricate holy relics, ritual materials, and support instruments all fully prepared. Every single one of these materials was backed by hundreds, even thousands of attempts by a fellow elven elder. Each failed attempt, each misfired ritual, each time the void rift was opened without proper safeguards. It meant another high elf driven mad, or directly torn apart and devoured by spatial rifts. Only after countless failures had the research come this far. Yet now, the descendants of those pioneers had denied their ancestors' legacy with their own mouths. She didn't dwell on it. Hathaway simply followed the steps, executing every preparation with mechanical precision. Steps forged from the price of blood and lives. Then, in the blink of an eye, surrounded by transcendent materials, at the center of the ritual altar, a pitch-black rift quietly opened. It wasn't a flickering, unstable chaotic rift that could slice apart anything in its path. It had reached a semi-stable form, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Of course, without a positioning method, entering the dimensional void blindly meant she could be lost forever, never to return. But at this moment, Hathaway had long since passed the point of no return. She stepped forward, and her figure disappeared into the spreading rift. Inside the void, it was pitch black. No landmarks, no direction. Without coordinates, it meant losing everything. Cold. Dark. From time to time, spatial turbulence would manifest as razor-sharp blades, slicing into Hathaway's flesh. Her pure white robe was cut open, stained with red. Some cuts were fine, with only thin trickles of blood. Others were deep, bone-visible wounds, bloody and gruesome. Yet Hathaway made no move to resist. Her rank had already reached legendary. She was one of the highest tiers among the 9 on the council, and as a true legendary high elf, Golden Elf itself meant an innate, extreme affinity with the gold element. To chant in the Elder Elvish tongue was to wield authority and word spells. With her level, she could have easily warded off the spatial turbulence just by speaking, but she didn't, because the high elf bloodline itself was the target of the curse and corruption. Ever since the cataclysm, once removed from the protection of the veil, any activation of the bloodline's power by an elf would invite corruption and madness, and everything she and the pioneers had worked for was to sever dependence on the elven bloodline, to find an entirely new system of power, to pave a path forward, a way for elves to live in this world under the sunlight, without relying on bloodline or racial talent. If she used her bloodline authority now, then everything she had stood for, everything she pursued, would lose all meaning. It was unclear how long the drifting lasted, until wounds had covered her entire body, until the once pure robe was soaked red, until blood loss blurred the Golden Elf's consciousness. She finally sensed it. Amid the endless void, that vast, originless energy, borderless, rootless, unclaimed. Not from the Creator, nor the Sun God, nor any divine blessing, but wandering between the star realm and dimensional void, pure unowned energy. As long as one understands the laws and principles of the world, this energy can be structured into a usable form, and the power drawn from it surely would not fall short of any god's might. Even the Creator who brought forth all calamity would be no exception. when she truly, unmistakably sensed the sourceless energy from the star realm drifting around her. The golden elf finally showed a faint smile for the first time. Only, that smile quickly turned bitter. Hathaway knew clearly there was no going back. Even though she had proven that everything she and the pioneers pursued wasn't a delusion but a viable, real possibility, it no longer mattered. No coordinates, no reference points, no guiding anchor. Returning to the Lost Isle was already impossible. The only fate awaiting her now was to drift endlessly in this cold void, until her lifespan ran out. Or more likely until she was torn apart by the chaotic spatial turbulence. Just another corpse lost in the void. Hathaway gently closed her eyes, letting the raging currents of distorted space sweep her along the pitch-black emptiness. Though she had left behind in the royal court complete records of her experiments and data, if others followed her documented steps, and entered the void one by one with full protection and proper positioning, then maybe, her fellow elves could still discover the limitless treasure hidden within this void. Only, judging by how the current council treated her, she realized, that may have been wishful thinking. And this treasure of knowledge gathered through countless generations of council elders, through lifetimes of crossing subdimensional planes, through youth, blood, and endless time, was now destined to be buried forever in this cold void. Did I really make a mistake? The golden elf's soft whisper vanished into the darkness, unheard by anyone. But in the very next moment, Hathaway heard someone speak softly beside her ear. Wow, this really is the first time I've seen you looking so miserable, Shi-chan. No wait, we're still strangers right now. If it were me being randomly approached like this, I'd probably think the guy was just another cringe pickup creep. A pleasant low laugh echoed. Alright, let's do this properly. Nice to meet you, beautiful golden elf lady. Hathaway turned around, startled. Not far behind her, a black-haired, black-eyed boy sat casually beside the cockpit of a massive metallic construct, legs swinging as he looked at her. He glanced at the surrounding pitch-black void and frowned slightly. For such an important first encounter between the male lead and female lead, this background lighting is way too dim, don't you think? He took a twig out of his pocket and gave it a flick. Instantly, a silver-white blade carved it into a sleek, wand-like shape. Speaking of which, this should be the first spell in the first era, yeah? Gotta give it the proper ceremony. The boy smiled, then lightly waved the makeshift wand. A wizard's incantation, let me think. Ah, got it. Lumos. A fraction of a second later, the pure light bursting from the tip of the wand illuminated Hathaway's slightly widened pale golden eyes. The pure and radiant light illuminated the pitch-black void, and also lit up the golden elf's eyes. Simple illumination. Truthfully, even on the Lost Isle, there were many ways to achieve it. Special luminescent minerals, or bonfires fueled by specially treated ancient wood, or relics tied to divine authority. Even among high elves, the moon elves themselves possessed innate bloodline power to summon moonlight. But what unfolded before Hathaway's eyes at this very moment was entirely different from all those. It did not come from divine blessings, nor from bloodline or divinity. It was the sourceless energy from the depths of the star realm, rearranged and restructured in some entirely new form she, a golden elf, had never seen or heard of. You are. Hathaway turned slightly, looking at the boy seated on the dark mat behind her. The glow from the tip of the wand spilled onto his side profile, his features soft and distinct. What caught the golden elf's attention most were his ears. Unlike the pointed ears of elves, they were unmistakably human. Such a trait, in Hathaway's memory, matched only one race. Human. She spoke the word softly, the term sounding slightly unfamiliar on her tongue. She had been raised in the elven royal court since childhood. When the cataclysm broke out, Hathaway was still very young and had never had the chance to venture out. After that, the royal court was cut off and fell into the mortal world. Under the curtain of eternal night, the Lost Isle had become her only home and refuge. Because of this, even with nearly 1,000 years of experience, Hathaway had only ever read about humans in inherited tomes and illustrated manuscripts. This was the first time she had seen a living human being. Why would a human appear here? And why can you use this sourceless power from the star realm? The golden elf's pale gold eyes showed a flicker of emotion, but quickly settled into calm. Ripples of ancient mystery flowed around her, healing her injuries and mending her torn robe. Then, floating steadily in the void, she looked at the boy before her with a hint of guardedness and spoke calmly. She was no delicate, naive girl unaware of the world. She was a true legendary, the ninth seat of the council. Even if she had been emotionally shaken just moments ago, faced now with this mysterious human, Hathaway quickly used her relics to stabilize her state. No matter what, his sudden appearance was far too suspicious to ignore. According to ancient texts, humans rarely broke through to legendary rank. Yet the presence this boy gave off far surpassed that level. Sourceless energy from the star realm. The boy thought for a moment, then waved his wand, dispelling the previous flash spell. You mean mana? Now that you mention it, I hadn't sensed mana back in the material plane. Only after entering the star realm did I start to feel it. So mana originally came from the depths of the star realm in the first era. If it's energy without a source, then discovering and learning to use it isn't all that strange. Oh right, by the laws and rules of a plane, constructing a functional model to channel and apply mana. That's the process known as arcane research. And ultimately, to distort reality and reshape nature. To achieve that miracle called magic. Arcana. And magic. Listening to the boy's explanation, Hathaway felt as if a brand new door was slowly opening before her, even if she could only glimpse a tiny sliver through the crack. The beauty of what lay beyond had already captured her full attention, but she quickly shook her head, forcing herself to suppress that stir of emotion. Can you tell me, how would a true human appear in this place? She looked at the black-haired boy leaning casually on the mech and asked quietly. If she were still the carefree child she once was in the royal court, she might have pursued the wonders he described freely. But now, she bore not only her own fate, but the weight of the entire golden elf race, and the legacy of countless council elders across these 900 years. She had to be cautious. She could only be cautious. Why I'm here? The boy knocked lightly on the mech's shell with the back of his knuckle, thinking for a moment before replying. Well, maybe I just happened to be passing by. But in response to that answer, Hathaway merely shook her head lightly. No, you're lying. A golden elf's spiritual intuition is unmatched, even among gold and silver lineages. That was the answer my intuition gave me. Our meeting wasn't just a coincidence. TCH. So high elves had cheat-level racial talents like this? Xia Ya couldn't help but blink. Anything involving spirituality or the spirit realm was just ridiculously unfair. Wait. Even though he was only legendary now, if his teacher could see through his lie without him guarding or masking his spiritual energy, then back when he was studying in the knowledge city of Lokia, Xia Ya suddenly remembered how, years ago, he lied about spending all night reviewing notes when in fact, he'd spent the whole night napping in little AI's lap, and the way his teacher had looked at him, with that deep, unreadable gaze. So he had unknowingly died of embarrassment that many times as a kid, huh? He cleared his throat, tossed those messy thoughts aside, and looked seriously at the golden elf girl before him. And to think even in the first era, his teacher was this guarded. Compared to Sylvia, who could be won over with a grilled fish at first meeting, this difficulty level was at least several times higher. Well, that made sense. Even Xia Ya hadn't expected that his teacher, even in the first era, wasn't some naive girl, but a golden-haired old golden-haired beauty. All right, you're right. It wasn't a coincidence. I just thought, what if I told you it was because I felt the unbreakable bond between us? So, I crossed the ruins of the ancient dragon's royal court alone, willingly traveled across the entire endless sea, across the vast star realm and countless dimensional rifts, just to meet you, and you still wouldn't believe me, would you? Hathaway's pale golden eyes widened slightly. She really shouldn't believe it. After all, that explanation was far too clumsy. It sounded no different from a fairy tale. Yes, there were many bards among the elves who sang of heroic epics, but Hathaway had long outgrown the age of believing in bedtime stories. She knew very well that those tales of so-called destined meetings, and the prince on a pure white unicorn who always arrived at the most desperate moment to save the damsel from danger, were just tricks penned by authors to amuse children. And yet, her spiritual intuition, born of the golden elves, told her with piercing clarity. This was no deception, no veiled lie hidden beneath a masked soul. The answer he had given was the truth. He had truly crossed an unknown number of subdimensions and lower planes, drawn by some inexplicable bond between them, just to meet her here. If you can tell when I'm lying, then that'll make conversations between us much easier. I hold no ill intent toward the elves of the Lost Isle or toward you. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm a genuine advocate of interspecies harmony. Though I'm a pure-blood human, I hold goodwill toward all races equally. If possible, I wouldn't mind helping your kin on the Lost Isle escape their current plight. Xia Ya spoke sincerely. Still not a lie, but a heartfelt truth. So, beautiful golden elf lady, why not give me a little of your trust? He paused briefly. Come with me, and in this age before the weave has formed, before anything has sprouted, let's forge a new era together, one called magic. Oh, and I haven't even introduced myself yet. Xia Ya smiled, then reached out his hand to the girl before him. My name is Xia Ya, Xia Ya Igat. I'm a beastmaster, and also a wizard. Beastmaster, wizard. Hathaway repeated those two unfamiliar terms to herself. And Xia Ya Igat. As she thought about it, the golden elf also slowly extended her pale hand and placed it on his. It wasn't a particularly rough hand, but it was long and slender, with clearly defined joints. Hathaway, she said softly. Hathaway Zijin. Master, what are you thinking about now? A phantom-like cottage drifted through the dimensional void. This was the third form Yui had developed recently, mobile base, type 2. Of course, as per Xia Ya's usual style, he'd given her newly forged construct form a name of his own. Xia Ya's flying house. Still a hopeless name giver, as always. I'm pondering a question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Lying back in his recliner, Xia Ya looked at the projection of Yui in her ship-girl form nearby, peeling a pear for himself as he spoke. All my arcane and wizardry knowledge originally came from my teacher. But now, inside this historical echo of the first era, I've turned around and taught young teacher me all the principles of arcana and wizardry, how to channel mana with mental energy, how to build spell models, how to cast spells. It's a full-on recursive paradox. He took a big bite of the snow pear, sighing with satisfaction. These days, Xia Ya and Hathaway had been staying inside the flying house, deep in the void, studying arcana and magic together day and night. A bittersweet experience. Sweet because becoming the teacher of his younger self gave Xia Ya a rebellious thrill. It was downright exhilarating. Bitter because Xia Ya quickly realized, his teacher really was the eternal page of the future Black Tower. Even though she had only just begun to grasp mana, her progress was explosive. In many areas, all Xia Ya had to do was give the slightest hint, and Hathaway could rapidly come up with new theories, perfect basic arcane laws into workable spell models. In just a few months, her learning had evolved from basic first and second ring spells like Fireball and Greater Fireball, to casting sixth ring spells like Chain Thunder Dragon, Meteor Shower, and Blizzard. Beyond that, seventh ring spells were considered forbidden spells capable of harming even legendary beings. As for forbidden magic, even Xia Ya didn't know much. After all, his original goal in studying arcana and magic wasn't for combat, but to use arcane research to understand the world's fundamental rules and laws more quickly to deepen his knowledge of the world itself. His combat system mainly revolved around his summoned beasts, while spells and magical devices were used more as auxiliary tools. For example, using calculated spell formulas to guide the trajectory of a divine judgment spear. He had memorized quite a few original forbidden spells using his powerful mental energy, but that was mostly under the philosophy of I might never need it, but I should still know it. He rarely used them in actual battle. Xia Ya. Light footsteps approached. The long-haired golden elf held the tiny dragon of the night in her arms as she came up beside Xia Ya. Perhaps because they were both victims of the cataclysm, and also both from the once mighty three royal courts. Hathaway and Ya had the best relationship among all of Xia Ya's summoned beasts. I've finished developing my own personal positioning spell model. I've named it Hathaway, Dimensional Anchor. There was joy in the golden elf's voice. Because with this spell complete, even without Xia Ya's help, she could now freely travel between the dimensional void, the star realm, and the Lost Isle. In other words, she could return to the Lost Isle, and bring with her the brilliant treasure called magic, capable of lighting the path of the elven race. But soon, the joy in her tone began to fade. She looked at the boy beside her and spoke with a hint of anticipation. Xia Ya, would you come with me back to the Lost Isle? Facing the golden elf's eyes, which held a hint of hope, Xia Ya merely lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding Hathaway's line of sight. During these months drifting through the dimensional void, aside from thoroughly enjoying the thrill of reversing roles between teacher and student, he hadn't been doing nothing. He spent several months thoroughly analyzing the outer layer of the Lost Isle, the detailed structure of that eternal night veil. To cast such a barrier before falling, one that could envelop an entire royal court and persist for a whole millennium without being detected by outsiders, even mythical creatures that ventured into the endless sea, hoping to find the location of the elven royal court and uncover treasures left behind by the elven king, ultimately returned empty-handed. Just that feat alone was enough to vaguely glimpse the rank of that elven king. Even in the first era, where mythical creatures ran rampant, such an existence was undoubtedly extraordinary. If not, he wouldn't have become the master of a royal court during the glorious era before the cataclysm, nor be revered as the left hand of the creator, the sun god. What concerned Xia Ya even more was still that sun god, rumored to have fallen 1,000 years ago, whose name now only circulated in myths of the first era. In the Church of Dawn during the fourth era, there was also the title of Church of the Blazing Sun, one of the 7 gods of dawn. But for the name alone to stand alongside the other 6 gods, it probably means the deity worshipped by the Church of the Blazing Sun isn't actually that sun god. Perhaps it merely inherited part of the authority and divinity from that divine bloodbath. And this true sun god, and the world tree that appeared with the glorious era, became the foundation of existence, yet withered alongside the cataclysm. A glimmer flashed in Xia Ya's eyes, but because his gaze was lowered, Hathaway beside him didn't notice. That veil called Eternal Night nearly blocked all external detection of the Lost Isle. Whether it was long-range observational skills or predictions and divinations via spiritual intuition, none could glimpse the truth within. But from certain indirect details, Xia Ya still formed some speculations. Truths that felt suffocating. Xia Ya paused slightly, his gaze swept across the golden elf beside him, whose face was lit with joy and excitement, and a slight heaviness settled in his heart. Whether it was the so-called 7 true gods of the Church of Dawn, or those raving evil gods from the abyssal side, one thing was certain: deities who had attained the divine throne were all exalted beings, whose divine essence far surpassed mortal emotions. Not just their godhood, even the essence of their life had transformed, evolved into an entirely new mythical species. Though their appearance might still resemble their pre-deification race, in truth, they had become entirely different beings. Their differing attitudes toward their followers were, at their core, merely different methods and choices for gathering faith. Perhaps there were exceptions like the ancient Dragon King who chose to protect his child even if it meant being torn apart by his own kin. But that was never the norm. So, that exalted elven king who looked down upon all living beings. When the cataclysm erupted and even he couldn't protect himself, would he truly risk his life to protect those so-called kin in the elven royal court, whose races had long diverged from his own? There had to be some specific intent hidden in that eternal night veil. Only, such intent might not be what the elves believed it to be. Of course, if it were only that, it might just be Xia Ya projecting his own cynicism onto others. Even if their life essence was no longer the same species, that elven king had truly been the ruler of the royal court, having protected the elven royal court for countless years. To develop feelings for his kin and choose to protect them even at the cost of his own life, this wasn't entirely impossible to believe. What truly alerted Xia Ya wasn't these speculations, but a cold, stark truth. According to the intelligence Xia Ya had obtained from the historical echoes of Iscania, not just in the 4th era, Even in the Third Era, or as far back as the Second Era, there had never been any rumors of high elves aside from Hathaway. Even after several eras had passed, and the effects of the fallen sun had long since faded, and the eternal night veil should have already shattered, the high elves had seemingly vanished along with that lost isle. Gone forever, from the annals of history. Xia Ya, could it be that you got too tired from studying arcana earlier and are now falling asleep standing up? Noticing Xia Ya's absent-mindedness, Hathaway raised her fair hand and waved it in front of his eyes. When she saw he still didn't respond, a hint of mischief suddenly lit up the golden elf girl's pretty face. She took 2 small steps back, lifted her white skirt, and a playful curve appeared on her lips. Xia Ya, teacher. That sweet, girlish voice startled Xia Ya out of his deep thoughts, and he snapped to attention. What did you just call me? Did I say something just now? The golden elf placed a pale finger to her lips, speaking with slight confusion. No matter what you just said, do me a favor and say it again. No. She smiled and spun in a circle, lifting the white skirt again. But the golden elf blinked, one eye closing into a wink while the mischief in the other grew stronger. If Xia Ya, you're willing to come with me back to the Lost Isle, I'll call you that every single day. Phew. Xia Ya let out a long breath. No doubt about it when the childlike Shi-chan acts cute, it's honestly a terrifying test of self-restraint. If it were anyone else, maybe he could manage. But Xia Ya had seen Hathaway since childhood as the future sovereign seated upon her throne, majestic, solemn, mysterious, and breathtakingly beautiful. Such a drastic contrast between the past and present felt like a targeted double-crit attack just for Xia Ya. It was like the aesthetic of a purple-haired old lady piercing a certain cheerful lamppost king. Well, it made sense. According to the Serpent of Mercury, transcendent species from the glorious era had incredibly long lifespans. A pure-blooded golden elf could live for thousands of years. Meaning, by pre-contamination high elf standards, Hathaway was indeed just barely into adulthood. And since she fell into the Lost Isle shortly after being born, spending her years in that silent royal court researching mana and the Star Realm, it was no surprise she lacked worldly experience. Although her current rank and status had already placed her at the pinnacle of the Lost Isle, every now and then, she still revealed a hint of a young girl's heart. At the very least, he couldn't imagine the Shi-chan of the Fourth Era ever saying something like this to him. Xia Ya calmed the waves stirred up in his heart by the girl before him and looked once more at the golden elf in front of him. No longer with a playful or teasing expression, but with a serious face, speaking each word with gravity. Hathaway, if I said I wanted to take you away from the Lost Isle, away from your kin, to cross the endless sea and return to the western continent, would you come with me? Sensing the seriousness in Xia Ya's voice, the golden elf girl also withdrew the faint smile on her pretty face. She blinked her pale golden eyes, the brief flicker of hesitation and conflict vanishing almost instantly. I'm sorry, Xia Ya. The golden elf spoke softly. I'm really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably already be just another corpse drifting through the dimensional void. Spending time in this little house studying arcana and magic with you has truly made me happy. I really want to continue diving into the ocean of arcana, to seek out the truths you spoke of, those hidden beyond the stars. And I want to become a powerful wizard like you. But her gaze shifted slightly, then paused beyond the window of Xia Ya's flying house, staring into the pitch-black and silent depths of the dimensional void. After completing the forbidden level arcane model and original spell of Hathaway, Dimensional Anchor, she was already capable of pinpointing coordinates in the vast void without any reference. What Hathaway was looking at was the direction of the Lost Isle. I can't leave, she whispered. That's the burden once entrusted to me by the fallen elders of the council, something called the future of the elven race. Though this burden wasn't what I wanted at the start, it was a mission forced upon me by the old council elders because of my exceptional talent, but now, I can no longer discard it. After nearly 1,000 years, it's become an obsession. She didn't look away, but used her pale golden, beautiful eyes to meet Xia Ya's gaze directly, after putting in so much effort, crossing endless subspace, and finally discovering the treasure called magic that can illuminate the future of the elves. If I were to abandon the entire Lost Isle, abandon my race just for a moment of selfishness, if I truly did that, I honestly don't know how I'd face the eyes of those elders who raised me in the paradise of sages after I die. Of course, all the arcane knowledge I've learned was taught to me by you, Xia Ya. If not for you, even if I had discovered mana in the depths of the Star Realm, I could never have learned to construct arcane models or complete spellcasting so quickly. The golden elf looked calmly at Xia Ya, her gaze clear and pure. So, if you want to erase my memories of magic, or forcefully take me away, or even kill me here and now, I have no complaints. I know you're strong, even stronger than I imagined. Even though you've been saying these past few days that I've caught up with you in arcana and magic, I have a vague feeling that arcana and magic aren't everything you're capable of. The real you is far more powerful than the wizard you present. TCH. Looking into the pure, unclouded beauty of the golden elf girl's eyes, Xia Ya's heart couldn't help but sink. Teacher, you're calling my bluff here. Xia Ya never considered himself that selfless. The matter of the Lost Isle wasn't nearly as simple as it seemed. The Elven King, the Sun God, the creator of the glorious era, the World Tree, there was layer upon layer of fog and darkness wrapped up in all of it, tangled with too many variables. To Xia Ya, who had no prior connection with these elves who might already be lost to history, it was naturally better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even though he often joked about writing an exotic species cultural evaluation guide, Xia Ya didn't exactly extend his love to the entire elven race. Back on the western continent, the people Xia Ya truly cared about had always been just a handful. And yet, even if I tell teacher about what's happening on the Lost Isle now, she probably wouldn't believe me. Xia Ya sighed softly in his heart. But, well, this was exactly the kind of teacher he knew. If the girl in front of him had actually agreed to his suggestion so easily, following him without hesitation, then Xia Ya would have started wondering if he had the wrong person. All right then. He reached out and, to the golden elf's slightly surprised gaze, gently patted her pale golden hair. The texture was somewhere between Zebao's and Little AI's in short, smooth, and amazing. Head pat King achievement progress +1. I'll go back to the Lost Isle with you. Xia Ya smiled. After all, Hathaway, you're my proudest and also the one I worry about the most, chief disciple, aren't you? Xia Ya had already made up his mind. This inverted mentor-disciple relationship? He was all in. Even the gods couldn't stop him, he said so himself. Really? The golden elf girl's previously calm eyes suddenly sparkled, tinged with excitement. For a moment, she didn't even notice Xia Ya's earlier intimate gesture. Instead, she joyfully lifted her skirt and twirled around the small house in light steps. But soon, the golden elf looked at Xia Ya with some concern. She wasn't stupid. The reason Xia Ya had asked if she'd leave with him must have been due to some difficulty. Xia Ya, is it troublesome for you to enter the Lost Isle? I heard that the Eternal Night Veil was built specifically for the royal court. Non-elves who try to enter might be seriously affected. She spoke with a hint of regret. If that's the case, then I'll just go back alone. No need. Xia Ya cut her off with a calm smile. It's just that non-elves are heavily suppressed inside and can't use mental energy. Once I leave, I'll recover? It's nothing serious. Really? Hathaway didn't think much of it and simply nodded lightly. Because of that, she didn't see the deeper meaning flickering in Xia Ya's eyes at that moment. Though her current childlike form was undeniably adorable, a teacher like this could never become the future leader of the Black Tower's 8 pages, the Eternal Page. Xia Ya's gaze fell silent, fixed on the direction of the Lost Isle in the void. The future wasn't necessarily set in stone. However, before then, this still young golden elf Shi-chan might just need to experience the harshness of reality. Splash, splash. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Along with it came the light, almost imperceptible humming of the golden elf. It was a ballad much loved by the elven bards of the Lost Isle. The song told a beautiful epic tale: an elven girl, forced out of her family and wandering alone, meets a prince from the royal court in an ancient forest. After trials and hardship, they fall in love, face partings and tribulations, and eventually marry, returning home in glory. Ever since hearing Xia Ya's answer, Hathaway had been in a very good mood these past days. For a full week, she had been preparing for her return to the Lost Isle. Just copying basic spell codices alone, she had transcribed over 100 volumes. Most of them were low-tier spells like Wind Blade, Mage Hand, Flash, Ice Crystal Lance, and the like. For Hathaway and Xia Ya, these second or third ring spells were already completely meaningless. Even if hit unguarded, they couldn't even break through the outer layer of defense. But, if the goal was not just to enhance oneself, but to truly spread arcana and magic to popularize this brand new transcendent system of being a wizard, and to find a brand new path for the elves trapped on the Lost Isle, where the fallen sun still lingered and the bloodlines of transcendent races had been tainted by the First Era, then these foundational spell codices held even greater value than forbidden tier originals. After all, no matter how powerful a forbidden spell was, it could never help someone who had never touched magic to complete their arcane awakening or take that first step to becoming a so-called wizard apprentice. Now, with a spell codex collection already comparable to a small library, fulfilling the wishes those predecessors had placed on her, illuminating the future of the elven royal court, now had a tangible foundation. And once she had freed the entire elven race from its long and troubled predicament, and put down that millennia-old burden, then, she would no longer be bound, no longer restricted. She could freely do what she wished, follow whomever she wanted to follow. Speaking of which, Xia Ya once said he planned to build a wizard tower on the western continent, one that accepted all races and taught arcana and magic. And he also said he wanted to invite me to be the very first member of that wizard tower. Thinking this, the golden elf girl's humming became even lighter and more cheerful. Got it. So teacher likes to hum songs while bathing. Notebook knowledge point +1. Hope this trivia comes in handy back in reality. Xia Ya closed his notebook. Then suddenly, he felt he had noticed something important. Xia Ya's flying house was a metallic construct entirely created by himself. He was, in fact, the true master of this little flying house. In other words, if he wanted to, he could use mental energy at any time to perceive detailed information about any part of it. The bathroom, naturally, was no exception. Just as that thought arose, a fluffy, snow-white tail swept across his vision. With a soft and ticklish touch, it covered his eyes. Ying, master's not allowed to be unfaithful. Silver let out a dissatisfied whimper. As Xia Ya's longest contracted summoned beast, with soul resonance already maxed out and their connection best described as complete mutual understanding, even a flicker of Xia Ya's thoughts was enough for little Snow Ferret to guess what he was thinking. Normally, whatever Xia Ya did, Silver stayed pretty nonchalant. After all, as the party leader of Team Little AI and the largest shareholder of the AI stock, Silver had long since secured her position and usually carried herself in a lazy, carefree manner, even though the women constantly surrounding Xia Ya each had their own charms. As someone who had witnessed everything between Erla and Xia Ya, Silver knew full well her madam held a place in Xia Ya's heart that none of them could ever shake. Other girls come and go, but the childhood friend is eternal. Put simply, it was already a face-sitting dragon situation. How do you even lose at that point? But the golden elf was the one exception. Whether it was Xia Ya, Erla, or even Silver herself, all of them had once personally experienced the terror of being dominated by that eternal page of the Black Tower. Even though she wasn't the same type as Erla, Silver knew very well that this golden elf, just like Erla, also held a unique, irreplaceable place in Xia Ya's heart. If there was still any possible loss to be had even after a face-sitting dragon, then it was probably here. Which is exactly why, ever since seeing that golden elf again in the first era, little Snow Ferret had become extremely alert, afraid that her recognized madam might get upstaged and ousted someday. But then, gore! A weak dragon roar rang out. Silver looked on in confusion as Ye flapped her dragon wings, glaring at her full of hostility. Oh, right. Almost forgot. This new party member apparently had the best relationship with the golden elf. And she was super possessive, too. It wasn't even clear whether this newbie was stepping up to defend the golden elf or just jealous of Silver playing around with their master. No fighting, no fighting. The one who gives the best answer gets a bonus stat point. Xia Ya rubbed the head of the little black knight dragon who had been baring her teeth at Silver, which made her narrow her eyes with delight and retract her claws and fangs. Watching this, Silver felt a wave of bitter jealousy. When will this D****** newbie's party member perks finally run out? But before long, little Snow Ferret was also picked up by Xia Ya and placed on his shoulder. Silver, you're underestimating your master. Sure, the male lead in Shi-chan's story is definitely already pre-assigned to be me, but I'm not that desperate. I haven't even maxed out favor ability with the first era version of young Shi-chan, and we've never even confirmed our relationship. Peeking on her bathing right now? That's just being a straight-up creep. Your master's not that low class. Silver gave Xia Ya a skeptical look. Ying ying ying, then master, what were you thinking just now? Obviously I was thinking about serious matters. What, you think I was being pervy or something? Xia Ya lightly knocked little Snow Ferret on the head. With a face full of righteous indignation, he said, I was thinking about the future of the Lost Isle, and the future of the elven race. Even if I'm not part of the elven race, since that's Teacher's mission, then as the male lead in Teacher's story, it naturally becomes my mission too. That's only right. Ying, is that so? Silver flicked her tail, still a bit suspicious. But then she saw Knight obediently crouched on Xia Ya's shoulder. Those crimson gold dragon eyes were filled with trust and admiration, almost twinkling with stars. Sigh, newbie. Clearly someone who hadn't been scammed by master yet. The innocence in those eyes was blinding. Little Snow Ferret sighed internally and dropped her suspicions. Knight, have you ever heard the story of Prometheus? Xia Ya quite enjoyed the way Knight looked at him. After all, his other summoned beasts were already all too familiar with his sly and shady ways. Not so easy to fool anymore. And that's exactly why everyone loves a good newbie. Oh, never heard of it. Knight shook her head, flapping her tiny wings expectantly as she waited for the rest. These days, Xia Ya had been telling her bedtime stories every night in order to boost favor ability. From Little Red Riding Hood to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, from the Little Mermaid to 1001 Nights. With no experience of her own, Knight was completely enthralled. The thing she looked forward to most each day was story time with Xia Ya. They say that in the earliest of eras, fire was a divine privilege, reserved for the gods of the heavens, and the humans on earth could only wander, lost in the endless dark. To seek shelter and survive the beasts and disasters of the night, they had to accept the gods' cruel terms, offering harsh sacrifices just to earn a sliver of divine protection. But among those exalted gods, there was one traitor named Prometheus. He stole the fire seed, which only gods were supposed to possess, and brought it to the mortal realm. From then on, the night that once blinded people's vision, leaving them helpless, could be lit with torches. People could move freely. They no longer had to eat raw flesh and blood. They could cook and eat warm food. Even the fearsome wolves, tigers, and leopards could now be repelled with bonfires, no longer threatening their lives. He gently stroked Knight's deep, shadowy scales and spoke softly, don't you think Teacher and I are like Prometheus to the Lost Isle, bringing the fire seed of arcana and magic to that lightless land veiled by eternal night, and with it, lighting the way for the elven race? Oh, Knight nodded with half understanding. She had only recently hatched, with little life experience, so she couldn't quite grasp the deeper meaning behind Xia Ya's words. And being born of the night, bearing dominion over shadows, she naturally didn't understand what fire could mean to races that yearned for light. She simply made a mental note of that strange and complex name Prometheus. But with the stature of a dragon of the night, even a clumsy recollection was enough to etch it into memory for life. What she truly cared about was the rest of the story. Oh, so what happened after that? What about that Prometheus? Based on the usual pattern of Xia Ya's stories, most fairy tales had some kind of happy ending. Like how Snow White and Cinderella would always live happily ever after with their princes, and how the evil queen with the mirror and Cinderella's cruel stepmother and stepsisters would all get what they deserved. However, facing Knight's gaze, Xia Ya simply shook his head. Knight, You have to understand, the reason fairy tales are fairy tales is because they're dreamy, beautiful, and just out of reach. Not every story ends in a perfect happily ever after. Prometheus brought fire to mankind. But when the king of the gods looked down from Olympus and saw the flames rising in the mortal world, he naturally realized the truth behind the stolen fire and flew into a rage, ordering the capture of that despicable fire thief. Originally, Prometheus had hidden among humans. Not even the gods could find him easily and could only vent their anger with fruitless lightning bolts. But the wrath of the gods sparked fear among the people. They began to blame the fire thief for provoking the king of the gods, bringing divine punishment and disaster upon the world. They chose to help the gods and captured Prometheus, who had been hiding among them. The gods took him to the mountains and chained him to a steep cliff with an unbreakable iron chain, leaving him forever sleepless, his tired knees unable to bend, and a diamond nail driven into his chest. Prometheus was made to endure hunger, sun, wind, and rain day and night. A wicked eagle was sent to peck out his liver formed from all human emotion every day. It would grow back each night, and the cycle repeated for years on end. Listening to the tale, Night beat her wings in confusion. Ooh, why? Ooh, didn't Prometheus bring fire to help people? Why was he betrayed? Because, that's reality. Time changes everything. 1,000 years is long enough for gratitude to turn into apathy and contempt. Xia Ya's voice turned distant. Forgetfulness is a disaster, and also a weapon. People begin by taking their memories, destroying their books, their culture, their history. Then someone writes them new books, gives them a new culture, fabricates a new history. Eventually, the people forget who they were, who they are, and the world around them forgets them even faster. Xia Ya paused for a moment. There's nothing new under the sun. It's not just the tale of Prometheus. It's what's happening right now on the Lost Isle, too. But a faint curve lifted the corner of his lips. She is, after all, my teacher. Night lay on top of Xia Ya's head, nodding as if she understood. Xia Ya, what are you and Night chatting about? A clear, pleasant voice rang out from the direction of the bathroom. Xia Ya looked up and saw the golden elf girl had already changed back into her pure white robe. She was drying her damp hair with heat wind spell while braiding her pale golden locks into a princess braid. I think I heard something about Prometheus and fire thieves. Is that a new story? Meeting the curious gaze of the golden elf, Xia Ya simply chuckled and shook his head. Nothing. He opened the door of the little flying house. Then, in the void, he reached out his hand toward Hathaway. Since you're ready to return to the Lost Isle, then let's go. The Lost Isle. There was no sun, nor the brilliance of stars and moon. The pitch-black tides washed over the dim shore, scattering into countless sprays of snow-white foam before retreating once more, again and again, in endless repetition. Suddenly, faint, crystalline spatial cracks appeared, piercing through the dark sky above the sea. A few breaths later, those crystalline fissures slowly faded, returning once more to nothingness. Only two figures remained, silently emerging in the void. Plop. The golden elf girl in a white dress landed gently, her pale feet stepping onto the soft sand. She turned sideways and smiled slightly, reaching out her hand to the person behind her. Welcome to our royal court. A small curve formed on the golden elf's lips as she took 2 steps back. Then she lifted her skirt and performed a noble greeting unique to the elven royal court. Xia Ya, teacher. To hear that kind of greeting, I'd say coming here was worth it. Xia Ya smiled, also stepping across the spatial rift, landing on the soft sand. The moment he set foot on the island shrouded by the eternal night veil, he immediately sensed a pressure from the island's center that he couldn't ignore. He had already noticed abnormalities in the world's laws upon first arriving in the First Era, but the distortion here on the Lost Isle was even more intense. His mental energy couldn't be projected even a single bit. And the source of that pressure came from the center of the island, a colossal ancient tree that stretched skyward, seemingly connecting directly to the eternal night veil. Or more precisely, it was from some lofty, forbidden will sleeping within that world tree. Xia Ya could be certain that if he released mental energy on the Lost Isle, he would immediately alert the will slumbering on that world tree's branches. What happened next would be anyone's guess. It was a selection based on bloodline. So long as one carried elven blood, even if it was diluted and tainted to the extreme, they would be excluded from this pressure. In contrast, for other intelligent species, even humans who had never been blessed with transcendence or inherited strength through bloodline, as long as they stepped into the eternal night veil, they would inevitably suffer an indescribable suppression and targeting. Looking at it optimistically, it could be seen as a form of those not of our race must be viewed with suspicion, a protective barrier left by the fallen elven king to defend his kind and prevent foreign intrusion into the Lost Isle. But if you look at it another way, couldn't it also mean that those with elven blood are already under complete control, and thus need not be restrained? Whereas outsiders are truly free, unrestricted beings and therefore must be suppressed by any means necessary. Xia Ya's muttered thoughts were faint, swept away by the sea breeze howling across the shore. Naturally, they weren't heard by Hathaway, who had just returned to the Lost Isle and was still immersed in joy and excitement. Xia Ya, teacher, what do you think of this world? The golden elf girl stood barefoot at the edge of the Lost Isle, gazing blankly at the distant Black Sea. As the saying goes, first time awkward, second time natural. Though she'd felt shy and awkward when first calling him teacher, after saying it so many times, Hathaway had gotten used to it. After all, he truly was her teacher in arcana and magic. If not for Xia Ya's help, even if she had discovered mana on her own, turning it into a functional model and system might have taken ages. And the Lost Isle no longer had that kind of time. To be honest, not that great. Xia Ya stored his boots in his spatial pocket. He walked up beside the golden elf girl, standing shoulder to shoulder as they looked out over the endless Black Sea. If this place was once the royal court of the High Elves, then it must have been majestic and splendid, no less glorious than any human nation. But it's too dark here. In this world without light, relying only on the dim glow of fluorescent ore and torches. No matter how grand, how magnificent the sights are, you'll never see the full picture. At best, it's like glimpsing the tip of the iceberg through firefly glow and imagining what beauty lies beyond. Hearing Xia Ya's assessment, Hathaway smiled as well. It was the truth. Yeah, you can't really call it beautiful here. If you'd gone along with my words and forced out some compliments, I'd probably start questioning your taste. A sea breeze blew in from the dark sea beyond. It brushed their faces and lifted the hem of the golden elf's white skirt, making it flutter and rustle in the wind. She gently reached out her hand, as if trying to catch the flowing breeze. Although I was born before the fall of the royal court, I was still very young at the time. Due to the royal court's protection policies, minors among high elves never got the chance to leave. So really, I'm the same as elves born after the cataclysm. This place you call the Lost Isle, this is my whole world. Hathaway's pale golden eyes stared at the pitch-black sea, the light within them dimming slightly. Maybe it was because of my talent and aptitude. The elders of the council began hammering ideals and beliefs into me long before I came of age. They described to me what the bright world beyond the Lost Isle, the western continent, was like. How beautiful, how magnificent it was. They said that's our true homeland. The one we cherish and yearn to return to. To return to that bright world, they were willing to pay any price, like moths drawn to flame. Hathaway smiled softly. And truthfully, the council elders did do just that. They poured their life's work into finding the future of the elven race, its way forward. No matter how many fell into corruption and madness, transforming into beastly abominations, it was a price they were willing to pay. The golden elf crouched slightly, scooping up a handful of ash-white sand from beneath her feet. A few tiny shrimp and crabs scrambled away in panic from the disturbed sand, tumbling across the beach. Then the incoming tide crashed down, scattering the little creatures. But once they regained their balance, they continued crawling forward with all their might. The cataclysm had brought ruin and annihilation to the ancient dragons, giants, and elves, those transcendent species that once stood at the pinnacle of the glorious era, but for other life forms, it had little impact. Humanity, a race barely noteworthy during that age, only rose to power in the aftermath of that catastrophe. And these tiny shrimp and crabs didn't even understand what the cataclysm meant. They simply followed their biological instincts, living on this beach as they always had. Whether it was the first era or the fourth, no matter how many times the rulers of this world changed from ancient dragons, to gods, to humans. Hathaway silently watched as those little shrimp and crabs fled across her palm in panic until they vanished into the sea and were no longer visible. Only then did the light return to her eyes. Thinking back now, those council elders really were cunning. They were heavily tainted by the cataclysm and must have known their time was short. So they just shoved their ideals and the future of the elven race onto me, brutally and without hesitation, and then left it all behind. Didn't even stop to consider what would have happened if I'd decided to give up or go rogue. Xia Ya said, honestly, if you didn't want to do it, you could stop even now. That expectation, that path they were forced on you by others. If you don't want to walk it, no one has the right to make you. Well, the golden elf girl thought for a moment before speaking again. There was a time when every elder had passed away, leaving only me behind. I did think about just giving it all up. If those old geezers could be that selfish and dump such a heavy burden on me, why couldn't I be selfish too? But then I thought about it seriously. On this lost isle, shrouded beneath the eternal night veil. For me, aside from continuing their research and inheriting the ideals they left behind, there really wasn't anything else for me to do. Whether I admitted or not, exploring the Star Realm, understanding mana, finding a way to help the elves escape the Lost Isle. All of that has become the entirety of my life's meaning. If I abandoned those things, then the golden elf named Hathaway Xijin would lose her reason to exist. Her gaze shifted from the pitch-black sea back to the boy beside her. Of course, that was the old me, not the person I am now. After I met you in the dimensional void, Xia Ya teacher. Though I don't really want to admit it, the current Hathaway Xijin has definitely found a new reason to exist. Arcana, magic, and the truth hidden deep within the stars. These are things I'm willing to devote my entire life to pursuing. And beyond that, I truly want to become your disciple, not just a casual title, but someone who can always stay by your side, and become the irreplaceable first member of the wizard tower you want to build. Hathaway turned slightly and smiled. The faint light from torches and glowing ores reflected in her eyes like the shimmer of a galaxy. It's just, that may take a very, very long time. To spread magic through the elven race, to teach every single one of them arcana, that process may be extremely long. Her words paused, and even the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. There were things Hathaway didn't dare say aloud. That it might take so long. That Xia Ya might one day lose patience with her completely. Leave the Lost Isle, and search for new disciples, new wizard companions. Even though they'd only spent a few months together in the Star Realm, the Golden Elf already understood very well just how powerful this mysterious human she'd encountered truly was. Whatever Xia Ya wanted to do, he would accomplish. No one could sway his will. And Hathaway knew she wasn't irreplaceable to him. If he chose to, he could find new companions, new disciples at any time. Even without her help, he could still build the Grand Wizard Tower he'd described, a tower for wizards, and wizards alone. But then, that clear voice rang in her ears. I won't lose patience. And no second disciple will ever take your place. In my heart, Xi-chan is the only one. Hathaway's pale golden eyes suddenly widened. Though she was puzzled by the meaning of this strange word Xi-chan, the golden elf instinctively understood it referred to her. And her high elf intuition told her. These weren't false, comforting words. They were the genuine, trustworthy truth. To Xia Ya teacher, I am the one and only? Hathaway felt as if a hammer had struck her heart, and a warm current surged through her chest, and indescribable joy blooming from within. Also, Hathaway, I want to hear your true thoughts. That clear voice came again. Not those so-called ideals inherited from your council elders, but your own, personal wish. Xia Ya's voice carried a kind of magic. It made Hathaway forget the heavy burden on her shoulders, forget the chains she had shackled herself with. Then, she spoke her heart. To be honest, I've never had that kind of strong determination like those elders. Returning the elves to the western continent or whatever. I've never even been there, so I don't really feel any longing or pursuit. The golden elf gazed at the dark sea. I just want this world to be a little brighter. Just a little brighter. So I can see the whole ocean clearly, not just the tip of the iceberg hidden in the dark. So that's all it is. Then she heard Xia Ya's soft, pleasant laugh. In that case, I've heard your wish, loud and clear. His clear voice paused for a moment. Then, it deepened, becoming vast and resonant. Then, let's light a new sun right here, on the Lost Isle. Hathaway lifted her pale golden eyes. Light, a new sun. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with confusion and a bit of yearning, because that really was her own wish. As a high elf who had grown up on the Lost Isle since childhood, this tiny island and the royal court were her entire world. She didn't share the same ambition as the council elders to return to the western continent and restore the elven race to its glory days under the elven royal court, standing once more at the pinnacle of the continent. From beginning to end, Hathaway's wish was simply to make this dark island a little brighter, to let her kin on the Lost Isle, those eyes long accustomed to darkness, truly see the vast, rolling sea, to see the grandeur of the royal court in full, and to see each other's faces clearly. That was all she wanted, and she would be content. But soon, the golden elf lowered her head again, looking a little downcast. Teacher Xia Ya, you really know how to joke. She could understand that Xia Ya was just trying to comfort her. After all, if one were to spread arcana and magic throughout the elven race on the Lost Isle, to get them to abandon their corrupted bloodline powers, to grant them the strength to face the fallen sun and walk out of the Lost Isle, it was destined to be a long, arduous journey. Bloodline power was the very foundation the elven race had relied upon for survival. To willingly abandon that, to step into a completely unknown future, who knew how many obstacles they would face, how much opposition. Hathaway had already resolved to spend her whole life on this, even if that long wait ended up disappointing Xia Ya, causing him to eventually leave. But still, compared to her own ideas, what Xia Ya said just now, that was the real fantasy. To light a new Sunday. That was the authority of a being beyond even the gods. In the Age of Radiance, the Supreme Creator had been known by the title of the Sun God. Even though the Age of Radiance had long faded, its aftershocks still rippled through the entire material plane, not dispersing even after 1,000 years. No matter how much faith Hathaway had in the boy beside her, no matter how well she understood that the Xia Ya she saw as a wizard was far from his whole self, she still couldn't believe that he could possess power beyond that of the Creator. Which is why, you really ought to have more faith in your teacher, Hathaway. Without changing his expression, Xia Ya reached out and patted his Xi-chan's head again, the corners of his mouth curling into the kind of grin you'd expect from someone luring a naive underage girl. Opportunities to take advantage of his dear Xi-chan were rare. Every time he snuck one in, it was one less chance in the future he had to cherish them. There was once someone who told me, if you choose to walk the path of the wizard, then you must cast aside all reverence for the past, leaving only a heart that seeks pure truth. To use arcana, to use the known rules and laws, to analyze all phenomena in this world. Be it lifeless matter, living beings, or even gods, it's all the same. Xia Ya paused for a moment. That authority we call the sun, it doesn't solely belong to that ancient creator. As long as we understand the underlying principles, then whether it's you, me, or any wizard out there, there's no reason we can't reach it. At our current level, sure, we're nowhere near the scale of the sun god, and we definitely can't create a star that lights up the entire western continent. But to light up just this one Lost Isle, that, we can do. As he spoke, Xia Ya pulled out a small core from his chest pocket. Hathaway could tell it was some sort of magical tool crafted from metal and inscribed with spell arrays. Inside it was sealed and solidified a spell model of such intricate mystery one she had neither heard of nor seen before. This is the result of analyzing the principles behind the sun's operation and then manifesting them into a concrete spell model. I've named it the solar furnace. Xia Ya held out the dull, lightless little core to the girl in front of him. My mental energy is restricted on the Lost Isle. I can't channel mana on a large scale. Try channeling some mana into it, Hathaway. The golden elf took the tiny Magitech reactor from Xia Ya, examining it closely. It seemed entirely ordinary. Could the authority to move a star really be housed inside something this small? A hint of doubt surfaced in her heart. Still, out of trust in Xia Ya, Hathaway obediently nodded and extended her fair fingers. A formless, intangible radiance gathered at her fingertips. It was a power drawn from the star realm, one she had spent months adapting to, and could now control at will. The energy known as mana. She channeled it into that dim Magi-Tech core. The next instant, boom! The golden elf's pale golden eyes flew wide open. In that split second, she heard the explosive resonance of mana particles echoing within the core. It wasn't the flicker of some low-tier cantrip like flash. It was a miniature blazing sun, igniting suddenly within that alloyan Magi-Tech carved core. And yet, the amount of mana she had poured in wasn't even enough to cast a greater fireball spell. And yet, in that moment, it lit. Yet what burst forth from that Magi-Tech core was light and heat far beyond what any second or third ring spell could possibly bear. Brilliant, dazzling radiance surged out of the Magi-Tech core, flooding into her vision like a tidal wave. It lit up the still, shadowy beach and even the pitch-black sea. Though Hathaway had lived on the Lost Isle for centuries, this was the first time she had seen the beach and ocean in full. Under the core's glow, the vast and endless sea shimmered with waves of light. Tens of millions of tons of seawater gently rippled in that glow, like a dusky star sea rising and falling, ebbing and flowing. The shadows of the golden elf and the human boy stretched long behind them on the beach, intertwined under that slanted light. For several minutes, Hathaway didn't speak. She simply stood there in silence, lost in the scene before her like the glow of a setting sun. Until, eventually, the mana she had poured into the core burned out, and the Magi-Tech core went dark. The veil of eternal night returned, once more draping the beach and sea in darkness. Teacher Xia Ya, was that what you meant? A new sun? Her golden eyes were still fixed on the sea, even though darkness had returned. Yeah. Xia Ya toyed with the now dim Magi-Tech core in his hand. The core you just used is a miniaturized, portable solar furnace I originally designed to power the Black Knight mech. But if we follow a similar principle and scale it up, then it can become a new light source, one strong enough to shine through the eternal night and illuminate this entire island. In Hathaway's once dim eyes, a faint spark of light gradually returned, stirred by Xia Ya's words. Her spiritual intuition told her, this wasn't some empty promise. It was something real, tangible. That one day, this island of eternal darkness really could be lit by sunlight again. Xia Ya stood nearby, quietly watching the joy lighting up the golden elf's eyes. He hadn't spoken during those few minutes, but it wasn't because he was awestruck by the light. After all, since the day he was born, Xia Ya had lived beneath the sun. He could understand Hathaway's emotions, but he hadn't experienced centuries of darkness. He couldn't truly empathize. But just now, at the exact moment the solar furnace ignited, he'd sensed something. At the heart of the Lost Isle, atop that towering ancient tree, an ancient, lofty will had briefly cast its gaze downward. Nothing else stirred. No other ripples followed. But Xia Ya was sure of it. His arrival and the ignition of this Magi-Tech core had been noticed by that ancient will. So you sensed a power similar to your own, maybe even identical, and finally couldn't sit still anymore, huh? Still bound by enormous restrictions, so instead of acting directly, you plan to move your pawns. Xia Ya steadied the ripple in his heart. He had known about the will slumbering within the world tree's branches from the very beginning, and everything he'd done up until now had been to attract its attention. He wasn't afraid of its interference. What he feared was no response. Xia Ya didn't know how long he'd be allowed to remain within this historical echo of the First Era. He couldn't afford to waste time. The Lost Isle had already languished in darkness for too long. It couldn't withstand further delay. The only way forward was to fully ignite every dormant conflict and issue on this island. Then, cut through the chaos in one decisive strike. But that kind of future might not unfold the way the golden elf girl in front of him hoped. Let's go, Teacher Xia Ya. I'll take you to the royal court. To build a scaled-up Magi-Tech core powerful enough to light the entire Lost Isle, we'll need the support of the rest of the clan. I think everyone at the royal court will be very happy to welcome you. Her voice was sweet and lively, tinged with a hint of excitement and impatience as it reached Xia Ya's ears. He looked at the golden elf standing before him. This was a far cry from the future eternal Paige Hathaway. There was still some girlish innocence lingering in her expression. Innocent children, only by enduring pain can they truly grow up, huh? Xia Ya sighed inwardly and gently took her pale hand. Lead the way.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.